Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Hello everyone, it's David from Hyper Thetic RL. I'm joined with Matt from the Bulldogs podcast. Well, what's the actual name of your podcast again, Matt? Sorry?
It's the NRL Bulldogs Fans podcast.
NRL Bulldogs Fans. Some of these podcast names are really, really clever. You guys just went with the NRL Bulldogs Fans. It's nice and predictable. It's easy to find, I suppose.
Yeah, well, we're pretty simple, but we started off as a Twitter account that sort of morphed into an Instagram account and a podcast. So that's why it's all uniform. So if you want to find us on social media, at NRL Bulldogs Fans on Twitter or NRL Bulldogs _fans on Instagram.
Sounds good. By the end of this series I'm doing, I'm going to have like 12 different podcasts I have to listen to and add to my things. I don't listen to you guys at the moment, but I'll have to listen and see what's going on with all the Bulldogs and all the Bulldogs stuff happening at the moment. It's probably not a great year for you to be talking about the Bulldogs, but it's fine.
No, I was just going to say it's getting harder each week with the performances. We try to remain positive and upbeat, but it's not a great year. So
I used to listen to the Para podcast and a couple of years ago, but it was 2018 when we finished last, and it was every week, because there was a lot of expectation at the start of the season. Every week was just soul destroying, and I had to give up on them. So I apologise to them. I had to give up on them that year. It's like, if I keep listening to this, I think I might just do myself in or something.
Good. It's been difficult. We've had a few guests on this year though as well, so that spices it up and changes the regular format around. So it's been good.
And plus, I mean, you guys got a great history. So I suppose probably the best thing to ask you is how did you get into being a Bulldog supporter?
I was born into it, really. The entire family were Bulldogs fans, extended family as well. I'd say 90% of my extended family were Bulldogs fans, so didn't really have much of a choice, but at the same time, very, very happy and glad that was the case.
Yeah, that's the same. I mean, we're going to get different stories from everyone, but that's my basic one too. I got born into being a Parramatta supporter. It's probably the best way to be. It's almost like nobility. You're born into it.
Yeah, born into the tribe.
That's exactly right. All right, all good. Well, I mean, I suppose no further need go into that. I suppose we'll just do a little bit of a recap on Canterbury around 1998. So obviously, they won the grand final in 95, and 95. Yes, it's 95, wasn't it? Yes, and they were in the grand final in 94. So they were very successful. The way that we're doing these in the order is we're actually looking at the rationalisation. So we meant to do you the first week, but a little bit of scheduling. But basically, Canterbury were judged as, in the rationalisation of all the Sydney clubs, as the best in all the criteria. So obviously, Canterbury were doing a very good job and being very successful in that time. And in 98, you guys made it to the grand final, and one of the most successful clubs in that sort of era, in that 80s and 90s era.
Yeah, very strong team on the field. See, I was doing some preparation before coming on here, and I was looking at the information you sent through earlier with the criteria, the junior development, and all that sort of thing. And
don't tell everyone I do some research, because it's going to just blow everything out, because it sounds like I do none at all. So don't tell them.
I was just going to say, it was actually quite difficult to sit down and sort of be. I find myself as I'm a Bulldogs fan, but I'm a rugby league fan first. I try to be fair when I look at these things, but because the Dogs were such a strong team, both on and off the field, it was actually quite difficult. Yeah,
no, definitely. Well, that's the thing. See, I suppose we have a look at what we're sort of going to look at, which is the next part, and going through and trying to figure out who you possibly could merge with. It's Canterbury at that time, you'd almost have to say, there's no chance they would have merged with anyone, because they're too strong. Like there's no real advantage for them unless. I suppose we'll go through it, but there's not a lot of advantage for them to merge with anyone. But if I suppose that sort of gets us to 1998, and we might just start going around some of the teams. So the way I'm just going to go through pretty much in criteria order. So Canterbury is the first on the list. Number 2 on the list was Cronulla. So a Canterbury and Cronulla merger. Would that make any sense to you, or?
Yeah, so just to give you a bit of an insight, earlier today I sat down, looked through all the teams, and actually did a top five
Oh, okay.
possible mergers. So you've gone with Cronulla, that came in fourth on my list
Oh,
as
jeez.
fourth on the top five potential mergers for Canterbury Bulldogs. I've called it the Canterbury Sharks, and I see it as a partial takeover.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So takeover by Canterbury over Cronulla.
Yeah, so we'll retain the Sharks name,
Mm.
add a bit of light blue and black onto the Bulldogs jersey, but it would be essentially it'll be called the Canterbury Sharks, but the Bulldogs being so strong,
Yeah.
like it's a hard one because this probably never happened. But if it were to happen and the locations are too dramatically out of the way from each other,
Yeah.
so I would think that Canterbury would have to take over that junior development area and become the Canterbury Sharks.
Yeah, so that's the only thing, I suppose, when you look at that, probably the major thing you're going to get out of Cronulla is the junior area. You're not going to get much more because their financial position at the time was pretty bad. So, yeah, I suppose
And that probably
that's...
puts the financial situation probably puts the Dogs in a position of power to have that eventuate partial takeover.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, I mean, they, like you said, they're close enough that they could happen. The good thing for Canterbury in this list, which I'm gonna run into different things depending on which club I'm talking about. But for Canterbury, they're quite central, so you share a boundary with quite a lot of different junior districts, which means it makes some sense for some of these. Okay. Well, so I suppose we'll say we're shortlisting your top five. So I suppose Canterbury goes in our shortlist. The next team we're talking about is the Roosters. I suppose they're probably not in your top five.
No, they didn't make the top five. I find it really hard to see how Bulldogs Roosters merger would work given geography.
Mm-hmm.
Although the current Roosters, if it were to happen, I would see image-wise, the current Roosters jersey, both royal blue instead of navy. I would imagine if this were to happen, Souths might creep into the Roosters territory a little bit more, and perhaps still play out the CBD, and the Sydney Bluesters would play out of ANZ Stadium.
Sydney Bluesters, that's good. I got to say, you're delivering with some good names there. That's I like Sydney Bluesters. That's definitely good. All right, we won't put them in the shortlist because I think that's a little bit ridiculous. The next one is Manly. I think that you'd be Parramatta's definite most hated team if you were Manly and Canterbury together.
Yeah.
Not to bring it back to Parramatta, but that's almost like you just joined Melbourne with that too, and that could be the worst team in history.
I can definitely see it from your point of view, but also I don't think the Dogs and Manly get along very well either.
No, it's true.
I think Manly's probably my most hated team in the NRL.
Oh, geez.
So I personally would be dead against a Canterbury-Manly merger.
Oh, good. Well, we can get rid of them. We don't want to talk to them anymore. The next one's probably you're going to talk about geography as well. The next one's Penrith. So I don't think Penrith's going to have a territory boundary or a geographical boundary that's going to work for you guys, but big junior district.
Yeah, and while you're correct about the geography of the two teams, I actually had this Penrith Panthers in second spot on my possible mergers. Now, this is because I grew up in Penrith, so I know the area. And while rugby league is massive in Penrith and almost everybody supports rugby league, not everyone supports the Penrith Panthers. And a lot of people have migrated from the inner west or other areas of Sydney to Penrith, and there's actually a large Bulldogs fan base already out that way. So I put them in second.
Okay.
Canterbury Penrith Bulldogs. Again, it's a partial takeover.
Okay.
Penrith were quite low on the criteria, weren't they?
Yeah, Penrith were. It depends on which year you talk about. In this sense, they were only just below Manly and above the next team, but they were actually no. You're right. Penrith were on the criteria. I'm not going in order. I realised Penrith is right down the bottom. Sorry about that. I just realised I went through numbers 2, 3, then I went to number 7 because I'm looking in the wrong order. But anyway, we'll keep going on. See, this is why I say it looks like I have no idea what I'm doing, but I do put the work in. Just I assure you all I'm putting the work in. All right, let's just keep going on this way because it makes more sense. All right, so the next one in the list is Balmain.
Yeah, I had Balmain at number 3 on my top 5 list as well, actually.
Okay.
But I had it just basically Bulldogs just taken over the Balmain area. If you have a look at the geography map of all the clubs, it would probably make more sense that Balmain wouldn't have survived too long as the Balmain Tigers. And it would just make sense that if there was going to be a deal between the Bulldogs and the Balmain Tigers, it would just be a Canterbury takeover. And in this case, I've actually had a complete takeover with like no real influence from Balmain.
Okay, so just staying as Canterbury Bankstown, or maybe Canterbury Balmain Tigers, so Canterbury Balmain Bulldogs. Oh, jeez,
that's it.
Something like that. You know, I think maybe just become like a big hyphen. Your Canterbury Bankstown Balmain Bulldogs. That'd be very interesting.
I probably just upset a whole bunch of Balmain fans. But,
that's okay. Don't worry. I only know one of them, and it's all good because he's the one that recommended you. So it's all fine. Don't worry about it.
So that's a big two.
It's all right. He's gonna get a big head if we keep mentioning him all the way through these podcasts. But yeah, that's all fine. Look, you know, Balmain's my second team, so it probably wouldn't be too good for me either. But I do know what you mean. Balmain's not really an area that had anywhere to grow into. So, I mean, you know, I've done podcasts before talking about all of those inner city teams, and Balmain was probably one of the ones that really did need to do something about themselves because they had nowhere to go. And like you said, like we're in. I'm doing this in the wrong order. So Balmain's actually quite far down in the pecking order. So now we've done those ones. Let's move up to the top. So this is I'm now going to some of the ones that are actually higher up on the list. So the next one is Parramatta. So we could be fan based together, you and I, Canterbury and Parramatta.
That would be, I think, a similar story to the Northern Eagles, don't you reckon?
Oh, it would be disastrous. But look, you know, I went into this and I said I'm going to try and haul my team out like Dennis Fitzgerald did to every single team. So I've already last time tried to get Parramatta and Cronulla to merge, but that wasn't going to happen. So, you know, we do share a nice big boundary, and we'd have a very good junior district. But look, I don't think I would like it. I think I would have hated it. But yeah,
it'd be a super club if they could manage to successfully do it for sure. It's just that the history between the two clubs, I don't think it's possible. Probably worse than the Northern Eagles. I'm not too sure, but it would be interesting because I have here in my notes here the Dirty Four were still playing for Parramatta, the 4 players that left Canterbury.
Yeah, they would have been, yes.
Due to the Super League. So if that merger happened and those 4 players suddenly were back,
that'd be
part
awkward.
of the new Canterbury Parramatta merger, that'd be very interesting to see how that would play out.
Yeah, I've definitely. So I've got, like I sent you before, I've got that top 17. So we do have Dean Pay, Jason Smith, Jim Dimmick, and Jared McCracken. Yes, they're all still on that team. I don't call them the filthy 4 or the dirty 4. I call them the heroic 4 for getting out of that place and bringing us to glory. You know, see it from our point of view. Although they're one of the ones that. I remember when Parramatta did sign them, and they signed a whole bunch of other guys, including Gary Freeman, all this whatever. It was like $9 million, and they said there was a big sprawl on one of the newspapers. You know, what's the matter, Parramatta, when they weren't winning? So it's like, oh, you bought this team, but you still can't win. Yeah, so that was a little bit. We had a few Canterbury supporters around our area, and they like to tell us about how. You bought all these players, but they're not any good. You know, we just gave them to you because they suck and whatever. Oh, good. All right, so we definitely see. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I don't think that's the case. You look at the caliber of those 4 players.
No, they were stirring. They weren't true. They weren't telling the truth. They were just stirring. They like to do that kind of stuff. You know, it was high school, and that's what people do. All right, so so next on the list is St George.
Yep, so I had it as similar to Parramatta in the fact that I don't think that these two could actually make it work. However, it would make a lot of sense to merge with St George, particularly given that one of the Canterbury junior clubs are called the St George Dragons.
I know.
But given the history of the Dragons and their iconic red V, I didn't want to disrespect that club by suggesting a complete takeover of their area by the Bulldogs.
Yeah. Yeah, well, look, I think if there's any, we all know all the rivalries, and I definitely know that Canterbury St George one is it cuts a lot deeper. It's a lot longer than some of the other rivalries. So it's not quite Roosters Rabbitohs, but it's getting up there. It's not great.
It's definitely up there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So they're not on the list, obviously.
No.
We're going to find out who 1 and 5 are. This is going to be exciting. This is like some kind of game show we're playing now.
I had to make it a bit different for you.
No, it's all good. That's fine. Look, you know what? No one else is knowing what anyone else is doing. So, when we get to the end and you're the only one that's made a top 5, or if 12 other people have made a top 5, it's just going to be very interesting to see how everyone sort of approached it. All right. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, definitely looking forward to listening to all the other episodes and what people come up with when they're released.
Well, we'll see. I'm only one in, so we'll see how we go. All right. Next on the list is Illawarra, which obviously doesn't make any territorial reason, but in territorial kind of sense. Thank you. Couldn't think of the word. But a big junior district, and I'm sure a few people are going to try and take Illawarra as their second team.
Absolutely. When I was looking at the 2 team list, or the 2 squads list, I was actually quite excited about the prospect of putting those 2 teams together and seeing what could come up with. But you're right, geography doesn't make much sense. If it were to actually happen, I could imagine that it would just be the blue and white Canterbury team, but based in Illawarra.
Yeah, that's true. I suppose you've got Illawarra Bulldogs or something, with it playing some games out of Belmore or something, just to keep the fans happy.
Yeah, I almost see it as it would be the same as the current St George Illawarra merger, where St George, even though it's based in Illawarra, St George quite obviously dominate that merger in as far as imagery and all that sort of goes. So I'd imagine it would be similar, and if it were to happen, it would make sense for the Dogs to move to Illawarra and be the Illawarra team in the Southern New South Wales, or one of the Southern New South Wales teams, then stay in the crowded market.
Yeah, no, well, I mean I think the reason why I said a lot of these might turn up with people wanting Illawarra is because everyone's seen what St George has done to Illawarra in terms of where they've got the juniors and they've kept their identity, so they haven't had to worry about losing their name, losing their mascot or anything. They've kept pretty much the whole history, but they've gotten that advantage of the juniors as well.
Like I said, I don't want to disrespect any team, and I'd love it for it to be a 50-50 merger, these potential mergers that we're talking about. But when you look at it realistically, where the Dogs were situated in amongst the competition, I don't think that was ever going to be the case.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, that makes perfect sense. All right, well, let's keep moving on. So our next team is North Sydney Bears.
Okay, a bit of a smoky. It actually made the list at number 5.
Oh, okay.
Now, this is because, this might be biased, because the first game I ever went to was a Bulldogs versus Bears game, and I'm quite a big sympathiser of the North Sydney Bears situation and how that all came to an end. But I'd see if that were to happen, I'd go with the Sydney Bulldogs home jersey as the main jersey, North Sydney away jersey, or North Sydney's main jersey as the away jersey. It would be a massive area again. Geography probably doesn't make much sense, but in my heart, I would love for the Bears to be somehow involved in the NRL, and that's probably why they got into the 5th spot there.
No, it's fine. Look, I mean, geography probably doesn't, because I think the Parramatta district is between Canterbury and Norths mainly. It was as I was trying to work out the junior districts, it's tough because they don't have a map from the 90s. They've only got the current map, so I kind of, as you can see with my great Photoshop skills, I just drew a line around where about North Sydney's district is, or where it would have been. But yeah, look, they're close, but they're not. They're kind of separated by part of the Parramatta River and things like that. But yeah, look, it's not a terrible idea. And I mean, they were trying to go up towards the Central Coast, so if you did a few games up on the Central Coast and a few down toward, the SFS, or not SFS, the ANZ or Belmore, it makes some sense. So, yeah, okay.
Because of the geographical difference, that's why I've gone with the Sydney Bulldogs, so more of a encompassing of the city.
Yeah. Although I, as a Canterbury fan, I can't believe you suggested that you'd call your team the Sydney Bulldogs again. I thought you guys hated that.
Well, I was considering North Sydney Bulldogs or Sydney North
Mm,
Bulldogs, and I was just like, that it doesn't really make sense. If it was going to happen, it'd have to be the Sydney Bulldogs,
fair
despite
enough.
the fact that we've used it before and it wasn't very successful.
No, that's all good. Well, look, there's only two left, and it's excuse me. It's quite obvious that the next team is obviously your number one. It's South Sydney.
No,
That's all right. That's
was not
sarcasm. Don't
South
worry.
Sydney.
Don't worry. Don't worry, Matt. It was sarcasm.
Uh,
I know it's not South. Despite having Tim
uh,
Brusher in that team, you definitely want some Tim Brusher action, a bit of Craig Wing and things like that. What a great district to pick up.
we had a couple of players that you could pick up, but from what I understand at the time, South were dead against any merger at all.
Yeah.
So I've left them off the list. It'd be hard for me to imagine South City merging with anyone
Yeah.
in any sort of like realistic fashion. I do know the Bulldogs tried to help support Souths and stop them being excluded when they was helping them out. So there's a good relationship between the clubs at the time. Look, if you're putting a gun to my head and saying they're merged, what does it look like? Well, they both play out of ANZ now, so I imagine they'd be playing there. I don't know how blue and white with Cardinal and Myrtle would look though.
Yeah, it's probably not a great jersey. I mean, you don't really share anything in common, and what do you do with your mascots? And yeah, it's probably of all the mergers, I think it's probably one of the least likely ones. Like maybe Manly's more of that sense, but I think South is not really there's nothing you can really do there. You pretty much got two junior districts between you as well, so it doesn't really make sense. All right,
Absolutely.
so the drum roll of who number one is. I mean, if you know anything, you should know it's Wests.
That's right. So I put West Magpies as number one. Again, I've got it as a partial takeover though. I've named it the Western Sydney Bulldogs.
Yep.
And if you remember a couple of years ago, the Bulldogs had an away jersey or an alternate jersey that was blue and black.
Yep.
So I'd imagine something like that might be the jersey, with maybe a magpie on the sleeves like you see in the current West Tigers. This one probably makes the most sense geographically, right next to each other.
Definitely.
Be a massive southwestern Sydney team. And also, I believe that this was the only actual discussion at the time of any potential merger with the Canterbury Bulldogs with anyone else. So I think it was a pretty short discussion.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't think it lasted too long. But if we're going to say if Canterbury actually did merge in the late 90s, most realistically it would be with the Western Suburbs Magpies.
yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, I remember at the time Canterbury were trying to move out towards Liverpool, and they were trying to pick up that sort of more of the Bankstown part of their Canterbury Bankstown. So, look, it makes perfect sense. You've got Campbelltown as one region, you've got your sort of Canterbury Bankstown region as the other sort of region. I'd say it'd work very much similar to how the Tigers work at the moment, except you're not leapfrogging over another junior district to get there. It actually makes more sense than the West Tigers makes. It sort of makes
I
a whole
agree.
lot of sense.
I would imagine that Canterbury might be able to look after that junior district a bit better than the West Tigers are at the moment.
That's controversial. I still have to talk to someone from West, and I still have to talk to one of the Balmain, the big team from Balmain. But yeah, look, I understand what you're talking about, and like the administration of Canterbury has always been really good. I mean, we don't have to mention Bullfrog again, but we can. But basically, you'd trust Canterbury a bit more with that junior district than you did what's happened in the almost 20 years since this. Or a bit over 20 years, yeah.
Yeah, well, I just feel like the West Tigers probably being pulled into opposite directions, where the Bulldogs Bulldogs and Magpies together, it'd be what the Bulldogs are doing now, and it probably expanded activity out into that area that you're mentioning.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, I don't know if we need to even go through your shortlist, because I think you pretty much made it your mind. So, you're definitely going to merge with Parramatta. It sounds great. All right.
Well, I'll
good.
tell you what, I'm living in Castle Hill at the moment, so it's a short bus ride to the footsteps of Bankwest Stadium. So for me personally, it'd be pretty easy to get to games.
It would be. No, look, that's fine. I'm not going to push that one. But look, I think, like you said, I think West makes definitely the perfect sense out of all those. Penrith, actually, I never even thought about Penrith for Canterbury, but that one also does make a lot of sense too. And I mean, even West and Penrith were both in a pretty bad way. There's even an argument to say, how about Canterbury partially takes over Wests and Penrith. You know, we do a three-way merger or something, because that's also another possibility you could do with that.
Suppose it'd be hard to sell that, I'd imagine.
It'd be
But
extremely
what would you
hard to
call
sell.
a three-way merger?
Well, you'd call it Canterbury Bulldogs and say, stuff you guys and just give us your juniors. Like, it's a long name for a team, but yeah, I think that might be what ended up happening. No, look, all right, so we've done Canterbury with Wests. So obviously that's going to make some changes to the others because Balmain can no longer merge with Western Suburbs. So do you see any other potential mergers that you think would happen because Canterbury and Wests, or even just because you think they're better?
If we're using the Western Sydney Bulldogs as in the Canterbury Western Suburbs merger as where we're going forward from, I've jotted down a few points. I've jotted down that I reckon Balmain and Norths potentially merge.
Okay, yeah.
As a result of that, both desperately trying to stay in the competition.
Mm-hmm.
Manly are left out in the cold and die, but again, that might be a bit biased.
Okay.
Souths relocate to the Central Coast and survive as the Central Coast Rabbitohs.
Okay, interesting.
How do you see it?
And St George stays with St George stays with Illawarra, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so everything that I haven't mentioned stays the same. Yeah.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
That's not bad. I don't mind that at all. That means Parramatta stays at Parramatta, so that's good. I actually don't mind. You know what? North Sydney and Balmain looks pretty attractive to me as a second team. The North Sydney Tigers, maybe.
Yeah. North Sydney Tigers. It probably makes the most sense.
They both have black. You just have red, orange, and black. It makes a little bit of sense there. I
think that would be a pretty good-looking jersey, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not bad. We'll have to see when we get North Sydney on, and when we get Balmain guys on, see if we can end up with that as one of them too. That'll be very interesting. All right. Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. I don't know if the South fans will want to move to the Central Coast, but that does make some sense as well. Maybe we make the Roosters move to the Central Coast with them.
I guess that's a possibility as well. They seem to be taking over that territory now.
Yeah, well, I mean they've got the Wyong Roos. I'm not sure if that's still that feeder club, but they had the Wyong Roos, and that's obviously in that area, sort of going up towards the Central Coast. So it makes some sense.
They've got a deal with Central Coast Rugby League, so that junior district's now called the Central Coast Roosters. Yeah, and they've got the feeders with the North Sydney Bears now too. So. All
right, that sounds good. All right, well, so now we've got our next step is to name our 1999. Not Canterbury. They're called the Western Sydney Bulldogs now. So we've got a. Did you have a 17, or did you want to just go through it with me and we can pick some players, or how do you feel about that?
I have jotted down a 17, but if you wanted to discuss the players and.
Oh no! Look, I'm happy for you to
read it out.
I'm happy for you to read out your 17, and then we can discuss if you. I mean, it's your decision. It's your team. You can choose who you like.
All right, cool. So I'll just go from the 17 then. Stop me if you want to interject at
it's
any
all
stage.
Good.
But I've got at fullback. I've got Brett Hodgson. I've got Rod Silver and Darryl Halligan on the wings. Yep. Andrew Leeds and Willie Talau in the centres. Kevin McGuinness and Craig Colomata the halves. Mm-hmm. Forward pack of Darren Britt, Jason Heverington, John Scandala, Steve Price, Glenn Hughes and Travis Norton. And my bench is Paul Langmack, Barry Ward, Simon Gillies, and Corey Hughes. So it's 12 Dogs players and 5 West players. But I did try to remain as unbiased as possible.
No, I think you're pretty good. That's a pretty good mix. And I suppose, yeah. Look, looking at the West team, I don't think there's too many people you've left out that would sort of push into that team. So that makes sense. And yeah, no, I think that's a pretty good team. They'd be pretty tough to beat. I don't think they wouldn't be easy beats by any sense. So, I don't remember exactly what happened to Canterbury in '99. I remember '98, and we won't ever speak of that again. But I don't remember what happened to Canterbury in '99. How did they finish up?
Sorry, what was that, mate?
Oh, in Canterbury in '99. How did Canterbury's season finish in '99?
Oh. That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I'm just going to pull it up now. I was fairly young at the time.
I should remember. I was 19, but then I only remember what happened to my team in the late '90s. So if you didn't play us in the finals,
We got to the semis,
Okay.
defeated the Roosters and lost to Melbourne. So I think we finished fifth there.
Yeah, okay.
So
And then Melbourne
fairly
went on to play
decent
Parramatta.
season.
Yeah, no, that's not bad. So
But then we go into the dominant Bulldogs years of the early 2000s, so you wouldn't imagine that changing too much.
no. So I suppose the question is, does the team that has like the West team with those extra few players in the junior district, do you think that makes a big difference to the Bulldogs in '99 and beyond, or do you think
Probably
about
not
the
in
same?
the probably not in the initial few seasons.
Mm.
I'd imagine it would be very Bulldogs dominated, late 90s, early 90s. But
Yeah.
as they develop the area, you could possibly see juniors from that area really coming in and potentially dominating the Bulldogs squad.
Well, I suppose for Wests the biggest thing is you got to look, like you said, you look at the mid 2000s onwards. So, what Benji Marshall's a West junior, I believe. So can you imagine Canterbury in 2005 with Benji Marshall in their team? It'd be quite interesting.
Yeah.
Um,
So they have JT and Benji in 2004
yes. Wow, that'd be
as
very
young
interesting.
players.
Well,
And they've still got Brent Shaw and Bray Vanasta.
I
That'd be
know. Well,
crazy.
I don't know if you could keep them all. I think the salary cap eventually will get you.
Yeah, probably.
We won't mention that again, but yes, I think the salary cap would get you again. But yeah, look, it'd be very interesting. I think you're right. I think that I don't think 99 with those extra West players in that team. I don't think they're going to cause Canterbury to go too much further. I mean, they might have beaten Melbourne, but I don't know if they would have. But yeah, no, that sounds pretty good. All right, so I think that's pretty much all we need to go through. Did you have anything else you wanted to have a chat about while we're still here?
No, it's your podcast now. You,
That's
but,
fine.
No, it's been interesting going through it.
Yeah,
Trying to remain partial, but
I think you've done a pretty good job. You did a really good job to remain very impartial because, the temptation is for you to just take over another club and say it's Canterbury and, we'll just take your juniors. But I think, the Wests is a good choice, I think. And like you said, going forward it's probably not going to do too much really early on in the merger, but going forward it's definitely going to be a big advantage having that junior district.
yeah, definitely. I had fun doing it, mate.
No, it's all good. All right, thanks very much for joining me, and I'll talk to you next time.
We are the mighty Bulldogs. We are the mighty Bulldogs. Here comes the Roosters, but there ain't a bird to see.
Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Welcome to the podcast. Today we have Terry, who is our Cronulla Sharks fan. Hello, Terry.
Hey, mate, how are you?
I'm good. So, basically, do you have anything you want to plug? I know that you're on a Cronulla Sharks fan podcast.
Yes, well, it's not a 100% Sharks fan podcast, but another guy on Twitter, Dan, him and I started a podcast about 3 years ago. We just had a bit of fun with it. Since then we've actually interviewed a Sharks player. We've interviewed Matt Elliott. We've had other people on. We've had social media people from, Facebook who have helped with the NRL. So we have a lot of fun with it. We generally record 2 episodes, one breaking down the Sharks game and one breaking down every other team and taking the mickey out of them.
That sounds good. It sounds like you got much more fan base than I do, and you probably have no right to be on my podcast because you're probably too good for me.
No, mate. I think if Dan and I peak over 100 listens, we love it. So.
100, jeez, man, come on. You want to see my numbers? Oh, jeez. I think if I get over 20, it's pretty good. Like, that's a good episode. Yeah. Anyway, we're not going to talk about how terrible my podcast listening numbers are. So you were saying a bit earlier before we went on record that you're not from the Cronulla region. So how did you end up supporting the Sharks?
Well, I never knew my mum and dad to be married when I grew up, or when I was growing up. And every Friday night, my dad was a construction worker and my mum worked in the pub. So my uncle would babysit, and one night him and his friend, well, they called him his friend, it actually ended up being his partner, Dave. So, obviously they didn't want to tell kids about that back in the day. They said, look, we're going to the footy in 1994, and you've got to come. You can't go with your dad. You can't go to your mum's work. And so, I kicked up a stink. I didn't really want to go. I think I cried the whole way there.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, look, I tell you what, we'll have a bit of fun with it. Whoever wins this game, you can go for them, and we'll buy you a jersey, and we'll buy you a dressing gown and some slippers and all that. And anyway, Cronulla beat South that night 42-0, and the great ET scored 5 tries, and I've been hooked ever since.
Oh, as you would be. I mean, if you got Cronulla or South as your options, I think I'd be taking Cronulla. Jeez. That's
ironically, they're one of the teams that always, back in the 90s, we were always talking about merging with.
Yeah, we'll get onto that because that might be where we end up with it. I think it's really funny because, every time I listen to any podcast about someone asks, so how'd you get into the team? It's almost always an uncle who takes them to a game and says whoever wins, or pick a colour or whatever it is. It's one of those things that's so strange that, a lot of us grow up just going, this is your team. That's what I got. But that was that. I'll go into that when we get to the Parramatta episode. So when I talk to another Parramatta supporter, we can discuss about our pain.
That's what my kids get now. That you're either a Sharks fan or you live outside with a dog until you're old enough for me to kick you out. But my mum and their side of the family are all Penrith fans, and my dad's a Manly fan, and there's me smack bang in the middle as a Sharks fan.
Oh, well, fair enough. That sounds pretty good. All right. Well, I suppose we should get onto it and have a look at the Sharks. So, what we're going to do in each one, we're going to have a look at what happened in terms of their mergers. So, obviously, Cronulla didn't merge with anyone. Cronulla stayed a standalone entity. They went on to some success in the late 90s and eventually got that premiership in 2016. So, I suppose that's just a little bit of a thing. I think everyone listening to this knows what happened to Cronulla, but what do you sort of think about the late 90s, sort of early 2000s Cronulla teams?
Well, we had a really good squad on paper, and we should have won the 1999 competition. We walked the minor premiership, we thumped everyone along the way, but that semi-final was just, as unlucky as it comes. You save your worst performance for the second biggest game of the season. But as much success as we had on the field, we had no success off the field. We were poor. We were financially unstable. We weren't, we had some nice sponsors on our jerseys in terms of Reebok and Pepsi and the likes and LG. But they were never big financial pulling power sponsors. So there was actually talk in 1998 of Cronulla merging with 3 teams in the region. And there was only one that I can remember, and I've sort of researched that really would have made sense, because the other 2 would have been just an absolute takeover, and eventually, the existence of the Sharks wouldn't be there anymore.
Yeah. All right. Well, I suppose what we should do then, maybe we should just go through team by team, and you can tell me whether you think that's a partner that you guys might want to have, or just bin them completely. So the way I'm going to go through the order is I'm just going to go through. I don't know if you've seen this, but in 99 there was a criteria that they put forward, and so I've had a look at the teams, 12 teams. At that point, St George and Illawarra had already merged, but the other teams in this list of 12 we're talking about. So basically the team with the best ranking in the criteria was Canterbury. So a Cronulla-Canterbury merger, would that be interesting?
It would have been interesting. Geographically, they're not too far apart.
No, they're fairly similar. I think having a look at the junior districts, they've got like a little bit of junior district crossover, but you've got St George right through the middle of it, and it's probably not neighbouring, and then I suppose the other thing about it is Canterbury, not really a beach suburb, and Cronulla very beachy, so maybe that would have been a little bit of a meshing as well, I suppose.
Yeah, in terms of culture, you wouldn't get 2 opposite teams, as you said. Logistically, it could make sense, but it's a merger that I think if it happened, then it would have been one of those ones that would have been a takeover.
Yeah, I'd imagine with Bullfrog there, it would have been takeover. I mean, they were two Super League teams, so there might have been something there. But yeah, I understand what you're saying with that one. So we'll say no to Canterbury. The next one on our list is Sydney City Roosters. So does anyone want to merge with the Roosters?
Look, probably back in the 90s, the late 90s, I would have said no. Now I'd snap your hand off for it with the way that they're resourced. It's another one that logistically it wouldn't be too bad. On an open road from the SFS to Shark Park, you can do it in 35 minutes.
Yeah.
But it's probably another one now with Cronulla's financial uncertainty. Again, that would have been an absolute takeover. So it's a no from me.
Yeah, I think that's another one where you've got a strong, a strong administration in the Roosters and not really a big junior district, and they would have just gobbled Cronulla up. You'd imagine they'd be called they may be called the Eastern Suburb Sharks, but I think the Sharks might be the only thing that survives. I don't think much else would survive from that. All right, well, I think we'll say no to East then. So the next one along our list, well, this one's going to be a definite yes for you because you're going to say yes to Parramatta, aren't you?
Look, I would only say yes to Parramatta because they rival Penrith.
Yeah.
But Cronulla Parramatta merger just wouldn't make sense
It
at
would
all.
make no sense. Yeah.
Yeah, fans wouldn't travel. You know, Parramatta fans wouldn't travel to a game at Shark Park and vice versa. So
way.
That's an absolute no.
I think in this series, obviously you're the first episode I'm recording. I'm going to pretty much just haul Parramatta to everyone because I'm going to act as Dennis Fitzgerald, who tried to do that through the 90s as well. So I think at one point we were going to playing rugby union. I don't know what we were doing. We were playing whatever we had to. And I think any way that we could have got rid of the Eels, because he hated the fact that we had such a crappy mascot, basically, he thought. But yeah, no, we'll definitely say no to Parramatta. It makes no sense at all. So next on the list, this one might be very interesting, St George.
Look, St George is probably the one that makes the most sense out of the three that we would tip to merge with. We're neighbours. Both of the junior districts in terms of rugby league aren't too bad. They're pretty evenly sized. But if you read up on a couple of people from St George who have mentioned a merger with Cronulla, it's with the idea to take over and get rid of the Sharks. It would just be heavily St George based. It would be run out of St George Leagues Club. It would be played out of Cogra.
Very much like what they did with St George Illawarra. Like the main reason why they wanted Illawarra was for the junior district. They didn't, there was no real. It wasn't going to really be, much. I mean, they just wanted the juniors. They didn't want anything else. They didn't want to play out of Wollongong, but I think they kind of have to now. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean that it's the one in terms of location that makes the most sense, and I think in terms of fan bases, you just get over it. I know you hate each other, for 80 minutes on the field, but if it meant surviving, that you get that bigger area of sort of a talent pool, you would get over it. But there was someone was talking, I think as recently as 2 years ago, that if they were to approach Cronulla, it would be to completely buy out the colours and the symbol and the location. It would all be St George heavy, so it's a no from me.
Yeah, no, that's fine. All right, well, I didn't think I'd be able to get St George and Cronulla together, so when we get around the St George episode, we'll offer Cronulla and we'll see what they say, but I don't think that's ever going to get up. All right, well, I suppose the next one on the list is the merger partner for St George is Illawarra, so Cronulla and Illawarra, which to me makes a little bit of sense because you're both southern district.
Yep. It's the merger that should have happened. It should have been Cronulla and Illawarra, not St George and Illawarra. It's the merger that made the most sense if it was going to happen because it's they're bordering Sutherland, Heathcote is and Engadine is the end of what they consider the metro lines, and then you go into the Illawarra and it's considered the country line. So
yeah, exactly.
They're the neighbouring, but not only are they neighbouring, it would have been a clean merger. You would have had access to those two big districts of rugby league. The colours could have, you could have made it work. I saw a mocked up Southern Sharks jersey that looked super clean.
So what, sky blue, red and white, or?
Yeah, it was
black,
it was a white base with some red and blue stripes on it.
Okay.
And there was no inclination of a V or anything like that. It was super smooth, and that, combining those two teams as well, you would have had a genuine, premiership contender in 1999, as St George and Illawarra showed that they were. But the combined team that I did was, on paper was absolutely sensational.
We'll keep them we'll have them in the list. So our first one we're going to keep in the shortlist is Illawarra. Then I'm assuming you're saying yes to that one.
Yes.
All right. Good. All right. Now the next one's not going to make any sense. Well, the next 2 or 3 don't make sense, but let's go through anyway. So the next one's Manly. I don't think Cronulla and Manly make sense unless you call yourself the Beachy Bird Sharks or something. God knows what that would be.
Opposite ends of the peninsula, and 2 fan bases that hate each other and 2 clubs that have so much history.
Yeah, exactly.
The only way that I would merge with Manly is because they beat us every year. Other than that, it's an absolute no.
Fair enough. Yeah, look, I work in the Northern Beaches, and I'll tell you this: they wouldn't even know where Cronulla is. They can't even figure out where anything is. They're the most. Look, I'm going to say this, and Manly fans don't think there's anything, but because I work in that area, but they think that Forestville is Western Sydney, and anything that goes over one of the 3 bridges is just in a completely different zone. Like they just don't. I mean, not all of them, but yeah, there's. Although in saying that, I'm a Parramatta fan. I'm supposed to hate Manly, and I don't really hate Manly as much as I hate some of the other teams. But yeah, anyway, so we're definitely saying no to Manly. That's
it's funny you say that, how they say Forestville is Western Sydney. When I first moved into Cronulla about 8.5 years ago, one of my mates said to me, "It's a good thing you moved here because everything outside the Shire is just Greater Mount Druitt." So.
Fair enough. All right, well, talking of Mount Druitt, let's go very west. The next one's Penrith.
Again, if we're saying Parramatta makes no sense, then Penrith absolutely makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, you could move to Penrith and be the Penrith Sharks, and then you have to move. All the surfies have to move away, but that's fine. They do have a beach in Penrith. It's in Panthers, but it's still a beach. It's fine.
Yeah, that's an absolute. I mean, you could probably sell it to me now with the way that Penrith are going and the way they're resourced. But yeah, again, in terms of fan bases and travelling to games, it's an absolute no.
Yeah, I think the only way that would work for Cronulla is if Penrith became their lower grade team and they just took all the juniors away. That's the only way Cronulla would take Penrith. Okay, so the next one in our list is Balmain, and not West Tigers. The Balmain part of that.
Yeah, so Balmain is an interesting one. It never got popped up, but there was an article that was written that said, "What if the Tigers and the Sharks are merged?" And in 2013, you probably would have made a case for it because we had about 6 or 7 West Tigers players playing for us at that time.
True. But although if you say that, then the West Tigers are going to merge with Parramatta because we keep swapping players with them too. So
yeah. Look, it's another one that it's a tricky. I'd be borderline on saying put it on the short list, but just again because of where Balmain are based out of, I'd say no. Yeah,
no, that's fair enough. Look, I think it's the same as what we're talking about with Canterbury. You've got St George in the middle between them, and I mean you've got St George and Souths between them. Like there's not even sharing a border in any way. So look, that's fair enough. We'll take Balmain out. So the next one is going to be a no as well. I'd imagine it's North Sydney. They're too far away for you guys, and
yeah, again, you don't want to go across the bridge for games. It's a no.
No, definitely. All right, we won't spend any more time on Norths. The next one might be a possibility. So the next one, Souths.
Yeah, Souths was the third one that was mentioned, and it was another one that was interesting. But there was the jersey that was mocked up. It was called the Southern. It was called the Southern Sharks, and it was to be promoted as the whole south of Sydney. You'd get the South Juniors, the South Leagues Club, and everything along the way, but there were those annoying neighbours, the Dragons, in the way.
Yeah, that's right. They're right in the way, right in the middle between you.
Yeah, and it just probably wouldn't have worked if they were basing it on this is the southern region, this is the southern team of Sydney. Oh, but hang on a minute, there's a little chunk that hates you called St George.
That's true.
Everyone else will love you. So, but that's a short list for mine.
Okay, all right, we'll track them on there. What you could do as a short list is we could join South, St George and Cronulla together and make a 3-way if you want to.
Yeah, there you go.
No, I don't want to talk about 3-ways too much, but you could do that. I the one thing that I did say in the intro, I don't think I mentioned to you, but I think I mentioned in the Twitter we're talking, is that the NRL specifically said they did not want three-way mergers, and they wanted at least 6 Sydney teams. So if we tried to do a three-way merger, I don't care. I'm not gonna keep to a criteria from 1999, but that'd be very interesting as well. Anyway, so we've got South on the short list. So the last team in our list is the Western Suburbs Magpies.
Yeah, so West is an interesting one. I've got a lot of mates out at Campbelltown, and the drive from my house to Campbelltown isn't too bad.
No,
and you can get to it without a toll. But I'm probably 15 minutes away from Shark Park, so you've got to add an extra 15 minutes onto the travel.
Yeah,
it's probably one that West have got a well-funded leagues club, and you'd be interested in. That they had some nice juniors. They've got a big sort of rugby league districts out west way. It is one that I would put on the short list, but I think it would get scratched off pretty quickly.
All right. Well, we've only got 3. If we add West, we only got 3 in the short list. So let's just add them anyway. So you've got 3.
Yep.
But I think I've got a general idea of who you're going to take, just by what you've gone through and what we've talked through there. So, all right. So our 3 short lists are Illawarra, South, and West. So I'm assuming that West is going to pretty much get crossed back off again. The only real advantage, like you said, there's some geographical advantage because they are the neighbouring district, but I suppose you can then take a big chunk and you can get some, like you said, like the Leagues Club as well. But I think it's the culture.
Western and Cronulla were a very, very, they're a very similar team in terms of they battle hard on and off, on and off the field, and in terms of administration and what's happening behind the scenes.
Yeah.
But it's a merger that would get me very, very interested. But I think now if you make the joke about the Western Sharks, everyone would be saying that's because they're in Perth.
But, I didn't say it. I didn't say it at all.
Yeah, you've got to scratch that one off the list again, just because of
just so you don't get called the Western Sharks. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, apart from the Western Sharks, well, it's about an hour and 10.
Yeah.
From stadium to stadium, so that travel time we'll bin that one off. But I'm glad it got on the short list.
No, it's good. Look, I think the thing is that, like, obviously, I said you're the first one on. I think some of the teams that are more central to the harbour are going to have a lot less of this issue because obviously, for you, trying to make Cronulla go out to Penrith or up north is just going to be logistically a nightmare because you're probably you're the furthest, apart from Illawarra, the furthest south team, so it's always going to be that issue. All right, so our 2 remaining teams, we've got Illawarra and Souths. So do you want to drum roll, or do you want to just sort of let me know that it's Illawarra now, so we can.
Look, there's two things that rule South out with me. So it is Illawarra. The first one that rules out South is obviously having the Dragons, sort of right next to you and in the way.
Yeah, definitely.
But the other thing as well is in 1998, 1999, that's when Souths were at their worst in terms of financial circumstances, and they actually got punted from the competition.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Cronulla were no better. Cronulla, you had some of the old-time greats walking around with buckets collecting coins and notes at traffic lights.
You will get $8 million for it, though, because that $8 million is a big incentive. But, I don't think it's enough to keep Cronulla, to make a Cronulla-South merger.
Absolutely not. And I also think that, even if they did merge, you probably wouldn't get the backing of Russell Crowe and Peter Holmes-Court coming.
No, definitely not. You'd lose a lot of South fans, all of those rusted on old South fans who, and all the heritage. I think, from my memory, and I was a teenager at the time, but from my memory, it was Souths were going to go alone no matter what. They were never really they weren't going to accept mergers. I don't know if they ever talked to anyone, but it was always, we're not going to merge because we're Souths and we don't, we're not going to merge. That's just what we're like. So, there were a few clubs like that, and then, like I said, going back, I'm going to talk about Parramatta for the next 12 episodes, but, our CEO was shopping us to anyone who would take us. So, like, there were CEOs that were doing that. There was all the different positions and permutations. So, all right, so we're going to say Cronulla and Illawarra as the Southern Sharks. All right, so...
If ever there was a merger, it should have been Cronulla and Illawarra.
Yeah, I always thought that too. I always thought Cronulla and Illawarra was the best one. Part of the reason I'm doing this series, like obviously I do hypothetical and I like to mess around with history of rugby league, but at the time I remember probably nerding out and just trying to design jerseys and things for different teams that might go together. So, that's one of the ones that I remember having. I remember having Cronulla and Illawarra together. I don't think my jersey was as nice as the one you saw, but it was definitely that sky blue and red and white and black, and I think it just makes sense. And you can keep the Sharks name, Illawarra. I mean, the Steelers. It's a good brand, but it was never really established for that long. So the Sharks is a good brand, and it makes sense. So, all right, so we've got Southern Sharks. All right, now thinking about the other teams we've got remaining, what other mergers do you think we probably should have had or could have had in amongst those ones? So, do you want to go back through the teams again and see? Like, we're not going to go through and do the same thing every team, but is there anyone particularly you think that may want to merge with someone else that didn't do it, or?
Well, I think that the other obvious merger, if they did say that teams had to merge, it would have been Parramatta and Penrith.
Okay.
Was the other obvious one, and you could have just had a big Western Sydney, takeover. I think that was one. I don't know what you would have called them.
Probably the Parramatta Panthers, I'd imagine.
Yeah,
I think Parramatta Panthers was mentioned quite a few times. Like I said, we got farmed out to everyone, so I knew that one. Now, because Illawarra doesn't merge with St George, what do we do about St George? Does St George stay by themselves, or are we going to try and put them with someone? I know that we.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, if you're going to talk about the other two that made sense, then that would have been St George and South. But if we've already taken that Southern name from them, then it's probably going to get rejected, and they'll be like, well, why do we need two teams, representing a South? So yeah, I think St George should have just, stayed where they were.
Okay, so St George stays where they are. Do we still get Balmain and West, I suppose? Nothing you've done is really going to change that. So we still get the West Tigers.
Yeah, well, or the other one as well that I remember being talked about before the West Tigers happened was Western Suburbs and Canterbury.
Yes, yeah, that's one that's mentioned quite a lot. So how about we say that we get West's Bulldogs, which is not going to work with the AFL.
I think the only thing that stopped them was the copyright from the AFL team.
Well, maybe they can be the Bulldog Birds or something. Let's give them a different name. But okay, so West and Canterbury together. So we're saying St George stays where they are. What about North Sydney and Manly? Are we still going to have that terrible merger that we had the Northern Eagles?
Well, it happened, and I never really paid too much attention to North Sydney, but when it came about the Central Coast Bears or a Sydney team folding to get the Bears, there were a couple of people online who were just staunch about getting rid of Cronulla. So I'm kind of happy that now that it merged and killed them off. So yeah, let's leave that merger and leave history exactly how it happened.
All right. Okay. Yep. So we end up with Northern Eagles to Manly. All right. Well, that's fair enough. So all right. So our mergers are Cronulla Illawarra, Parramatta Penrith, St George stay alone, the Wests and Bulldogs. So Balmain's not going to merge. Balmain's going to stay how they are.
Yep.
Okay. And we get the Northern Eagles still. I'm trying to get rid of the Northern Eagles because I kind of like Norths a little bit and I don't like Manly. So anyway, no, that's good. So in saying that, if that's the mergers that we end up with, do we want to do a best 13 Cronulla Illawarra team that's probably going to take out the 99 premiership?
Yeah, I actually did a 1 to 17 because there was just a lot of talent that you couldn't not have in there. So hang on a second, I'll just bring my notes up on my phone.
Yeah, no, that's all good. Well, I've got some positions, but if you want to give me the 1 to 17, and then I can let you know if there's anyone you've missed.
Yeah, cool. So I had the inaugural Southern Sharks team would be David Peachy at fullback, Matt Rogers and Rod Wishart on the wings, McGregor and Eddinghausen in the centres.
That's nice.
Adam Dykes at 5'8", Trent Barrett at halfback, Craig Smith and Jason Stevens at prop. Yep. Dean Treaster was the hooker, Chris McKenna, Craig Fitzgibbon and Sean Timmins in the back row. And on the bench, Sean Ryan, Brad McKay, Martin Lang and Russell Richardson.
It's a pretty good team, I've got to say. There's not many missing there. I mean, I think Luke Patton ended up going to the Bulldogs anyway. But there's quite a lot of talent. That's pretty much the best I could pick out of that team. I don't think you'd be able to pick a much better team. But so if you had that Cronulla Illawarra team, so the Southern Sharks, obviously in '99, you talked about earlier, you guys missed out that semi-final. Do you think that Southern Sharks team is obviously because you guys played against St George in the preliminary final, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Well, we played against St George Illawarra.
That's right. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, because I don't remember that. Because all I remember is the heartbreaker losing to Melbourne. Because we lost to Melbourne in the other game, and I always think that 99 was like one of our chances. So one of our 6 chances in a row. But yeah, okay. So I don't know whether a St George team without half the Illawarra team is going to even be competitive in the finals. So I wonder whether Southern Sharks is going to come up against someone else. And, well, I mean, they're going to have to come up against Melbourne. So you probably end up with Southern Sharks against Melbourne in the grand final. And to be honest, I think that team is probably slightly better than the St George Illawarra team that played. So it's close. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happens there. I'm not sure whether they're a good enough team, but yeah.
I looked at the 1999 St George Illawarra team that made the grand final, and it had nothing on the Cronulla Illawarra team that could have made it out there. The amount of talent of those two sides just meshing together, it would have wiped the floor with the competition for a few years, and then you would have had all those, the next crop of Illawarra juniors coming through in terms of the Morris brothers.
Yeah, it's true.
Young,
true.
Cray, you would have had all those guys come through. So I think it's, looking back at it now, I'm obviously glad that you didn't merge, but yeah, pretty much opportunity lost. You could have been sitting on 3 or 4 premierships.
Could have been, yeah, very well. I mean, it's a pretty good lineup. I've got to say, there's not much wrong with it, and especially as you go through and you've got you take the best centre of both of those, and you're like, geez, that's a pretty good centre partnership. McGregor and Eddinghausen. I'm like, oh God, I'd love to have a centre partnership like that. I mean, I've got the same team list. I've got the Parramatta team list, and our centre partnership is Nathan Barnes and Stuart Kelly. So I'd really like to have Eddinghausen and McGregor. That'd be really good. But yeah, look, there's nothing we can really do to know how well they would have done. But like you said, you'd imagine. I mean, 99 they were good. I didn't keep a track on completely where Cronulla went through early 2000s, but I know that they were competitive through that time. So, yeah, like you said, you might have ended up with a couple of premierships at least.
Yeah, following that, 2000, we just scraped into the finals. 2001, we made a prelim. 2002, we made a prelim.
Yep.
And then 2003, we entered the peak of the Anderson era, and it set the club back another 10 years. So I honestly think that if we had merged, we wouldn't have ended up with Anderson either.
No, that's true.
You probably are talking about a team that dominates the early part of the 2000s, because in 2005, St George were tipped to win the competition as well, with all those juniors that I mentioned came through, and the older guys that were there. Yeah,
because we look at the St George Illawarra team 2005, and a lot of the juniors are Illawarra juniors. They're not St George juniors. So I actually wonder whether St George would have actually survived if they didn't merge. I really wonder whether they would have been. I mean, I know they were a good team in the late 90s. They obviously, they made the grand final in 96. Was it 96?
Yeah,
96 against Manly. And I mean, obviously they were competitive, but like you're saying, a lot of these Illawarra juniors were backing them up. What was sort of backing them up through that period. So, yeah, and I also wonder whether, not to bring it off to another team, but I wonder whether Balmain didn't merge, if they would have ended up having to relocate or something, because I just don't think Balmain as Balmain without Wests would have actually been able to survive either. So, interesting.
I think it's what you said there about St George, if they would have survived as well. If you had that Southern Sharks team in the early 90s and late 90s and early 2000s, the casual fans around the area definitely would have jumped on the more successful team at the time.
Definitely.
And I think that a lot of, a real good mate of mine lives down in the Illawarra, and he said that a lot of the diehard Steelers fans have just walked away from rugby league.
Yeah.
And they'd rather go and watch Collegians and Thurrool play than see how the Dragons are doing.
Yeah.
I think if it wasn't so much a takeover and it was a genuine partnership, that you'd still have those fans in there as well. And the team and the club would have been quite successful.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think you're probably walking away from this and you're thinking, geez, I wish that I would have been able to influence this back in the day, because you would have had multiple premierships and a big junior base and all kinds of things. And obviously, Cronulla are doing a lot better now with financials, but, they were, like you said, they were in real dire straits in the 90s. Yeah. All right. Well, that's pretty much all I think we're going to talk about. So do you have anything else you wanted to have a chat about, or?
No, look, if for your listeners out there, give Fins Up a listen. We have a lot of fun. We have a lot of laughs. You can catch me on Twitter at Sharks Obsessed. I tweet everything rugby league, a lot of EPL and a lot of basketball, pictures of my kids as well. And I also let everyone know how good I am at table tennis once a week. So.
Hey, look, I got to brag for table tennis. It's not mine, though. My dad was, I think, ranked second in New South Wales when he was a kid in table tennis. So there you go. I'll brag for that. Anyway, thanks very much for joining me, and I'll talk to you next time.
Yeah, cheers, man. That'll be awesome.
All right, cool. Thanks, mate.
Up, Cronulla. We are the mighty Bulldogs. Here comes the Roosters, but there ain't a bird to see.
Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Hi guys, Dave from Hyper Thetic RL, and I'm joined with Roosters fan Xander. Hi Xander, how you going?
Yeah, good, thanks mate. Thanks for having me on the pod.
That's all right. So you're a podcast celebrity, so do you want to give your podcast a plug?
Yes, I'm a contributor along with the star of the show, Eamon Brown, to the Voluntary Tackle, which records at random intervals and it just tries to cover pretty well any topic that comes off the top of our head.
Oh well, it sounds like every podcast that I listen to, so that sounds good. Yeah, look, I get around it. I listen sometimes. I don't listen all the time. Sometimes I don't understand the jokes because I haven't been listening from the start. But it's a good quality podcast, and look, that's your free plug. That's it. You get no more of the plugs because you're a Roosters fan, and I can't be nice to you.
And look, I don't get the jokes half the time as well. So that's,
fair enough.
The Eamon gets them.
So so with that sort of going forward with that, so how'd you become a Roosters fan?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty straightforward. I grew up in the eastern suburbs, Coogee Bondi area. So I've been sort of straddling the South Roosters divide.
Yeah.
But went to school with a bunch of people who supported the Roosters as well. My brother played junior footy with a few of them who ended up going to the Roosters, like wing and that in high school. So yeah. So you went to South first, but yeah.
Oh, well, that's fine. That's okay. Well, it's not like South and West have any kind of rivalry or anything, so don't worry about it. All right. No, that's good. Yeah. Look, it's one of those ones. Like a few people have said, it's where they grow up. It's just that's the team that they were given. So yeah, that's a good one. Look, I think we'll just have a little chat about the Sydney Roosters, and obviously, they were eastern suburbs right up until just before Super League. And when did they change to be Sydney City Roosters? Was that 95 or?
95, yeah. So they changed Sydney City 95. They went through a couple different logo renditions from the 60s to the 70s and the 90s. I think every club was doing it for a little while. That we had the Sydney Bulldogs, you had the Sydney
Tigers.
Tigers.
Yeah. Both playing out of Paramount Stadium. That was a very weird away game that I went to once at the Tigers. They tend to want to take our home ground. I don't know what they can't find their own home grounds. They tend to try and take the Parramatta one. But look, that's fine. That's good. Look, I think what you got to say about the Roosters, not jumping in or anything, but they were probably one of the big winners from Super League in terms of the RL side. So, they were what you describe as a middling kind of team in the early 90s, and then, by the end of the 90s, they were, grand finalists in 2000, and, they obviously went on to win the grand final. What was it, 2002 you guys won? 2000? Yes.
No, 2002. So we sort of, I think we kind of flipped our way in 2000. I mean, having Freddie in the side always helps, but 2002 was when it really came together under Ricky.
Yeah.
And then they made the subsequent two. The Panthers one was a bit of the Panthers were a great side in 2003, and then 2004 Roosters won that, but Bulldogs just managed to get one over them.
I think you led at half time, didn't you, 13-0 or something, and got beaten 16-13, I remember. It was
and double movement by Masri, whatever. Water on the bridge.
No, look, you're allowed to get tackled and get back up and dive over the line. It's fine. As long as you're Els Masri, you can do that. That's fine. Hey, I thought it was at the time too, but then that was a grand final where I don't really like the Roosters, but I don't like the Bulldogs either. So it's kind of one of those grand finals I didn't like.
2013, everyone hated both sides.
Oh yeah, that was bad for me too. Look, as a Parramatta fan, there's not many grand finals that I enjoy. So I haven't enjoyed one for a long, long time. But that's fine. I mean, they're all good. They're all exciting and they're all good to watch. But yeah, like from an actual supporter point of view, I really haven't had a team to support in a grand final for quite a long time. But
that's in 2009, which it's unfortunate.
Yeah,
you guys obviously should have had that if there was.
I must be masochist or something, because I'm going to talk grand finals and you're going to bring it up, so I should just stop talking about it. I just recorded with a Parramatta fan, and we basically had ritual suicide halfway through it when we started talking about 2000, 2001, and anyway, we'll move on from that because we're talking about the Roosters. So probably the best way for us to go through is just to go in a relative order of. I've got some team sheets. We'll go through in.
Yeah.
What we can kind of go through in criteria order. So this is the criteria that was 1999 roughly, but we're going to sort of say it's around the same for 98, 99. So the team with the best criteria, so these are obviously we're going to go through and think about which teams the Roosters may be able to merge with. Number one on the list for the criteria was Canterbury. So do you see a Roosters-Canterbury merger being in any way attractive?
I think Roosters Canterbury's like trying to merge Union and League, but the cultures are just too different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. That's all right. So they're definitely off the list. Next one on our list is Cronulla.
Yeah, similar issues. South of South Sydney just wouldn't make any sense. I mean, how do you balance the home games and the identity, and what would the moniker be called? I don't know.
Oh well, I don't know the Chucky Sharks. I don't know. We'll think of something. I mean, when you merge these teams,
maybe I don't know.
When you merge these teams, the logos never work unless you've got a dominant logo.
One identity remains dominant. Is the trend, right?
Always. I mean, the thing about this one is for the Roosters, obviously, going through different teams, you guys don't have a lot of territorial join to any other team. Like, you've got less teams to sort of join to. So, I mean, you look at Cronulla and you look at Canterbury, they both don't make any sense because there's other clubs between you. So it's sort of...
Precisely.
Yeah, it doesn't really make much sense. All right, one that won't make any sense, but, I've made my mission to try and make everyone merge with my team. The Roosters and Parramatta. Can you imagine the Parramatta Roosters, the Sydney City Eels, It
probably makes more sense than the first two. But, yeah, again, it's a bit of a stretch, right? I mean, at least you've got, I don't know, from a colour standpoint, I guess
you still got a blue.
Add yellow.
Yeah,
you just add one more, I don't know. But Roosters and Eels. I mean, maybe what do you have for? You replace it with a Griffin or something. I'm not sure.
That's not bad, actually. I don't mind that. Sydney Griffins. That's look. Keep that in mind because if we merge it with someone and the logo doesn't work, I think that might be the way we go. All right. So next one on the list is St George. So I know that there was talk at the time about St George merging with Easts, and we were going to call them the Dragsters, apparently. But
you never heard that. Okay.
I never heard the Dragsters. Oh, okay. Well, growing up in Western Sydney, when in high school, and they talked about the mergers, and it went around the schoolyard, and we were all like, "What are they going to call themselves? The Dragsters?"
I like that. Yeah. Okay. I mean, obviously, I imagine that would be presupposed on Illawarra being sort of booted out of the equation.
Yeah, so basically what we're saying is at this point, no one else has merged, and you have free run to have the first merger, and then once you make your merger, you can then make any other mergers happen or not happen as you like.
Yeah, I mean, St George, you know, again, I think territorially it's probably a little bit easier, but it's still a little bit too, like, from a supporter base, it doesn't really make a ton of sense to me to try and merge those two areas. I think that we'll probably get to it in a minute, but I think there are clubs closer in that would have made more sense.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, that's good. All right, well, the next one on the list probably makes less territorial sense. That's Illawarra, although you do get a nice junior base that you don't really have in the eastern suburbs. But yeah, Illawarra is the next one.
But we augment that with other parts of New South Wales.
Yeah.
Again, it's hard. Like, I mean, St George Illawarra kind of proved that, you know, they were the most logical of the mergers, and even they having a number of troubles around which identity is dominant, because obviously St George is the dominant sort of brand within that merger, but Illawarra seems to be where a lot of the strength is, you know, in terms of the club's foundation right now and their finances. So they've got a lot of issues to begin with. So, I mean, having that extended further out with even more disparate identities, I can't see it working.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to work at all. All right, so we'll strike them off the list. The next one on the list is Manly. So you'd be the most hated club in all of Australia. The Sydney Roosters and Manly. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that probably would have been one of the, you know, the more logical ones, because you could just call them, you know, the Eastern Seaboard Roosters or Eagles, and you know, that does actually cover both territories quite neatly. Both Silvertail clubs, both hated. Oh, you just, you know, maybe you change the red in the jersey to a maroon, and you've kind of got that solved. I mean, that actually is probably one of the ones that might have made a bit of sense.
Okay. Well, we might shortlist that one then, and then we can probably go back through it afterwards. All right, this one makes absolutely no logical sense territorially, but it means that Freddie can return home. We've got Penrith.
Would never work.
No.
Just too far afield.
No, definitely.
Vastly different identities. There's no way to transition between those two clubs.
Yeah, no. I'm doing this in a very mathematical and logical way, but obviously for the Roosters, there's many mergers here that aren't going to make any sense. So the next one might be a little bit better. The next one's Balmain.
Yeah, so Balmain, when I thought about this, like, honestly, Manly and Balmain are the only two that I could really see potentially having worked in some sense. Balmain's fairly close in, similar sort of demographics, similar I think like a support culture. I mean, Tigers fans would probably argue differently, but if you look at the way the demographics of that area have changed, I think it's got a lot more in common, and it's quite close in. They're both close to CBD. You know, home ground, a mutual home ground in the SFS would make actually quite a bit of sense. Yep. You could still have Leichhardt Oval as the odd, you know, sort of suburban nostalgia thing, but it's not too far afield. So that could have made sense. It's a question, what would you call them, right? I mean, it'd have to be some sort of compromise identity between the two. And
well, we've got the Sydney Griffins now. I suppose you can.
The Griffins probably makes more sense for that merger, actually.
Yeah, because I've got a bird and a lion. I'm not sure. Is that what a griffin is? Is that it's a lion and a?
It's a lion and an eagle, right?
Yeah, well, it's close. It's a chicken and a tiger, but that's not. It's almost the same thing.
Exactly, right? It's a big cat and a bird.
Yeah, look at
close enough.
It's close enough. I think rugby league fans wouldn't look into the mythology that far that they'd be worried about it. So, all right, we'll put them in the short list, and we'll move on. So, next one in our list is North Sydney.
Yeah, similar case to Manly. That might have worked. There's actually a strong association with the Roosters and the Bears right now.
Yeah.
Where there's and a lot of Bears fans actually came to the Roosters after their club folded when Manly stabbed them in the back.
Yeah.
So there is an association there, and again, they kind of geographically exist in a space with a similar sort of demographic and a relatively geographically close supporter base. The issue, of course, is that none of them like to travel across the bridge. But I'm sure you could work out something that would have been more feasible than, say, Penrith.
Yeah, true. No, definitely more feasible than Penrith. All right, so look, I'll put them in the shortlist too. So we've got 3 in there now. We'll keep going and we'll see if we can find the others. Let's see, what have we got next? So next is the one that everyone wanted to happen, but no one from the other side. So South Sydney is the next one.
You
just can't. It'd be like trying to merge. I don't know. I'm trying to think of two. I don't know. I can't think of 2 things that don't like each other more than Souths and East don't like each other.
Honestly, there's no way you can reconcile those 2 ideas.
No, it's not.
They're geographically close. Obviously they cover each other. South did steal our juniors territory in the 50s when they stacked the New South Wales Rugby League board, but that's another story. Well,
I'll probably get that story off you, and then when I talk to my South correspondent or fan, and then I can ask them about the same thing, and they'll probably tell me a different story. So it'll be
fine. It's a matter of historical record. It's not up for a debate. But in the 50s, the South basically moved that juniors line from Kensington Parade to basically give them everything from Coogee down through to Maroubra, whereas actually the Roosters had a lot of that territory up until that point, and South had just been going through a rough patch, and it was to initially help them get competitive again.
Yeah,
and they just never gave the territory back.
Well, there you go. All right. Look, that's never going to happen. So we don't need to talk more about Souths and East.
You would kill both accounts. Sorry, you would kill not both accounts. You would kill both teams. You would. You'd
kill everyone. I think something would go wrong. I think some kind of portal to a demon world would open up if that happens, because it's it's like some apocalypse sign. All right. Well, I won't waste too much time on the last one. The last one's West. I don't think West is going to be feasible for you guys.
Yeah, West. The Magpies are like Penrith.
Yeah, way too far out.
Yeah, you may as well merge them with Perth.
Well, I mean that could be another option. So you mentioned at the top, I've got my shortlist: Manly, Balmain, and Norths. You mentioned at the top that you had a radical idea for a merger. So did you want to share that with me?
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of mergers purely because I think you end up alienating too many people and killing off a supporter base.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why we call them irrational mergers. That's what it's called. But none of them make any sense. But yeah, no, that's fine.
I think if you were to really want to rationalise the competition, you probably need like a 30-year plan. And I've kind of often thought that the way you might look at doing it is by setting up kind of like a city version of City vs Country, where you literally have like a Sydney City origin series where it's literally split from Parramatta, as the geographical centre, to east, west, north, south, and you just basically have that as an annual thing that is able to develop its own separate identities, and it's a pre-season comp, and it develops its own tribalism, and then over time you would transition that on top of the NRL and phase out the old clubs. Even that would be extremely hard, but at least you would have identities there that were organic, that were able to represent those regions on their own steam. And they weren't trying to destroy existing very old tribal identities. But even though I'm not a huge fan, I actually think that, like, the longer I've sort of thought about it, the demographics of Australia are becoming more urbanised. You've got 8 million people projected for both Sydney and Melbourne by 2050. I mean, it actually might not be a problem for us to have 8 teams in Sydney, because it might be something that competitions have been moving towards anyway. So, in a sense, I wonder if the argument's kind of becoming outdated. But when I used to think about it, I thought, well, you can't really kill these identities by merging them. Maybe if you were to do it at all, maybe you do it through an origin series that sort of tries to leverage the geographical and demographic divides of the city by having a representative format to it.
you've just blown the whole series apart with that one, but that's fine. No, I like that. That's a good creative thinking way of going about it. I mean, I'm more of a fan of you limit the amount of spots that you have for Sydney teams. You make the teams that are, everyone keeps their own identity, but everyone, like, basically you say, look, we're going to have 5 Sydney teams. You guys play it out, and the top 5 get to play in the NRL, and everyone else has to fight it out in the New South Wales Cup, and then you do the same thing each year, and your best teams always
relegation. That's the other thing that I've thought about as well. Is that if you're not going to go down the franchise route, then you have a promotion relegation system, and what you would do is you probably have to set up those expansion clubs across the country, and you cap those major city markets, like you say.
Yeah.
But you'd probably need to do it in a way where you created incentives for those new markets to remain competitive, and you only give so many grants to those Sydney or Brisbane teams. Yeah. So maybe there's the top 5 get NRL grants each year, and the rest of them kind of languish. Yeah, they have to work their own shit out.
No, look, that's fine. So, but let's go back to a hypothetical world of the late 90s. So our 3 teams that we've got left for you to merge the Roosters with is Manly, Balmain and Norths. Out of those 3, which one do you think is the best merger for the Roosters?
I think Balmain of the 3 probably made the most sense to me, at least. I think that's partially a function of the fact that North Sydney is a little bit more separated. The north of the bridge is a little bit more separated, from the rest of the city, and there is a little bit of an issue there with the way those fans are up. I mean, you even see it in the Union with like the Waratahs, they're like Manly supporters. They barely travel to games. Yeah. And they're all based north of the bridge. So it's a bit of a weird one. So I think that on balance, Balmain probably had more in common with the eastern suburbs, and there's probably an easier gap to bridge there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll have to call them the Sydney Griffins now, because I like that name too much. If you're happy with that, I'll step in as the host and enforce it. But
the Sydney Griffins, and just have no idea what the colours are going to be. But
well, yeah, you don't really share any colours. You're going to have red, blue, white, black, gold. Look, it'll be a disaster of colours, but maybe we can just make you two aqua and pink or something. I don't know, some ridiculous colours. Look,
maybe you change the navy to black, and I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe you go orange, navy, and red, or orange, navy, and white, or something, and then that gives the Balmain orange. It gives you navy and white. Look, I'll think about it, because I've got a bit of a plan to do something with these teams. But yeah, that's fine.
This gets back to the problem with mergers, though, right? Is that you have to come up with these Frankenstein colours and identities, where the clubs originally had these quite interesting backgrounds. Like South's got the Cardinal red and the Myrtle green from the Waratah, which they used to call a red fern back in the convict days. The Roosters got their colours originally from trying to look like Great Britain in the eastern suburbs, and then being inspired by the French and taking the French moniker. There's interesting stories behind how a lot of clubs got their colours. But when it's just a merger, you're just taking a colour palette and trying to make it jam together. There's no romance in that. That's
true. I mean, I think of the mergers we got. The West Tigers, at least you've got one colour in common and two colours that can go together. You got the orange or the gold, and you've got black as in common, and you've got white. That at least makes sense. And St George Illawarra was red and white against white and red, so that made sense.
Yeah.
I mean, the Northern Eagles was horrendous, but at least the red and a maroon are pretty close, and you can kind of do something with it.
The jerseys looked all right, to be fair. As far as that merger went.
Yeah, I mean the jerseys were okay. That was probably the only decent thing about the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, that's in terms of mergers. That's what you would kind of end up with. And look, I'm with you too. The only reason I'm doing this series is just for just to play a bit of fun, or have a bit of fun with all these sort of things. That I mean, at the time when I was a teenager, this was exciting, and I wanted to see, I wanted to see what all these clubs would look like, and I wanted to give them all new names, and it was it was exciting times. But all right, well, okay, so if we're going to merge the Roosters and Balmain, that means we can't have the West Tigers anymore.
That's right.
So, do you want to think about possibly who West's merge with? Did you want to merge any of the other clubs?
I think the logical one would have been to merge them with Penrith. I mean, Black and White's already in Penrith's scholar scheme. So it would have just been, some of the Greater Western Panthers or something.
Yeah.
And that had just formed part of that greater network. And they're kind of, obviously they're geographically a little far apart, but their demographics are very similar. The support bases would overlap. So it makes a lot more sense in Balmain and
Balmain and West, yeah. And so I suppose we're still keeping the Northern Eagles and St George Illawarra as they were. We're not going to change any of those.
To be honest, I think those like the Northern Eagles you would keep and St George Illawarra you would keep. I probably would have made the Bears the dominant identity. Just called them the Northern Bears.
Northern Bears, yeah.
Yeah,
look, I don't think it mattered what you were done with them, because I think the whole problem was that North Sydney just didn't have the finances to. They wanted to move to Central Coast so badly, and they weren't able to do it. Basically, I think if they were given maybe one more year, they would have moved themselves to the Central Coast. They would have been the Central Coast Bears. They wouldn't have had to merge because they would have had the money behind them.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of the history of it was actually the Bears were the financially stronger of the two identities initially, and they kind of bailed Manly out, and Manly, when they got the opportunity, they just basically stuffed them. I
think so. Look, I'm not a big hit. I'll definitely find out, because I'll be talking to both a Manly and a North fan in the future, but I seem to remember that being the case, that the Bears had a stronger leagues club or something like that, but
they did, yeah.
I think that what happened was Manly might have got a backer. I think it might have been when what's his name, that Penn fella? I think maybe when he came in, or one of those guys. Yeah, I think one of them, or Delmege, or one of those sort of guys. I think they got like a bit of a wealthy backer, and that kind of bailed them out when they were in trouble, and Norths didn't have that same wealthy backer, and basically no one really supported the club. So as the club was falling apart, North Sydney didn't have anyone to give them money, but Manly had, this white knight came through and said, I'll give you the money, but you're going to be Manly, sort of thing. So I think I kind of think that's how it happened. I'm not entirely sure, because I didn't follow it that closely, but I remember there was something like that.
I mean, I always thought that if there was a club that was going to die out of those two, probably, no offense to Manly fans, but it probably would have been better off if it was Manly, because Norths were, a foundation club. And North Sydney, just from a branding perspective, is just a more inclusive name than Manly, right? Like, they're able to absorb so much more of the north of Sydney.
Exactly.
That it would have been better for the game if they'd been the club that survived, and Manly could have buggered off to the Central Coast.
That's true. Or just move them to Perth or something. Who knows?
Exactly.
All right. Well, that means we're not going to really make that much change to those mergers. Just obviously the West Penrith one, which does make some logical sense, I suppose. So the next thing to do, probably the last thing we need to do, is we need to create a starting lineup for our new Sydney Griffins team. So I don't know if you had a chance to have a look, but I've got a bit of a team list of East. I'm not sure how accurate these teams are, but I've got Eastern Suburbs
I haven't seen this yet.
Sydney. So I've got Sydney, and I've got Balmain. So what I can do, just to go through it, I can give you the two options of who I've got for each position, or the four options in double positions, and maybe just let me know who you reckon they're probably going to put in. I'd imagine you're going to have a whole lot of Roosters players, because the quality of the Balmain team not the greatest. But anyway, so at fullback for the Roosters, this is like a 97 sort of time, so I'm assuming this is about right. So I've got Andrew Walker as fullback. The Balmain option is Shannon Nevin, so I'd imagine you're going to want to take Andrew Walker as your fullback.
Definitely Walker.
Yeah.
Yep.
Your wingers, you've got Elsgood and Matt Singh. The Balmain options are Lowell Milford and Greg Donaghy.
Yeah, going Singh and both the Roosters option. I can't remember the other bloke, but I know that Singh was great.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So your centres, I've got Ivan Cleary and Richie Barnett. the centres for the Tigers, Jason Weber, William Kennedy. I think that's Bubba Kennedy. I think we're going to end up with mostly Roosters players, I'm imagining, because they're much stronger in the backs anyway.
Cleary had a great stint with us when he was playing the older Cleary. So yeah, definitely going with the Roosters centres.
All good. Look, you're 5'8" Brad Fittler and halfback Adrian Lamb. I don't think you're going to take Shane Dunley or Michael Gillett over, or Gillette, or his name is. I think you're going to take both the Roosters options there. We maybe just have to name the Roosters team, and then we'll just add some extras. So front row, I've got. Stop me if I'm wrong with any of these names. I've got Jason Lowry and David Barnhill for the Roosters. The front row for the Tigers, I've got. Let's see, where were we there? We've got. I've lost myself here. Is that right? I think I've got Ciro in the front row for some reason, but we've got Shane Walker and Ciro. I don't know how that works. This is a weird team that I found from Balmain, but basically, I think you're going to pretty much end up with the Roosters guys there again, and then your hooker is Simon Benetti. Their hooker was Darren Senna, which I don't think is going to change your mind.
Yeah, they were close to the table in this area, right? So it's a tricky one.
So look, I might, because I mean, Ciro's in the front row there. I think we've got to say he's a back rower. So in the back row, our options, if we go with the Balmain options, you've got Mark O'Neill, Paul Sirenen, Mark Stimson, and there's Ben Duckworth as well. But if we just say, like you got probably Mark O'Neill and Paul Sirenen are their best two back rowers. Your back rowers, we've got Goulet, Ricketson, and Gaffey. Do you think we'd find a space for Sirenen? I know this is 97, so this is not his peak, but
Sirenen, you'd have to think you'd push somebody, probably not Ricketson, but you'd have to find a spot for Sirenen, you'd think.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I don't think, not to be unkind to the Balmain fans, but there's not many other names here that I know. Michael Withers is another player they had. Jason Sinclair, who had a very short career. James Langaloa. There's not really much there. Look, I'm looking at the Roosters bench, like the sort of bench players, and you've got, Dooley, Regon, Brian Fletcher, Peter Cusack.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that the strength of this team is going to be the Roosters, basically the Roosters team. And like you said, you may find a position for Ciro, maybe off a bench or something, and not many others, I don't think. I can't really think of any Tigers players in that list that you could possibly keep.
Yeah, I think honestly, you probably have absorbed a lot of Balmain into the Roosters, and it will probably be more their developmental systems that would have ended up coming in to support the club. But from a first grade lineup standpoint, you wouldn't think there'd be too many guys that would have made that side in that era. But,
no, definitely not.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, normally I'm going through and we're just trying to take one from each, or try and take a few. But look, I just think in terms of the playing, like you said, it's going to be mostly Roosters players. All right, so bearing in mind that you're mostly the Roosters and you're not really getting much out of Balmain, do you see any kind of changes to what happened to the Roosters from about 98 onwards with this merger?
Where would we be now? It's an interesting question, right? Like, because the Roosters in that early period with Richie had quite a bit of success, recruiting some big names to the club and all the rest of it. But they were a little bit, from a developmental standpoint, after losing Fittler, the game the side kind of lost a fair bit of a competitive edge just because they relied so heavily on him and a few big names that they'd made to attract the club. They didn't have the developmental systems or the depth, say, that they do now. So they might have been more competitive and a little bit less susceptible to the loss of key players, for example, through that 2000s period.
Yeah.
So maybe it would have given them the depth that required in a number of key positions to say, go that extra mile in those other two grand finals, the 03 and 04 one. They might have been able to manage the period after Fittler retired a fair bit better. But then it's a funny counterfactual to think about, because when Robinson came in, he changed so much about the club, and they built this incredible talent, developmental system. Like they've got networks that are obviously beyond the eastern suburbs. They have clubs that junior systems in places like Tamworth and other places now.
Yeah.
They had Central Coast as well. I think a lot of talent that they source up there and support financially. So in a sense, I wonder if maybe they would have been more competitive in the 2000s, but maybe it wouldn't have seen somebody like Robinson come to the club, and in that sense,
true.
I'm glad very, very glad it didn't happen.
Yeah, look, that's right. If they had a little bit more success, I was just thinking as we were talking. You're talking about 2002, 3, and 4. I mean, obviously the West Tigers win 2005, but I don't know how many of those players are Balmain juniors and not West's juniors, because I know there's obviously Benji Marshall's a West junior, so I don't know whether there was a huge amount of junior talent coming through in that Balmain region that would have helped you at all. So
Robbie Farah was Balmain, wasn't he?
He might have been. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you might be right about that. Yeah. I don't. All I know is he was a Canterbury fan, because I used to work with his cousin, and she goes, "Oh, he's a Canterbury fan," and they keep saying he's just like Benny Elias, but he doesn't even know who Benny Elias is. That's like, oh, really? Okay. I was like, he plays just like him. And she goes, "Oh no, we're all Canterbury fans." It's like, okay, whatever.
Okay.
That's a bit of.
I always thought he was a Balmain junior, because they always gone about the romance with him and Leica.
Yeah, look, I think you're right. I think he might have been Balmain junior. Yeah, so look, Robbie Farah is probably not a bad one to pick up. Whether that makes a huge difference to 2003, 2004, I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, he was an exciting young player, and he obviously, great dummy half and everything. So maybe having him in that team's going to make you that slightly a bit better.
The only other thing I would think of is if we had the resources of Balmain, maybe we don't have Todd Byrne on the wing in 2003, and he doesn't get chased down by Scott Sattler.
That's true.
He's got to be the slowest winger in history. So.
Yeah, I'd have to look up who the what's that 2003, isn't it? 2003 Balmain West Tigers. Let's see who they had on the wing, and if I can figure out if either of them were Balmain players. I won't be able to figure that out. I'll see how good we go. See if I can do it really quickly. Joel Kane. Is Joel Kane a Balmain junior? Could be. He's not much faster. I don't know if he's much better than Byrne. It might have been worse. He might have got run down quicker. The other option is Luke Cavell, who's even slower. What's with slow wingers? There's a lot of slow wingers in this list.
But was the era of sort of big wingers that's sort
true.
Of, I mean, it's kind of getting back to that now with the PGs.
Yeah, it's because obviously I'm 40 this year, behind the curtain, tell you all how old I am. But my junior football was earlier than that. But I remember lining up against all the wingers were scrawny little dudes in the 90s. And then I went back to referee in 2005, 2006, that sort of time. And yeah, all the young kids all the wingers were huge. Like the kids got bigger. In 10 years, the kids got, I reckon, at least 50% larger than they were when I played. Like there were some large kids. And like you're saying, like, a lot of sort of really big wingers, like they used to chuck the big kid out the wing and throw it to him, and he just steamroll people. So yeah, and it definitely, I think that was the trend coming through, from the NRL as well. So, yeah, I know what you mean. A lot of the Fijian wingers now, well, not even Fijian, but just sort of big fellas, they get their sets started that way. So, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, maybe Todd Byrne doesn't get run down, but maybe Joel Kane gets run down instead.
Maybe he doesn't make the break.
Well, I know. I mean, it was a pretty You can't deny Sattler, because that's pretty much the only thing that he's remembered for now is tackling someone in a grand final. So, you can't take that off him. He didn't.
Well, as a Roosters fan, I still wish I could. Would have been nice to have just gone 3 in a row back then, but
it would have been good. Although it's really good for us who non-Roosters fans, because we can say, look, you made 3 grand finals in a row, and you only won one of them.
Yeah, which is what we've enjoyed saying about the Storm in the late 2010s there.
Yeah.
16, 17 and 18.
That's right.
So I can see it from the outside. And to be honest, at the time, I kind of thought, well, you had 7 different premiership winners in a row, and I thought that was kind of good for the game.
Yeah, I think
these days I'm probably more selfish.
Yeah, it's. I mean, obviously, you guys are the first one to go back to back for a long time. So it's we're kind of, as Parramatta fans, we're just praying and hoping you guys don't win the third one, because we're the last team to win 3 in a row, and we'd like to keep that. So it's the only thing Parramatta fans can really keep to themselves at the moment. We're the last team to win 3 in a row. So if the Roosters win this year, we lose all competitive edge and all bragging rights over everyone.
Well, that's right. I mean, you were the last to go, 3 in a row. So, it'll make people remember what a great side the Eels were.
Yeah, I suppose.
So there is that. So you should kind of be rooting for us, really.
All right. Well, look, maybe I will. No, I won't, because it's the Roosters. But all right, cool. Do you have anything else you wanted to chat about? I'm done with all my run through. We've made a team list. We basically just named the Roosters team and said you can have 0 as well, and
just screwed our colours up. But yeah,
and just screw the colours up a lot and call yourselves the Griffins. So, as long as you're not Peter Griffins, I think that'd have to be your logo then.
that was our 80s side.
Sounds good. All right, cool. Look, did you have anything else you wanted to chat about, or you're all good?
No, that probably covers it, mate. It's been an interesting discussion, an interesting exercise.
Yeah. If anything, my podcast is loopy and weird. So look, it's pretty much on brand.
Well, I'm glad I was able to contribute to the loopiness with my Sydney origin idea to overlap and kill every side. You're pretty much out hypothetical the hypothetical guy. Like, I was not expecting it, but hey, look, it was really good. I really enjoyed that. All right, cool. It was nice to have a chat to you, and I'll talk to you next time. No worries, mate. Good to talk.
All right, thanks, mate.
Looking forward to the pod.
Thanks.
Yes, bye.
Here comes the Roosters, the best we've ever seen. We are the mighty Bulldogs. Here comes the Roosters, the best we've ever seen.
Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Hello and welcome, guys. It's David from Hyper Thetic RL, and I'm joined by Paul, who is my Parramatta representative. Hi, Paul.
G'day, how are you?
I'm good, mate. So I had to have a Parramatta rep come on because otherwise I just talk to myself. But did you have anything that you wanted to plug, or you just want to be Paul, the Parramatta fan?
Yep, I'm just Paul the Parramatta fan, nothing to plug.
Oh, that's good. That's right. We don't need to plug. We don't need more podcasts around. Jeez. All right. So just a quick, how did you get to be a Parramatta fan?
Grew up in the Parramatta region, and I've been going for them pretty much since birth.
Oh, so you're a territorial fan.
Territorial fan, yes. That's pretty much how I became an Eels fan.
That's cool. I'm gonna bring my how I become an Eels fan into this too, because I don't get to be someone. So in case anyone's caring, which they probably don't, the reason that I'm a Parramatta fan is that my grandfather played lower grades for them, and so the family had to be Parramatta fans from then on. Even though my family grew up in Newtown and probably should have been Newtown supporters, we ended up as Parramatta fans, and yeah. So I'm like a grandfather link to Parramatta. So it's unfortunately he never played first grade. His brothers all played for him as well, but they never got to first grade. They got to second grade. But I'm not allowed to support anyone else. I tried to support Cronulla when I was a kid, but that was quickly shut down. But yeah, no, I just thought I'd put that in because everyone else has been talking about why they're a fan of their team. But I thought I'd just add my one in for my club. All right. So probably the first thing to do, Paul, is we'll go through the teams in the sort of the order that I've got them. Basically the order that we're running through is from the teams that were highest ranked in the criteria down to the teams that were lower ranked criteria. I may mix them all up, but we'll see how we go. So, having a look at Parramatta, the first potential merger partner would be Cronulla. What would be a Parramatta Cronulla merger would be we'd be both seafood, but I don't know what you think about Cronulla and Parramatta.
I mean, Cronulla were still too far away from Parramatta, and I mean both the clubs are sort of, and Parramatta set in Parramatta, Cronulla's got their own stadium in Cronulla. I didn't think the two teams would be compatible with each other for a merge.
No, definitely not. That's fine. We're just going to go through them because there's going to be quite a lot out. So we're saying definitely no to Cronulla. So the next team on our list is Canterbury, the down and dirty Dogs.
Yeah, I mean, I hate Canterbury as much as I hate Manly and the Roosters. And if Parramatta had a merge with Canterbury, I probably would consider stop supporting rugby league.
Okay, well, we don't want that one. So, so let's knock Canterbury out too. It's quite funny. I've already talked to the Canterbury fan, and he said almost exactly the same thing the other way. So, looks like the Parramatta Canterbury merger will not happen. So, there'll be no Parramatta Bulldogs. All right. This one's going to be a no too because you just mentioned them. But the next team is the Sydney Roosters. Yeah,
Sydney Roosters. I mean, they're a bit like Cronulla. I mean, apart from their success recently, and then even at the time as well, being I guess you could say one of those clubs that would just sign players up and all the good and attract very good players as well. It's not the type of club that I want Parramatta to merge with.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think there's a difference. There's definitely a difference in culture there between the two clubs. And once again, like Cronulla, they don't really have a shared boundary or anything that's even close to a shared boundary. I don't know how a merger would work in that way. Let's go to the next one. So we're going to be a bit out of order here because the way I've done the team list, but it's easier to read it. But the next team is also another one we're going to say no to, I'd imagine. It's Manly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Manly, out of everyone in Sydney, are a real, so I guess you can say, cul-de-sac to get to.
Yeah.
Again, they were the type of team back in the 90s that would attract, the high caliber players and be very successful. And it's not a club I'd want Parramatta to merge with.
No, plus you've got, looking at that team list, you've got John Hopewhite and Terry Hill in the centres. Like, who would want to be associated with those two? No offence if they listen to this podcast, which they won't, but for a Parramatta fan, there's not many other people that you'd go, oh God, I'd hate to be associated with them. All right. Yeah. So our next one is maybe a potential, but the next one is Penrith.
Yep. Yeah, during the days of back in the late 90s when the mergers were thrown up, Parramatta and Penrith were always thrown in as a perfect couple type of to merge. And with Parramatta emerging in the 90s, they always wanted to be the I guess you could say the club that benefited the most and kept their identity.
Yeah.
If they merged with Penrith, their identity would pretty much be dissolved into this new club, as would Penrith be as well. It'd be quite a fair merger. So in that way, I don't think many Eels fans would like that. I mean, it would potentially become a Western Sydney powerhouse.
Yeah.
But while it was often talked about in the media, and the Parramatta Panthers sort of rolls off the tongue as well. So it sounds good. But it'd be definitely sort of, I guess you could say, on the list, but just not as a short list of potential mergers for Parramatta in the late 90s.
No, that's fine. I know from the time I've maybe don't have all the information there, but it felt like Dennis Fitzgerald was desperate to get rid of the Eels, and he just, as long as he could find a mascot that felt good, he would happy to call us Parramatta or anything. Just not Eels. So Parramatta Panthers would have definitely been on the horizon there.
Yep. The old emperor, Dennis Fitzgerald, he was, I believe that this actually came from Jack Gibson. I hope I'm right on that one. He made the quote of, you've got the best rugby league team in the world named the Eels. It just doesn't seem right. Dennis Fitzgerald during the late 90s sort of came that out, and a couple of other team names that they tried or at least experimented with were the Parramatta Rams and the Parramatta Patriots. They ended up keeping the Parramatta Eels, and if they had to change the name, and that was one of the motivations to merge as well, is the fact that, we've got the Eels, we want to get rid of that to make it more marketable. And the easiest way to do that would be to merge, to pick up players and essentially in another club.
That's right. Well, when my kids were younger, they used to go, "Oh, it's the snakes." I was like, "No, they're not snakes. They're eels." But it looks like a snake, Dad. It's like, well, it's not a snake. It's an eel. I mean, they're older now, so they know the difference. But yeah, look, as a kid, I still love the name. I thought it was quirky. There's not any other. I mean, there's other teams that have copied eels now, but there were no other teams that were the eels before. So I think
Well, and that's right. With my kids, what we had, why would I go for the eels? I might go for the tigers or dragons. So that's a bit of a problem. But yeah, I love the quirkiness of it as well, because I don't think you'll find, any other professional sporting team in the world that would be known as the Eels.
No.
Are there any? Do you know of any?
I don't know any other professional ones. I know of some emerging nations, and I'll shout out to Carbs from Chasing Kangaroos, because he'll be able to tell me. I think the feed in Fiji, I think Nadi might be the Nadi Eels, but that's just a copy of us. So there was no one before us that had that, and I don't think there's anyone. I'd very much doubt there's an Eels in any sport anywhere that's not a descendant from our name, like taken as another rugby league team. But
so, it's a really original name, and that's what I do like about the fact that you're going for a club. I mean, I do a lot of overseas travel, and you talk about rugby league to people from overseas, and they're like, "Well, what team do you go for?" Parramatta Eels, and they will be like, well, "Why would you name your team after the Eels?" And you're like, well, "Why not?"
It's good. It's good as anything else. I mean, it's all good to be a dragon or a tiger or any kind of those sort of animals, but if you eel's something a little bit special, I think. I definitely think anyway. We got a bit sidetracked there on our
cowboy or a titan.
Yeah, well, the Queensland teams all have to be named after American NFL franchises. So that's the way.
Exactly.
That's the way it goes. So when they do this new Brisbane team, it's got to be some kind of NFL franchise, otherwise it doesn't make any sense. Our Parramatta love has got us sidetracked, but so everyone else can enjoy it. We'll keep moving forward. So the next team after Penrith is Balmain.
Yep.
So how do you feel about Balmain? Is Balmain a team that because they're my second team, so that's probably the merger for me, but that's only my thought.
I believe that at the time that the Parramatta board was open to the Balmain merger, but it was the Balmain board that chose Western Suburbs Magpies. Is that correct?
I think so. I think the reason for Balmain not wanting to go for Parramatta is because they didn't want to be the minor partner. And Parramatta-Balmain merger would always be Balmain being the minor partner. We probably would have kept the Tiger, and that would be about it. Yep. We might have made the sort of gold more of an orangey gold, and might have put some black in there or something. But
So at the time, this was a merger that definitely could have gone ahead. We were open to it. It was Balmain that selected to go with the Magpies. And I mean, at the time, Balmain were known as Sydney, and they were playing at a Parramatta Stadium as well.
That's right.
So it was an easy merge. They don't own Leichhardt. Leichhardt's a council oval. Mm-hmm. And they were needing to merge, and Parramatta were open to it. And again, to drop the Eels name, potentially could have picked up the Tiger name, and with all the assets the Tigers had. So out of all the teams that we could have merged with, I think that Balmain probably would have been my second choice.
Okay, all right. Well, let's put them in the short list, and then we'll keep going, and we'll see what other ones come up. So the next one in the list I've got is St George. I don't know what you think about St George. It's sort of a bit far away, like Cronulla, but I'll let you talk to that.
Yeah, St George again. It is far away like Cronulla, and again, there's no real, St George are with the Red V and their fans. I mean, there's a lot of St George fans around, and if Parramatta had a merge with St George, it would probably be the biggest backed club in Sydney in terms of most fans. But again, in terms of Parramatta keeping any sort of identity, St George would want to keep St George Dragons in the club name.
Yeah, exactly.
So it'd have to be something like Parramatta St George Dragons, like St George Illawarra or something like that.
Yeah.
So, not ideal, but it could have been done, I imagine.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of
many Eels fans would like it.
No, I don't think they would. And I mean, I'm a Parramatta fan that doesn't really like St George because I grew up next to some St George supporters, and they were quite. Look, I'm still friends with her, but and she always tells me Parramatta's her second team. But it's like, when St George beat Parramatta or when St George were going well, they're just impossible to deal with sometimes. So I'm just like, okay. I don't, and it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't really work anyway geographically. So the next one's probably even worse geographically, and it doesn't really. I don't think there's any advantages. The next one's Illawarra.
Yep.
I don't think we even need to worry about Illawarra. Like the main reason why I think most of the other guys may want to try to go for Illawarra is to get the junior base, but I think Parramatta doesn't need the junior base. They need a different kind of partner. So it wasn't really like we were trying to reap someone's junior bases or anything.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the rugby league needs to be in the Illawarra as well. It's a rugby league heartland. And if Parramatta was to have merged with the Steelers, then rugby league would have been taken even more away than what it is already here in today's in this day and age. So I think as it panned out, and merging with St George, while not ideal for Steelers fans, and it didn't work out the best for Steelers fans, would have been better for them had they have merged. Had they merged with Parramatta, it would have been an absolute disaster for that entire region for rugby league.
Yeah. I mean, the only positive is that, Hindmarsh is kind of down from similar area down there, so you could have gone home and played some home games down there, but that's pretty much the only advantage, I think.
Yeah, well, he was quoted, Hindmarsh was quoted in the Irratiional Mergers. I spent some time in Wollongong, and they interviewed Nathan Hindmarsh about, potentially one day coming back and, finishing off where he started, and his response to the question was, they didn't want me when I was a teenager, and I'm never coming back. Fair
enough. That's fine. I think that's a good response. All right. I mean, seriously, if you don't want Nathan Hindmarsh as a junior, I don't know what's wrong with you. I mean, there was a go at Parramatta for not wanting Paul Gallen, but that's Paul Gallen. So why would you want that? All right. Look, I'm pissing off a lot of fan bases tonight. I'm just, when it's two Parramatta fans together, we're ready to just rip into everyone. So don't worry about that. All right. Our next one up, and this one might be, I reckon this one might be a bit as smoky as for us. The next one, North Sydney.
Yep.
So
North Sydney themselves had a very strong playing roster, but no financial backing behind them, which is one of the reasons they ended up sort of being taken over by Manly.
Yeah.
This is on a very short list for the Eels in hindsight, because they had nothing except for a really good playing stock. And North Sydney fans are weird ones. I mean, you see Newtown Jets fans, around this sort of littered around Sydney, but it's very hard to find a North Sydney Bears fan.
Yeah.
And there's a couple in the media, such as Greg Florimer and whatnot, but they seem to have just disappeared, and all their fans have just sort of gone with them.
Well, I did find one, because I do have one lined up for the North Sydney. And I do know he's a North Sydney fan, but he's now a Gold Coast Titans fan. But he was a North Sydney fan. So, I think that's what happened with a lot of the North Sydney fans, is they just moved on to another sport, or they moved on to another team. They didn't really. I mean, North still play, and I'm assuming these fans still like them, but they're not like Newtown. I know what you mean. Maybe it just takes a bit more time, because if you think about Newtown, they went out 1983, so, and then they were kind of back playing. I'm not sure when they started playing lower grades again, but I think it was like 90s to 2000s. So, I mean, North has only just come back in the last 10 years, so maybe it will. Maybe eventually they'll sort of come back, and I think it's a bit of a different thing though, because Newtown's got the Henson Park and there's that kind of community feel, whereas I don't think playing out North City Oval.
It's a very trendy area, and the jersey itself has become quite trendy as a result, so it's more of a fashion statement. But I love the North City Bears jersey of the 90s. It was such a cool jersey, I thought, with the red, black and blue and Citibank sponsor. Yeah,
no, I didn't really think about North Sydney at the time. I remember being a kid and going through thinking like what teams could we merge with and what would be best. And I don't think that North Sydney ever really came up. But when you kind of look at the way that the geographic area works, and the fact that Parramatta kind of took a bit of North Sydney's junior district when they went, like Manly took most of it, but a lot of those sort of areas up towards the Kellyville area and further up that way were kind of right on the boundary with Norths. And so when you look at some of the like Rouse Hill, and you're getting up that way, you'd imagine that if North Sydney was still around, they would have been pushing into that area as well. So it might have been
exactly. West of North Sydney is definitely bordering on the Parramatta area, and it's quite surprising how close they actually are geographically. It would have actually worked.
Yeah, I think it probably would have. All right, well, I'll put them on the short list, and we'll keep moving on. So the next one is our second last one is South Sydney.
Yep. No, it's similar to the Roosters. Too far geographically, and they're sort of when I think of South Sydney fans, I know that you don't like ripping into other types of fans, but
I'll rip in all I want, Paul. Just keep ripping in. Don't worry.
yeah, out of all the fans in rugby league, and this is the Parramatta Eels fans talking here because we've got our special ones.
Mm-hmm.
South Sydney fans they just give you the heebie-jeebies.
All right. Well, when I have my South fan on, I'll just let him know, and I'll give him your number, and you guys can chat about it. Look, I know what you mean. I think we've all got our special fans. Look, I don't know many South Sydney fans. That's the thing. See, I've never really came across that many of them, and a lot of them are a lot of the ones I've come across are like, dyed in the wool, really old South fans. Like, they were fans back in the 60s and 70s. Like, they're not young fellas who are South fans. I know there are some. I mean, I listened to a podcast with one of them on it, so I know they're there. But I know what you mean. It's a special breed being a South fan, but then I suppose they've a different history to us. Completely different culture again.
It's funny how Sydney's changed as well, because back in the 60s and 70s, not only did they have success, but it was a real working class area. So again, it probably would have been the Parramatta area of rugby league, where housing was relatively cheap back then. People played rugby league on the weekends and then worked in the factory during the week, and from that, those types of families would eventually be. It sounds really odd, but pushed out from as Sydney started to spawn, property prices continued to go up. So. Nowadays South Sydney obviously is a very well-established area with property prices quite high, which attracts different types of people living in the area.
That's right.
So gone are the days of those rough people who sort of moved out to Parramatta way.
Yeah, exactly. They all moved out our way. Look, I think it's very similar to. I mean, I've done a episode on Glebe and their issues, and I think Souths in a way. They were more successful, and that's what probably saved them from having too much of a problem too. Eventually they did. I mean, as we know, they did get kicked out. They came back, but it could have been if they didn't win that court battle. They may be another team like Newtown and Norths and all the ones before them, where they're just in history basically. All right.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So the last one on the list is Wests.
Yeah, Magpies my number one pick in terms of a junior base being untapped and facilities, and also geographically so close. It would have been probably the best merger if Parramatta was to have merged. Would have been with the Magpies.
Okay, all right, that's cool. So, all right, so our shortlist I had was Balmain, North, and the Magpies. So you think that Western Suburbs is the best merger for Parramatta?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's cool. So, what are we going to call them? Parramatta Magpies? Probably.
Well, that's an interesting point, because the Magpie is an interesting one because, again, it's like the Eel. There aren't too many sporting teams around the world called Magpie. So it is unique to Australia. I mean, you've got the Collingwood Magpies, but outside of Australia, it's not really seen or heard. There are magpies in other countries, but they don't seem to be as aggressive as the ones we have here.
Yeah.
And I don't like the name Parramatta Magpies.
No, I don't like it at all.
It doesn't sound right.
No.
So, I mean, if you want to talk about the rebranding, what the team would be called?
Yeah, well, maybe that's something we're going to have to do, because eventually I'm going to have to, we're going to have to give this team a name. So, yeah, look, I noticed that you mentioned things about changing Parramatta's name, Rams, Patriots, things like that. Do you think that they would have completely got rid of both mascots and gone for something new?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, Dennis Fisher really wanted to keep the name Parramatta, but in hindsight, where a lot of the new sporting teams that have come out in Western Sydney, they've all used the Western Sydney name, like the Greater Western Sydney Giants and Western Sydney Wanderers.
Oh, you mean the very North Melbourne Giants? Yeah, I know them.
Yeah, so I mean, the actual naming of Western Sydney had the Eels been more being able to see a market there. Western Sydney itself is actually a very, very large market, and to name the club Western Sydney would have been I guess you could say the first flag in the teams that would come through to be called named after Western Sydney.
Yep.
So renaming the club from Parramatta to Western Sydney, as much as it hurts me to think that the Parramatta would be renamed in terms of the geographic location, Western Sydney would open up to other sponsorship, other supporters.
That's true. Yeah, and it brings Western suburbs in because it's still Western, so it still gives them. It probably almost. I'm not calling it Western suburbs, calling it Western Sydney makes it so. All right. Well, we're both Western Sydney clubs. Let's call ourselves Western Sydney. And then you got to come up with a mascot. So you don't want Magpie. We don't really want Western Sydney Eels. I don't think. I think it might be a bit on the nose.
That's a tough one as well because both Magpies and Eels. If it's Western Sydney Magpies, it sounds very much like the Western Suburbs Magpies.
Yeah, it's just.
And then the entire identification of Panama Eels is pretty much eaten up by the one club, which would have been ideal, which is more of a takeover. Western Sydney Magpies is maybe something that could work. I don't know, maybe they've come up with a different logo because, like we both said, at the time the Eels wanted to drop the Eel to something else, which is one of the motivations to merge. So the likelihood of the Eel being kept is remote. However, I'd still like to see it called the Eels, the Western Sydney Eels. That would be my pick.
Okay, that's fine. Look, Western Sydney Eels, and then that gives everyone something, and then we can have white and black and blue and gold, and we'll mix them up in some configuration. That wouldn't look too bad actually. A bit of blue and black together looks pretty good. So, yeah, all right. Well, that's good. So we've got the Western Sydney Eels. So if we have a look at the other teams, obviously now Balmain can't merge with Wests. So, maybe what we do is we have a think about. Do you think St George and Illawarra would still come together? So you'd still get St George Illawarra?
So what exactly do you mean by that question?
So in the mergers, so in the other teams, so do you think we would still get St George Illawarra as a merger?
Well, it's an interesting question because we needed to get the competition down to a certain number of teams to appease the I guess you could say the rules of where they wanted the NRL to be.
Yeah.
I think Illawarra needed to merge, and I think at the time as well St George needed to merge as well. So I don't think that would have prevented any merge, and I do see either one of I see probably the Steelers eventually. So maybe they wouldn't have merged at that time. The Steelers may have eventually had to have merged or run out of, or essentially just dissolve. So,
yeah. No, that's fine.
I don't think they were.
Yeah, like what I was saying, Paul, is like if we I'll give you complete control. You can merge any clubs you want to do, because obviously you've got Parramatta and Wests. So in those other clubs in Sydney, the other 10 that are Sydney and Illawarra, what mergers do you think would make the most sense?
As of
in '99, like which ones do you think would have made the most sense? Do you think St George Illawarra makes the most sense, or do you want to merge Illawarra with someone else, or?
No, I think out of the two teams, that was probably the perfect trade for them.
Okay.
Illawarra being the alpha club with access to the grassroots that's down in the Illawarra with no real financial partnership with that. So that's probably, out of all the mergers, I do believe that's probably the best merge that's come about from that time. So would they have merged? Yes, I do believe they would have merged. If not then, but very soon after.
All right. So I suppose the next one, and we think about like teams that emerge. Obviously, like I was saying, Balmain can't merge with West now. So what do you think happens to Balmain?
Well, I imagine Balmain would have joined the Northern Eagles merger. That's what I think. I don't think South Sydney or the Roosters would have merged. I don't think that they would have been open to it. The South Sydney went down fighting, as history will tell you. And within that area, closest to them, you've got the Bulldogs. You've also got the Dragons in close proximity as well. The Bulldogs potentially. That would be a potential merger. Again, I don't think the Bulldogs were too open to merging. Being a Super League team, as history will tell you, no Super League team merged. So I imagine they would have ended up joining the Eagles and North Sydney Bears. That'd be a even worse marriage than we have with Northern Eagle Tigers or something. Yeah.
Wow, that really screwed. I think that's almost. And you imagine if history follows the same way it did, does the North Sydney and Balmain sides both fall over and Manly just come back as Manly and owns the whole of North Sydney?
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's what I would see happening. I mean, as we know, the Balmain Leagues club is in complete disarray, and the Magpies in the current merger are holding them up. I think that Manly wouldn't have been as easy on the Tigers as what the Magpies have been, from what I've read in the papers.
Yeah.
I think they would have taken over, and Manly Sea Eagles would be around, and both of those clubs would have been eaten up by one club, which would be even more reason to hate Manly.
Yeah, well, look, they get rid of 2 foundation clubs that way, so that makes them even worse. Yeah, all right. Well, look, and it's definitely going to reduce the number of clubs pretty quickly because we eliminate 2 more that way. All right, cool. So no other mergers, you think? You don't want to chuck Cronulla in with the St George Illawarra merger or something, or put someone else in?
I think the Sharks have their own identity. They've got their own stadium. They are surrounded by St George Illawarra. And they've always been a real competitive club as well. So yeah, in my hypothetical theory, I'd keep the Sharks as a standalone club.
Awesome, and you even use the name of the podcast in that. That's really good. All right, so I think we'll leave the mergers where we are. So we hate Manly even more, and we're both fans of the Western Sydney Eels. All right, well, we have to name a Western Sydney Eels team. So what we're going to do, we're going to have a look at. This is going to be very interesting. With this team. So I've got the team list for Parramatta. This is circa about 98. So this is the best I could kind of put together, and I've got Western Suburbs. So what we might do is we might just go through sort of position by position and just sort of go from fullback right through and see which kind of team, like which player from each team we'd want to put in there. Feel free if you want to move some players around, but our options for fullback, I've got Paul Carriage at fullback at Parramatta, but we've also got Clint Shavkovsky in that team, and we also have Brett Hodgson playing for Wests. So which one of those do you think gets the number 1 jersey?
Well, I mean, history will tell you that Brett Hodgson are coming to Parramatta and put Clint Shavkovsky out of his position, which I wasn't too happy with at the time, but I think in hindsight it was the right decision to make.
I was a Shavkovsky fan. I was a really big Shavkovsky fan, actually. So yeah.
Yes, so was I.
Yeah.
So was I. Brett Hodgson came to the club and he wanted to kick goals as well as be the fullback. It's like we've already got someone that does both of those, and he's great. But yeah, history will tell you Hodgson ended up taking that position, and Paul Carriage, that name sends shivers down every Eels fan's spine.
Yeah, it definitely does.
I think we'll stick with. I'll have to go with Hodgson for that one.
Okay, that's good. All right, so let's have a look at wingers. So if we're going to Hodgson on the wing, we've still got Clint Shavkovsky as a winger. We've got Shane Werrett. We've got Darren Willis. Wests are a bit lean on wingers. Their next other winger is Adam Donovan, as Phil I can figure out. But so basically, I think we're between Darren Willis, Shavkovsky, and Shane Werrett. So who do you think gets the 2 wing spots?
I was a big fan of Shane Werrett. I love the fact when he got the ball in his hands and there was no one in front of him, he knew that he was going to score. So yeah, Shane Werrett and Clint Shavkovsky would be my 2 choice wingers. Cool.
All right. So in the centres, I don't know why he's listed as a centre, but we've got Andrew Leeds, Ken McGuinness, and Andrew Leeds is for Wests, and for Parramatta we've got Nathan Barnes and Stuart Kelly.
Yeah, I was actually a huge Andrew Leeds fan back when he was playing for Parramatta. In fact, he was the one, I played fullback, and he was the player that I looked up to.
Yeah.
At that stage, I mean, he was at the time for the merge. He was probably too old to really be in the first grade team anymore.
Yeah.
So you'd have to, put him in reserves, which was unfortunate. But Ken McGuinness at the time was a State of Origin centre.
Yeah.
I was never really a fan of Nathan Barnes at the Eels.
No, I don't think he ever really. He came from Newcastle, didn't he? And I don't think he ever really kind of got to the heights we thought he would.
Yeah, he had one really good year at Newcastle when we signed him. Came down and, as you say, never really reached that level that the Eels fans were expecting of him. Whereas Stuart Kelly, on the other hand, seemed to come out of absolute nowhere and blitz it for a few seasons. So, yeah, Stuart Kelly and Ken McGuinness would be my 2 centre choices there.
Cool. All right. So at 5'8", we've got Jason Bell and we've got Kevin McGuinness for West. So do we keep the McGuinness brothers together? Do we keep Jason Bell? That's a tough one.
This is an interesting one because Jason Bell in the 97 team was. I thought he was probably the best player in that, or one of the best players in that team in 97. We got kicked out by, I think it was Norths in the semis. We lost Newcastle and Norths. He did his ankle. In 98, he never came back as the same player. So if is it merged for 99 or 98?
It's kind of, I've only got these teams, and so obviously, like I know that these teams change a bit, and the Parramatta actually start to get a bit more quality in the halves because my halfback at Parramatta is John Simon, so that's 97 as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if Jason, the 97 Jason Bell, I'd have to choose him over Kevin McGuinness, but if I have Jason Bell at 5'8", I'd have to move Kevin McGuinness to the centre. You'd have to move Ken McGuinness to a wing, and between probably Shane Merritt would be the one that we bumped out of the team, leaving Clint Tchaikovsky on the other wing.
Okay, all right. We're doing some mix-ups as well. I mean, the thing is, Parramatta went out and we did sign. I mean, we had the Canterbury 4, but we did kind of go on a bit of a signing spree the next few years, and we also picked up quite a few good juniors came through us. So this is, like I said, this is kind of 97, 98. So we'll just work with this team and we'll see how we go. All right, so halfback, we've got John Simon at Parramatta, and we've got Steve Georgalis, the embattled Canterbury coach at the moment. I suppose he's not really embattled, but he's the current caretaker coach there. I don't remember much of Steve Georgalis. I'm not sure. I did watch, but I just don't think I watched a lot of Western Suburbs games, so I don't really know much about him.
He was a real handy utility player, sort of in the same mould as Des Hasler, that never really had a position.
Yeah.
You could put him pretty much anywhere, which would make him a very good bench player. So maybe pencil him in for the bench with John Simon being the halfback. Yeah,
okay, that's cool. Okay, so let's go up front. We've got front rowers. Parramatta's front row is probably going to be actually, they've both got pretty good front rows, actually. So we've got Nathan Kalis and Dean Pay for Parramatta, and we've got Chris Yates, John Skandalis. So Chris Yates probably not really that good. He might not be all right, but then you pretty much going between Skandalis, Pay, and Kalis.
And Kalis was probably a bit too young at the time, so Kalis would be coming off the bench with Skandalis and Dean Pay as the front rowers.
It's a pretty good front row, I've got to say, and it's a good rotation too, having Kalis coming off the bench.
Yes.
So in hooker, we've got Parramatta had Aaron Raper at the time, and Cherry Mesher for West.
I was a big fan of Cherry Mesher, but Aaron Raper was all class.
Yeah.
It's a shame that he didn't spend too much more time in Australian Rugby League, and he sort of bumped to England. So I mean, I'd have to go with Aaron Raper as my starting hooker.
No, that's fine. That's all right. As I'm looking down the list, I've just found something we may have to make some changes as well, because the bench in Parramatta has got some interesting names on it. But all right, we'll go to the back row. So to the second rows, we've got Jason Smith, Nathan Hindmarsh, and I don't know if we even need to worry about the West players, Damien Kennedy and Darren Ramika. I think we're pretty much going to take the Parramatta back row there.
Well, you're missing actually a name that's on the bench for the Eels that I noticed, and that's Jared McCracken.
Yes, I just noticed that then. He's probably in the centres. I think we've stuffed up because he's listed in a team list coming off the bench or playing back row, because remember he did do that a little bit towards the end. So that's why I've got that a little bit mixed up. So do you think you want Jared McCracken in the centres?
Yeah, for 98, Hindmarsh probably on the bench still coming through, but McCracken and Smith as the two second rowers are a lock. They were great players for the Eels, and Jared McCracken not so much for the Tigers, but he was a brilliant player.
All right,
so
cool.
I'd have Smith and McCracken there.
All right, Smith and McCracken. All right, that's good. And at 13, we've got Jim Dimmick and we've got Paul Langmack in the West's team. So, I mean, I'm partial to Jim Dimmick. There's a bit more creativity there. Obviously, Langmack is still a very good player, but I don't know if we're going to find room for him in the starting team.
Oh, you've got to pick Jimmy Dimmick.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, we don't need to name the rest of the 17, but we've got. I mean, you've got Mark Tukey. You've got to have Tukey on the bench somewhere. You got to find a room. You got to find room for Dallas Weston, who has one good game in about 4, but that's fine. You got to find room for him. You got some good emerging stars. You got Justin Morgan, Casey Maguire there. For the West side, Darren Fritz is probably the only guy I haven't named so far who had a bit of a career. Everyone else seems to be sort of falling away. The thing about West is obviously we know West go on for a couple more seasons till that team of around 99 I think their last season was, and they're possibly the worst team of all time, the 99 Magpies. This West team was starting to diminish. So you'd imagine that in the merger we're going to pick up a lot of junior base, but we're also going to we're not going to pick up too many of the players from West. A few of these guys are getting towards the end of their careers, like the McGuinness brothers. And like you said, Andrew Leeds, so and Langmack as well. So you're getting these guys sort of getting towards the end of their career. So we're probably going to just cherry pick maybe 3 or 4 West players and just put them into our team.
Yeah.
All right. So the big question is that team that we sort of named. If we're talking about 98, 99 going onwards, do you see that having these extra players from West would make a big difference to what happened to Parramatta in that time?
No, I don't. You hit the nail on the head. As it turns out, with West, the next couple of years was disastrous, and the bulk of the players that we named in the team were part of that. Now, being in a better team, they may have gotten better. Mm-hmm. They may have, had more opportunities. I don't think the Eels still would have won a premiership with those players in their side. Looking at some of the competition at the time, such as the Broncos and Wally and the other mergers that occurred as well. So,
yeah, I think if we were going to win one, we were going to win one, and we probably had obviously you remember from 97 right through to 2001, pretty much every year was a chance, and a pretty good chance on a few occasions, but I don't see having these extra players would have made enough difference to get them over the line in any of those games that they lost. It was I mean, if you think back to something like 99 and the Storm were up by 10 at half time.
Yeah. And then was it 98 and the Dogs?
We shall not mention that one.
I know. It took me years, but I eventually watched that game again, and
I watched the Melbourne one again, and it was like just after half time, and I'm watching this game and I'm going, we didn't win this game, did we? Because we're going to win this game, and then it happened. Basically what happened, and I was like, oh wow, we just fell apart.
I guess when you think about it, just a couple of extra players that were of better quality during that time. You know what? Maybe that could have pushed them over the edge to get them to the grand final.
Maybe
the 98 one was definitely heartbreaking because the entire year we had the wood over the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
I think we beat them 3 times. Two in the competition and 1 in the semis, and we had them on toast. It was pretty much a done deal.
Yeah,
you would have thought that Parramatta would beat them, but knowing the Eels and going for them for a very long time, they would have found a way to lose the grand final if they had gotten through that year.
I've often said to people when Jack Gibson said, "Ding dong, the witch is dead," I don't think she was dead. I think we just knocked her out for 5 years. And she woke back up, and she just won't let us win one now. So we got to really kill that bitch. I don't know how we're going to get rid of her, but we got her.
She came back.
She came back with a vengeance.
But when you think about it, during that time period, the Eels did come very close to making a grand final. Very unlucky when you consider the position that they were in both of those games to not make it. So potentially those players could have come in and just tipped them over the edge to get to the grand final. Would they have won the grand final? The Broncos in 98 were fantastic, and then in 99 the Storm eventually beat the Dragons. So maybe in 99, when you think about it, we hammered the Storm, and as you said, we should have won that game. It's surprising that we didn't. Had we taken that form against the St George Illawarra in 99, we could have won that grand final.
It would have been a very interesting grand final, Parramatta St George Illawarra. I think it's the one grand final that we never got a St George Illawarra Parramatta grand final, but we had so many times where it could have happened. There was like that year, and then there was 2005 when they
2005, yeah.
And then 2009, we knocked them out basically. We beat them that first round, but if they would have won that other game and come back through the other way, we might have come against them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we never really got that grand final, and I mean, I don't know if I wanted that grand final or not, because I don't know if I want to lose to them in a grand final, but it would have been very interesting. All right, well, I think that's all we really need to go through. Did you have anything else you wanted to have a chat about or talk about?
No, that's all good. Been a good night.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks very much for joining me. And I'll be having a look out for the Western Sydney Eels, and let's see if the Western Sydney Eels can do a good job in 2020 and win that premiership.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Talk to you later.
Cheers. Have a good one. Bye.
We raise our voices to the sky and glorify the Eels. We are the mighty Bulldogs, here and now the Roosters, but we raise the red with streams and glorify the Eels. Man, we were England, moving past the Tigers, wearing black and gold.
Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Hi guys, welcome to the podcast. David from Hyper Thetic RL, and I'm joined by Illawarra fan Nathan. How you going, mate?
David, very well, thanks, mate.
So
looking forward to having a chat on the old Steelers. It's been a while.
I know the Steelers. The Steelers are the elusive one in this podcast. We need to get a representation for the once proud mighty club of Illawarra, and not just the socks. So like a bit more representation than that. So
well, that away jersey's starting to look like a bit of a scarlet and white thing that the Dragons have got at the moment. So hopefully we can get some stripes on the sleeves for 2021.
Maybe.
And it won't be just the socks going forward.
Well, let's see. All right. Well, so you were saying that you've got a podcast that you do. Did you want to give it a bit of a plug?
Yeah, so I work at Fox Sports and I do a side podcast with one of my colleagues there, Schnaz. He's a Cronulla fan, and he does a few little things with the Sharkies on their website. So we started doing it because of the derby, the rivalry between the Dragons and the Sharks. But we started a few years ago. It's called The League Life with Brooksy and Schnaz. Mm-hmm. And yeah, we delve into whatever's topical at the time. We may go into a few things in TV and other sports, but it's generally rugby league, and we just chat about whatever's topical at the time.
Cool, that sounds good. I'll have to have a listen out for that one. I didn't know you were a celebrity before I organised you. I didn't know you were a Fox celebrity, and should I put the red carpet out or something? I didn't realise. I'm sorry.
No. I'm definitely lower tier, so don't worry about that, mate. Save it for the bigger guests that you get later on.
Yep, I've got all the big guests lined up. Don't worry.
Yeah. You never know.
Look, I've got to do one with South Sydney. Maybe Russell Crowe will come on and talk to me. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't roll it out just yet.
No. Okay. Well, I don't know if you'll want to talk to me, but that's fine. Okay. So you're an Illawarra fan. How did you become an Illawarra fan?
Mate, it sort of worked out well. I was born in Wollongong in 1982, so the first year of the Steelers.
Yeah.
One of my uncles, he grew up with an Illawarra Steelers legend, Michael Bolt, the hooker. Bolty set some records there at the Steelers in terms of games played, and consecutive games, all three grades. So what used to happen, I was born in Wollongong and grew up in my earlier years, grew up on the Gold Coast. And when the Steelers came up to play the Giants and the Seagulls, I actually got into the sheds and stuff via my uncle. So I got to meet Bolty. I got to meet Chris Walsh, Roy Wishart, some of the bigger names from the late 80s, early 90s as a little kid.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That exposure to the team was just massive for me. And as a little kid growing up, like, I idolised these guys. You wouldn't see the Steelers too much on TV back then, but collecting footy cards and stuff, getting them signed, getting my jersey signed. I just became a real big Steelers fan as a young kid.
Cool. All right. Well, that's awesome. Well, that's a good way to become a fan. You become the fan when they become the team. So that's a good one.
Yeah, it was a different way. Like I probably am the minority of how people get to become a fan of a team, and via the connection that I had through my uncle. And
yep.
I met, anytime I was in Wollongong, I'd catch up with Volpe, and he'd sign like a shirt for me and get a photo with me. He was my first idol at the Steelers, and it's funny, I caught up with him a couple of years ago down in Wollongong. He's got a little tapas bar down there, Red Square. I don't know if he's still got it now, but caught up with him one day when I was down in the Gong, and it was good catching up with him. He didn't recognise me, obviously, but it was a long time between catch-ups. But yeah, he's such a good guy, and what he's doing down there with the bars and the little restaurants is great.
No, that's cool. That's awesome. Like just to go over how other people usually are fans. Probably the most common one, which I find really funny, is that they went to a game when they were a kid, and they chose one colour or the other, and that was their team, or whoever won the game was their team. And then like the other ones are like me, where it's just a family, like their father or whatever supported that team, so they have to support the team, otherwise they're kicked out of the house. So. Like that's my kind of story. So that seems to be the two most common ways. But definitely, being a fan because same you got to see them in the sheds. That's really cool. I think
it's funny too because my family, they all went for different teams because the Steelers weren't around in Wollongong obviously when they were younger. So my grandparents were Bulldogs and Roosters. My mum was Cronulla. My aunt and one of my uncles was St George. The other uncle was. What was he? He was Roosters as well. So we had all this mix, and I somehow became a Steeler after all those influences. So it was tough. Like there obviously was probably conversations had like, hey, wear this Bulldog shirt, or how good's this Cronulla scarf? But I stayed true to the Steelers all the way through.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, so next thing to have a chat about is what happened to the Steelers. I understand you've got a little bit of, you want to just sort of talk about the Steelers through the early 80s, early 90s and that sort of time?
Well, I guess the thing, the Steelers, they had a few issues, I guess, getting into the competition and forming some sort of solid squad. They were never really one that competed in the finals. It took them 10 years, right? So from, I think, 82, they hadn't made the finals until they got into the finals in 1992.
Yeah, 92,
which they went on a pretty good run and nearly made the grand final. They knocked over the Dragons in week 1, lost to the Broncos in the grand final qualifier in week 2, but then just fell to them short 4-0 in that game before the GF. And it was, I remember as a 10-year-old, it was pretty heartbreaking, but it was just great to see them go so deep.
Well, that my first ever podcast, my first episode is called Illawarra's Glory in '92. So in that first episode, I reversed the result of the St George Illawarra game, and because Illawarra had beaten Brisbane already in that Panasonic Cup final, I said, well, I've got a bit of a rule when I do those. If a team has beaten another team before, then they say, well, that's the same result's going to happen again, even though the Broncos beat them in that major semi. I basically, I just don't like the Brisbane Broncos too much, so I just made sure that Illawarra won that one. But that was...
it's good to hear. No, but that was it. Like you talking about '89 too. That was a special time for the Steelers fan. I was only 7, but I remember that night pretty clearly. Like the Broncos ran out to a big league and we chipped it away, and it nearly got there. And that was the season where we won more games in the Panasonic Cup than we did in the Winfield Cup, which is a pretty crazy
it's pretty hard to do, when you're playing a knockout comp against a regular season 22-round comp. Geez,
22-round comp, So that unearthed a few of those players that went on to star in that '92 team, like Wishy. There was the Pinchinelli and Skiffaletti that were involved in that run too. We had the English guys that came over, Hanson and Gregory, to give a bit of veteran leadership during that time, and that really laid the platform for that successful period. Unfortunately, it didn't drag out there, mate. We signed Lidner in '93, which was such a big signing at the time. Arguably one of our biggest signings. Steve Rogers was probably the biggest one, but he'd never played a game for us. But Lidner was probably the best lock at the time, and we'd finally, instead of losing players, we're gaining them. But he never really provided what we required there, and we really dropped off heading into the late '90s, and we made the finals in '97 in the ARL.
Yeah,
but we got bounced by the Chargers in week 1.
Yeah, that ridiculous finals, the top 7 system where teams played each other for no reason. That's one of the great final systems ever. I think that was. Oh my God.
It was we didn't really deserve to be in there, and we played like we didn't deserve to be there either. So that was unfortunate. But '92 just stood out. Like, it was such a good year, and that was the prime Illawarra Steelers team. We had Ryan Girdler there at the time too. We had Mary and Rodwell and Wishart. Like, it was such a good backline. David Riolo was killing it. John Simon was playing Origin.
Yep.
It was such a good team, and I think a lot of Steelers can probably agree with me in saying that was easily one of the best years to be a Steelers fan during their tenure as a standalone club.
Yep, definitely. All right. Well, I think that's basically what happened to them. So we know they merged with St George, and then the identity pretty much gets taken away, and it's pretty sad.
Yeah.
You're just one name on a St George footnote at this point, unfortunately. But it's probably, I think of these podcasts I'm doing with these 12 clubs, I think Illawarra story and the North Sydney story are probably the two sadder ones. Look, I think we'll push on. We don't want to bog down too much like that. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go through club by club. It's roughly in the order of the criteria from '99. At that point, Illawarra and St George had already merged, so they're not part of the criteria. But we'll go in a reasonable order from that. I'm just going to go through each team, and you can just let me know, some positive negatives, or if you think just no completely, just say no. Obviously, you're in the position where territorially you're not really close to most of the clubs, so I think there's going to be a few territorially this is stupid. But first club on the list is Canterbury. So Canterbury with Illawarra. What do you think?
Yeah, see, my grandma would really like this. As I said before, she's the solid Bulldogs fan. She's sort of the one that got me in rugby league. That Bulldogs team, there's some great names there.
Yeah.
I don't think there'd be many Illawarra players that would find a spot in that 17.
Yeah,
look,
maybe a few.
Yeah, but I think the Bulldogs, it would be a great. I think having St George, Canterbury, the Illawarra, like those two teams merged, two of the big Sydney teams. Illawarra and the South Coast. You put those areas together, you're going to be providing a pretty solid team going forward after '99 and into the 2000s.
Yeah.
But that forward pack, you got Price, you got Darren Britt, you got Travis Norton. He's a great back rower. You had a few of those Illawarra players to it. I think that Illawarra squad was at different ends of the spectrum. You had some really good young guys coming through, and you had some veterans that were coming to the end of their tenure.
Yep.
So Patton, Barrett, you had who else was there? 50 in the back row. You had those guys to the Bulldogs team. I'm starting to think they'd probably go one better in '99.
Well, look. Do you think merging with Canterbury is a good idea then?
It's a good idea.
Okay.
It's the best option so far.
Well, I should hope so. All right.
Daryl Halligan and Wishy as your kickers. How good's that?
Well, they can't both kick. You don't get 4 points if they both have a go at it. It doesn't work that way. All right. We'll move on to the next one. So the next one on the list is Cronulla.
Yeah, so probably geographically one of the better options if it wasn't St George.
Yeah.
Like Cronulla, like you look at that back line, adding, you got Peachy, E.T., Matt Rogers.
Yep. Definitely.
Yeah, you've got Harves, Healy, Dykes and Barrett. Oh, God, the depth's going to be really good. The Back row, you've got Fitzy out in there. You've got Dean Callaway and Dean Treester. Two similar sort of players there.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot of similarities between those teams. They probably have a good synergy with each other, I'd say.
Yeah.
All right, so
good.
We'll put Cronulla on that short list.
That. Yeah. I don't mind. See, that back line for and Cronulla were fairly successful in those early years after in the early 2000s. So we obviously played them in the prelim as well, like to get in '99. So that team was real. Like I remember that first half of that game where they were just so solid, and then it was the backflip convention in the second half with Blacklock and Mundine.
Yeah.
But I think that merger would work well geographically. I think looking ahead, like that's probably finals footy for 5 to 10 years.
Yep, no, that's agreeable.
I would be happy with that merger.
All right, well look, we're going to merge you with 11 other clubs at this point. You're loving every one of them. So let's see who else. Let's see who we can. Let's see how you go this time. The next one is the Sydney Roosters.
The Sydney Roosters, yeah. See, having Uncle Nick would be a benefit, and coming from it'd be Bobby Steele, Bobby Millwood, and Uncle Nick signing players, not only utilising the South Coast, the Illawarra, and the eastern suburbs, but every other area. I see the benefits. Fitzy doesn't need to technically leave in this scenario, which is great.
Yep.
The Roosters' backline was a bit like the halves are great. Imagine a Barrett Fittler halves combination.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Oh, take that. Sorry, Adrian Lamb, but you will have to find another club there, mate, if you want to play.
Yeah, I feel like anyone who wants to merge with the Roosters, that might be the only. Like, poor Adrian Lamb gets kicked out every time we try and make a team list with the Roosters team, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Unless they've got crap halves the other team.
Yeah, a couple of interesting players in that forward pack for the Roosters, Goulet and Barnhill. You got Fletch on the bench, who's a good option, and I think, you're probably seeing a few more Illawarra players make that squad, which is always a good thing when you're merging and you're trying to get a bit of a balance there with both fan bases. The Barrett Fittler combination just is that's just I'm in love with that straight away.
No, it's fine. Look, we've shortlisted 3 out of 3, so we've got to find one you don't like.
I'll give you one. So in the order now would probably be Roosters, Sharkies, Canterbury.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, let's keep moving on. Next one on the list is Parramatta.
Para.
My team.
Okay.
Say nice things.
The Eels. Well, Paul Carriage gets He's got some ex-teammates joining him, having started his career at the Steelers. So that's an interesting one. But I think Luke Patton just gets the chocolates there at fullback.
I should hope so.
Johnny Simon.
Yep.
Gets a bit of it. He gets
to come back.
To wear the blue, yellow, red and white again. A few of those old Bulldogs players. When they signed those 4 guys after Super League, I thought it was great recruitment there, getting Dimmick, McCracken, Smith and Pay. Kalis and Hindmarsh, adding that to the Illawarra forward pack. But you're probably seeing a few, like Fitzy's probably maybe getting into a starting role there. And maybe bring Jason Smith off the bench. I don't know. Like there's a few options there. Hooker, Raper, and Callaway. That's interesting. It's not bad. Barrett and Simon, 2 of the greatest Illawarra halves ever, joining together. That would have been an interesting era together. I don't mind it. I don't think it's good as the other options, but that forward pack. If it was to happen, I wouldn't be sad. You got great forward depth there, but it's mainly from the Parramatta side.
That's fine.
I'm still leaning towards.
So the Roosters on top at this point.
Still leaning towards the Roosters. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Next one on the list is Manly.
Oh, dirty Manly.
I don't think Manly makes any sense for you, but just keep going.
I grew up on the Northern Beaches, and a lot of my friends are Manly fans. But I got to watch firsthand some of those amazing Manly teams carve up at Brookie. There was the 61-0 game against St George where I was at. It was just unbelievable. Having Cliffy and Menzies, I think, is great. Tubes was always like having him there with Barrett. I would love to see, and particularly Cliffy as well. Those training sessions would be amazing. I think he would get the best out of Trent, and he would go on to have a solid career, having had them there in his early stages. Manly backline starting to thin from the glory days, but that's okay. We've still got a few good players there that can cover those gaps. Yeah, okay. I don't mind it. I just think they're like, if we merge with them, the forward pack would be probably the weaker of the packs that we've already talked about. So yeah, probably looking at the Roosters still there, mate.
Okay, no, that's fine.
I just can't get over the Freddie Barrett.
I think that's it. I think you're in love with that. I think if I said that, you can merge with anyone and you can sign Brad Fittler, I think that might be. I think that might get you over the line.
Yeah.
Next one on the list is Penrith.
Yeah. Penny. Good. There's another ex-Steelers, Brandy at the end of his career.
Yeah.
Johnny Cross, another Steelers legend. Yeah, it's an interesting team. Like you have a look at it, and there's some stars, but then they're pretty thin in some positions.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Gerds and Cross back with their ex-Steeler teammates, but yeah, I don't think it comes close to some of the other options there.
No, I don't think so either. Okay, so next one on the list is Balmain.
Yeah, it's a similar sort of scenario there. You look at that Balmain squad; it's pretty thin.
It's very thin. Yeah.
Seen some of those senior players retire. You got Ciro there, pretty much in the later stages of his career. There's not much to work with. I think you'd probably have a lot of Illawarra players in that 17.
I'd say you would. I'd say it'd be more Illawarra than it would be Balmain players, actually. But
yeah, like the halves of Donaghy and Gillett, like they're probably very inexperienced. So you'd have to go with the Steelers halves there. And it's unfortunate the Balmain, like having half the games at Leichhardt, half at Wynn. It'd be pretty good. Two of the great grounds in the NRL.
Yeah, it'd be a very interesting merger.
All
right. Next one on the list is North Sydney.
The Bears. North Sydney Oval, another great venue. And there's a couple of. I like that North squad at the back end of the 90s.
Yep.
You look at. Yeah, you got Patton and Sears. You got Wishy, an ex-Steeler, Nigel Roy. You got Florimo, Timmins, McGregor. Although Timmins might not be able to play at North Sydney Oval after shanking that kick to win the game against the Bears. One of the worst misses in premiership history, you would have to say.
Yeah.
But you got so much depth at the back, like Butner, Dallas, Mary, Timmins. You got Barrett, Ike, and Taylor halves.
Yeah. I'll tell you, they both.
Fairly.
There's a similar feel about Illawarra and North in that period. Like they've both got this emerging squad that really, unfortunately for both of them, never really kicked on because of different factors. But there's definitely some really good emerging players all the way through there. I mean, I suppose whatever offcuts you have, if you don't like Jason Taylor and Michael Butin, Parramatta will take them. So it's all good. That's It's interesting.
I was going to say, like, you think about like the juniors that came through for the Dragons in the early 2000s that came from the Illawarra side. Like you're adding Bailey, Riles, Matty Cooper, Dean Young. You're adding all these guys to this. Like this, you look at the veterans and hard workers that you've got. You've got Moore, Muir, Fairley, Fitzy. You've got Craig Wilson, who we got from North Sydney.
Yep.
You've got some Craig Smith with Larson and Stewart up front. They've still got Morrison and Stringer on the bench too.
That's right.
That forward, and you're adding Bailey, you're adding Riles to that forward pack. Oh God, they would be devastating for for a good chunk of the early 2000s.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Yeah, North. I think North goes up there. You know what? I'm picking North. I think North are in the lead at the moment.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
And because of where they've come from too, like having only won 2 premierships.
Yeah.
And the way the Steelers have sort of been a smaller sample size of battling in the premiership.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind that merger.
Yeah, I think there's some. I mean, territorially not a great thing, but I think there's some similarities there. And the other plus with that is, if it does fall apart and someone gets absorbed by someone else, at least we don't lose both Illawarra and Norths. Like, we get to keep one of them. So that's, I suppose, that's positive.
Exactly.
All right, the next one on the list, we've only got 2 left. The next one is Souths.
Brett Rodwell. Welcome back, mate. Yeah, that'd be.
You're just taking back all the Aurora players, aren't you? That's all you're doing. You're just going to go, I'll take all the Aurora players back.
I'm intrigued to see where some of the former Steelers ended up. So there's a few. There's David Hall, there's Timmy Brasher, Craig Wing. Yeah, there's not much. Jimmy Smith, Chris Carolina.
Yeah.
God, there's some good names in that team. But I don't know if merging Illawarra and South would work. I think we would probably be seeing ourselves trying to get back in the competition in a couple of seasons' time.
Yep.
Fighting pretty hard to get back into the premiership.
Well, I mean, I suppose if South merged, then they wouldn't have got kicked out, because they're not kicking out merged teams. So they probably would have kept them in there. That would have kept South safe. But yeah, it's interesting one.
Southern Sydney Steel Rabbits.
Steel
Rabbits. Work.
Okay.
It could work. That logo would look pretty weird, but
look, logos merging.
With the steeler body and the rabbit head, or vice versa.
The merger logos never work, and if you look at it, of the 3 mergers that we had, we just kept one of the mascots. So for pretty much every one of them, apart from the Eagles weren't the Sea Eagles, but still pretty much the Eagles. No. So that's how they usually did it. But look, I'm all for ridiculous concoctions of animals, because that's what we're doing at this point. There's some good ones. When these episodes come out and you have a listen to them, mate, you'll hear some pretty ridiculous concoctions of animal hybrids. Nice. There's some good stuff happening. All right, so the last one on the list.
Souths aren't making it. Yeah,
that's cool. The last one on the list is Wests.
Yeah, it's looking at that squad. It's an intriguing squad, but I don't think there's any real star power for me in terms of looking at that roster. I can't see Brett Hodgson. I think he's got a bit of a future.
Yeah,
the McGuinness brothers.
He looks good in blue and gold though, but good future. That's true. I think the only positive you got to say for Wests is geographically they make a little bit more sense. You could be like south, southwestern Sydney's the whole of your whole area, all the way down the south coast. But apart from that, I don't think there's a lot of sense in that. All right. Yeah. So in our list we had Canterbury, Cronulla, the Roosters, and North. So which one do you want to? Which weird hybrid do we want to put forward to the gods of football?
Okay, so I am submitting an application for the Northern Illawarra Steel Bears as the next merger. So we'll be based out of Austin Mere / North Sydney. North Sydney Bears. And like you said, I think it would have been good to have either North Sydney or Illawarra still around.
Yep.
Who knows? The Illawarra Steelers might be the North Sydney Bears reserve grade team. So we've still got a bit of an identity there.
Yep, true.
Down the south coast.
Yeah, so
if it did go that way.
Yeah, that's fine. That's no problem. A steel bear does sound pretty ferocious. So, it sounds a little bit like what you get on like one of those Robot Wars things. But like steel bear, we'll go with that. All right.
Steel fangs and steel teeth. How could you not?
I know, it's pretty intimidating actually. I wouldn't want to come across that. All right, fair enough. And also you get to keep the red and you're just red, white, and black. So it
Red, white, and black.
it
Yep.
makes sense. It makes not as much sense as some of the other mergers, but it makes some sense. It's quite good. And I think for Illawarra, it's probably not a bad position. So, all right, now we've made North Sydney merge with Illawarra. Our next step is we're going to have a look and see what other mergers we're going to do. So obviously, St George have no merger partner now, and Manly have no merger partner. So do we? And we can break up the West Tigers merger if you don't like that. So basically, you go God mode. You can do whatever you want with the other 10 teams. So who do you want to merge, and not merge if you want.
Okay, so we've got. There's too many teams in Sydney. I think everyone sort of understands that, right? Like there's just way too much. We need to trim them down, and I think West and the Bulldogs is a great geographical and historical merger.
Yep.
West having been in the Lidcombe sort of area as well before they base themselves out in Campbelltown.
Yep.
I've seen a few. Terry Lamb as being a star of both clubs, an iconic member of both clubs. I think that merger works.
Okay, that's
I think
good.
that's a growing part of Sydney, and I don't think there's much. I'm sure West fans would probably, because the Bulldogs sit in between West and Balmain.
That's right. Yeah, it's a crazy merger having the two sides of your merger being split up by pretty much one club right through the middle of it.
Yeah,
it does make a lot of sense.
The Western Bulldogs or West Bulldogs, I think it fits. Canterbury has a brand there, like as Canterbury, but hey, they dropped that. They dropped that and went with the Bulldogs moniker for a while. So
they did.
It mustn't have been too strong. So I think that works really well. The Western Bulldogs.
Okay, that's good. Well, we'll call them. Let's call them the West Sydney Bulldogs. Well, hold on. When did that Bulldogs team become the Western Bulldogs? Was that before or after the 90s?
Before they did it.
Maybe.
Possibly.
I don't know. I know that there was a team. I know they were called Footscray or something before that. This is not an AFL podcast, and please, guys, don't turn off because I've said something AFL. But I know that they were called something like that. Look, even if they were, you could still be the Western Sydney Bulldogs. That'd be fine. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. I think we go, the Western Sydney Bulldogs, just in case there's copyright laws. And I think they did do it in 96.
Yeah,
so,
okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, we'll just.
But they're not important anyway, so no one cares about them.
No,
exactly. We want.
The Western Sydney Bulldogs, we bring that merger together.
Yep.
I think we know the Roosters are financially fairly stable.
Yep.
Team. So what we need to do is create an inner city team. We don't want South playing out at ANZ Stadium.
Yeah.
We want them playing in the city. We want them to. We want the SFS to be the Roosters, but we want South and maybe the Balmain Tigers to form an inner city team.
Yep. Okay.
It's going to be tough because it's two teams that have been there since.
Well, it's foundation teams,
right?
Yeah, it's two foundation
teams. So it's going to be a tough one, but I think we're going to go with the
South Sydney Tigers.
It's so tough, isn't it?
You can't call
it that.
We're
going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're going to go the Sydney City Rabbitohs.
Sydney City Rabbitohs. Okay. All right. No, that's good.
God, I've just alienated the Tigers fan base right there.
No, that's fine.
This team won't finish ninth every year, which is great.
That's good. That's very good.
And they're gonna provide and build a very big rivalry with the Roosters. I think they might even develop Wentworth Park and turn that into a massive inner city complex. And then we might not need to spend money, let's say, in 2020 in other stadiums because we've got this city stadium that people can get to quite easily from the CBD.
Cool. All right. So what are we doing to St George then? If they're not gonna have Illawarra, are they going to stand by themselves, or what are they going to do?
I think we need to see St George and Cronulla merge.
Okay.
We're going to alienate a massive fan base there, but
it's fine. Yep.
I think the southern the Southern Sydney Dragon Sharks
Yep.
are going to be formidable, definitely in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yep. Yep, definitely.
And they represent the Shire, they represent the St George area. And over time, what history pulled apart will come back together.
That's right. That's right. I remember when this was all happening in the late 90s, my idea was to call them the Botany Sharks. I don't know if that works. They're both on Botany Bay. We're just gonna.
That's not bad.
That's not bad at all. But
that's very.
That's teenage David there. That's what he came up with. So, but yeah, no, that's fine. And then I suppose Manly's the only other one that doesn't have a partner now because Norths have gone away. So do you still want to find Manly a partner? They don't really need one. They can just stay as Manly.
See, I think what we could do there is we could generate a massive team that not only incorporates the northern beaches of Sydney, but it also incorporates the Central Coast and Newcastle.
Oh.
So we could have a northern Sydney team that spans into the Hunter.
Wow, okay. Are you saying Newcastle is merging with Manly?
But I think that needs to happen. I've got a feeling that the Northern Beaches will. I guess the league on the Northern Beaches is something that may suffer.
Yeah.
And the Hunter and Central Coast is the area that we need to develop. So I think what will happen is that they'll probably play predominantly in Newcastle with a couple of games at Gosford and a couple of games at Brookie.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they'll definitely play at Brookie against the Northern Illawarra Steel Bears.
Yep. Okay.
So we will have at least a game or two at Brookvale Oval.
You are really going to piss a lot of people off in this one.
Well, it needs to happen. It needs to happen. We need to make sure we're going to need to cut down these teams.
Oh, but you've made a lot of mergers. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Manly and Newcastle. They get merged together, and then which leaves us with standalone clubs: the Roosters, Parramatta, and Penrith.
That's nice. I like that. As a Parramatta fan, that's really good. And the best thing is you've invented 2 extra mergers than what we got, so we now have 2 additional spots for the NRL.
Expansion.
We can do some expansion, or we can not lose, Perth or Adelaide or both or whatever, and that might work out really well.
Yeah, so my plan would be with those 2 extra teams. We're gonna put a team in Perth.
Yeah.
And what we're gonna do with some of that saved money, we're gonna be tapping into South Africa. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a local comp in Perth.
Yeah.
And we're gonna get some of those guys that wouldn't play Super Rugby that are borderline Curry Cup players, and we're gonna bring them over to Perth and strengthen the Perth League, which will generate juniors or locals for that Perth franchise. Yeah, there'll be players coming from the East Coast, but if we can do that, then we can start grabbing South African players. And who knows, there could be a South African national team come 2020. But we've got to give it a try. Yes, we've cut a few teams from Sydney, so Perth, they can be the Reds. I think we can still keep the Reds there.
Mm-hmm.
But what we're trying to do is generate a local comp that can facilitate that team being there rather than taking people from Queensland and New South Wales. So we will need to do that, but this is pretty much the long game and grassroots that we're looking at in keeping the Reds over there.
Yep.
And then the second team would be getting in. Oh, well, see, the Titans wouldn't be around, right?
No Titans.
So we would be looking at probably getting a second Brisbane team first up.
Well, I mean, you could keep the Chargers, or you could just go second Brisbane team, or you could keep the Crushers who are already there. There's a few options there. But anyway,
maybe we keep the Crushers. I think that's what we need to do. We need to keep the Crushers, and then maybe we look at bringing in a Gold Coast team if that doesn't work out.
Yeah.
And then we've got the corridor there. We've got 3 teams down in South Queensland because I've got a feeling there's going to be some really good talent coming out of Queensland in the early 2000s.
Yeah, I don't know. I
because
feel
it's
like
been
that
good
could
investment.
happen. Yeah, I think that could happen. I'm not sure. I think their Origin team might get quite good around 2004.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So off the back of that, having a maybe a rivalry, there could be some of those Origin players bouncing around, getting the Crushers could. Who knows? The Crushers could have taken off here and become the team in Brisbane.
Could have. I mean, the thing is that if you have the Crushers and maybe some of the Queenslanders don't go down to Melbourne, they stay. They don't play for Brisbane. They play for the Crushers. That's definitely you know could have a future Australian captain playing for the Crushers. It'd be interesting. So
there's definitely potential there.
Yeah, no, there is. All right, well that's good. I think the only thing we've got left to do is have a look and see. A couple of things. So we need to make a team. So we need to make a top 17, which is going to be really tough because you talked about those teams. You got to try and fit all these guys in now. So, do you want to just do position by position? It's probably easiest.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's do it. Okay.
So fullback. Or do you want to just go through what you think, or do you want me to read out some names?
Yep. I'll go. Yep.
All right,
so
cool.
Luke Patton, fullback.
Yep. So what about your wings?
Wingers will be Wishart.
Yep.
And Dallas.
Yep. Okay. And then in the centres.
Centres will be Florimo and McGregor.
Yep. That's pretty damn good. Those two. And then good luck with the halves.
So we're going Barrett and Taylor.
Yeah. Interesting.
Benny's not going to like that.
Yeah. No. Look, I tell you. I think you'd still have Icon around. He'd probably be a utility. And, Taylor only lasts till 2001. And he's sort of getting to the end of his career at that point. So, if you mould Barrett into a halfback and Icon becomes your 5'8", that's a pretty good combination there too.
Yep.
We just try not to upset your boss. So we'll say he's a good player.
I know, I've got to look at him to make sure that,
That's all good.
So for front row, I'm going Craig Smith.
Yep.
I'm going, it's a tough one. I'm going Callaway.
Yep.
And I'm going Gary Larson.
Yep. And then you've
the
got
back row.
Yeah.
I'm going David Fairley.
Yep. Craig
Fitzgibbon.
Yeah.
And Billy Moore.
It's a pretty good back row. And then obviously the other guys, you got Muir and a couple of the other guys there just in the reserves. All right, that's a pretty good team. And you've got guys coming through, like I said, you've got Morrison, Paul Stringer coming through at Norths. You've got and then down in the future, like this is only like a 98/99 team, but like you said, you've got Riles and Bailey coming through. So I tell you, it's looking pretty bright. So the next question is, and I think I already know the answer to what you're going to say to this. What do you think happens with this team? How successful is this team from 99 onwards?
I think you look at some of those veterans there because you've got a fairly old squad to start with. So, and that's a similar thing that happened to the Dragons in '99. There was a few people that were moved on because they did have a bit more cap space to work with in that first year. To obviously get all those players over. But I think this is a solid team. Even though there's not you've got Muir who's won a premiership with Newcastle. You've got Brett Dallas who's been involved with the Bulldogs. And you've got a lot of Origin experience there too. But you've got some good young players that have probably come from the Illawarra side of things. Mm-hmm. But you've got some great veterans for the Bears. I think their finals team. Whether they go on a similar run to what the Dragons did, they could well have done that. But I think if they get in that final against Melbourne, I think they've got what it takes to hold on to a lead. So I think that was the key. There was a bit of flashy football that wasn't required in the later stages of that grand final. And I think this team with Jason Taylor, Benny Icon coming off the bench, you've got Adam Muir and Timmins, you've got Florimo, you've got the drought that North Sydney fans are that are craving for a premiership win.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can't remember when it was. Was it 1919 or something? The Bears
21 and
last
22.
premiership?
Yeah, 21 and 22.
21, 22. That's
yeah.
right. So this is theoretically a 78.
Yep.
A 78-year drought that's on the line. This is Chicago Cubs style.
Yep.
I think they get there. I think they knock over the Bears. They win at 20. Probably, I'm thinking 21 to 4.
Yep. Well, you definitely have Taylor kicking a field goal. Yeah, Taylor kicking a field goal is definitely happening.
Just before half time.
Yep.
Just to put the salt in the wound. And yeah, I think they go on to win. It changes history. It changes so much. The Bears become the team. The Steel Bears become the team in Sydney.
Yep.
And we get a few different recruits over those first few years that enable the dynasty to continue. Not only with the juniors that are coming through in the Illawarra, but yeah, there's a few people that like what's going on at North Sydney Oval.
That's right. You didn't even have to sign Brad Fittler to get that happen too. So it works real well. All right, that's great. Yeah, no, that's really interesting. So I like the idea of the Steel Bears. Now I'm going to have to do a bit of a mock-up for that and see what I come up with. But
nice. I'm looking forward to that.
No, it's good. I don't know how the hell you do it, but yeah.
I reckon you just get a capital S and put it on the head of the bear.
That's good.
And maybe a football and a star floating around the bear.
Yeah,
I reckon that's got some legs.
It'd look a little bit like a Russian bear though if you got like it look circusy, wouldn't it? It'd be like
and imagine the sponsors we would gain from Russia.
I know.
There'd be a lot of ruble coming into the Red Bears.
The Red Bears.
I can see it now. A bit of Russian influence. But yeah, I reckon it's the Bears logo.
Yep.
With the Steelers S from the helmet on the top of the bear.
Yep.
And the football and the star either side of that logo.
No, that's good. I like that. All right. Well, I think that's all we've got. That's all we had to do. So, did you want to? You've already plugged. I don't need to plug any more. But you got anything else you wanted to chat about, or we're all good?
No, I think this is a great pod, mate. Like it's something that there's so many different. In all seriousness, geographically is a massive thing, right? Like that's where there needs to be teams that are cut from Sydney, and it's unfortunate. And I remember when on my pod when we sort of looked at the Super League war, and you look at the things that had happened in the past, there was always put up to the New South Wales Rugby League that there needed to be less teams in Sydney and more teams representing regional areas. So hence why Campbelltown and Illawarra and Canberra came in the early 80s. We saw Newcastle come in 88. It was inevitable that the rest of New South Wales and Australia needed to have rugby league teams represented. It did establish as a Sydney comp, but I think the longer we leave it, there's more history, and it's going to be harder to break up Sydney. And I think we can't just wait till teams die off. Maybe we do have a merger but I'd hate to say it, but let's say the Bulldogs and Para, and the Bulldogs is the NRL team, and the Para is the reserve grade team. So, and if Para become really strong in reserve grade, then they can and earn they create a lot of money, they generate a lot of money, they're self-sufficient, then maybe they can come up into the NRL. I think there has been a lot of, I guess, forced change, and it's been unfortunate, and we've lost a lot of fans, but the game is growing still.
Yeah, that's true.
We're getting bigger crowds, we're getting better ratings. There is that need. Rugby league's a really good comp, and really good sport, and the NRL's a really good comp. And I don't know, who knows? We could have all these Sydney teams in reserve grade, and then we might be able to have a promotion relegation thing happening. I don't know. There's so much that could happen, and it was unfortunate to see the Steelers merge with the Dragons, but it had to happen for the league to continue. We couldn't have 22 teams running around.
No, it was never going to happen.
Teams would have just died.
Yeah, they can't.
Like, it would have killed.
You couldn't do it that way, and it was never gonna. It was never gonna work. And going on the whole thing, talking about reducing city teams, I think we missed the boat. I think we needed to do it at this time. I think we needed to get it done in the early 2000s while there were still scars from Super League, and we just get it all done, and it's just out of the way. So I just don't think it's going to happen. And like you said, the only way that's going to happen is if someone dies, or if someone thinks they're going to and goes, "Oh, we better move out of Sydney." That's the only way we're going to survive. So, look, I just don't know. I don't see the way that it is. I just think fans, they don't want to lose fans. They're worried about losing fans as it was, because we did. We lost fans. Well, people left the game, or people didn't go to the games as much. So I think they don't want that to happen again, and that's sort of holding them back from doing anything sort of major or anything like that. But look, no, that's great. Well, thanks very much.
The legitimate thing that you said, mate, like it's got to be these teams keeping the branding and it being like the Perth Sharks or the Brisbane Eels, for instance. Like there needs to, like, you still hold on to the past, but you still get to spread the league around the country and fill places where there is a need.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think that's the key thing. Like some of these names and stuff, like it just naturally, as a business, as a fan base, like it just wouldn't work.
Mm-hmm.
If you use other cities and you keep the branding of the Sharks and the Panthers and the Tigers and the Bulldogs, that the older generation can see that that's still sort of an allegiance to the past, and that's the thing that's going to work. And I think that's what we sort of need to happen in Brisbane and wherever they're going to go in the future.
Cool. All right. Well, that's an interesting thought, and I suppose we'll leave it at that. And it's been really great having you on, and it's really great to talk to an Illawarra fan. I don't think I've ever talked to an Illawarra fan before.
Oh, there you go.
You know, so it's good, and thanks very much for joining me.
No worries, David. Thanks for having me on.
All right. See you, mate.
See ya.
We are the mighty Bulldogs, here comes the Roosters, but there ain't a bird to see.
Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Hey guys, it's David from the Hyper Thetic RL podcast. I'd like to introduce you to our St George representative for tonight. It's Michael Carboni. Hey Michael, how you going?
Hey mate, nice to be here, and I've always wondered what it would be like to be on the pod. Now I don't have to wonder anymore.
I know.
So awesome.
It's great. It's one of those things where everyone wants to be on this podcast. They're desperate. They're really wanting to do it. So
awesome,
So for all of you out there, you probably know Michael. He's the CEO of ChasingKangaroos.com, as you like to call it, as I like to call you. So you're the guru of International Rugby League, and obviously you have an excellent podcast that I enjoy weekly, or actually bi-weekly at the moment, or even tri-weekly sometimes.
Thanks, mate.
So look, obviously if you want a great podcast about international football, you've got to listen to Chasing Kangaroos pod, Chasing Kangaroos. But I think if you're listening to me, then you're probably likely listening to Michael anyway. So, it's all good. So
That's really nice of you to say all that, man. Thank you so much.
That's all right, mate. So you're a St George fan, boo. But anyway, you're a St George fan. So do you want to take me through how you became a St George fan?
I think like many St George fans, I didn't have a choice. I was born, my dad was a St George fan, and therefore I was a St George fan. And I just, I don't remember a time without St George in my life. We're always there. We lost the grand final the year I was born. I don't remember that, thankfully, but we lost 4 or 5 after that before we finally won one in my lifetime. But I've just always been a Dragons fan, and it's always been a part of me.
Yeah, it's that's certainly a common theme that we're getting from guys. I'm the same thing with Parramatta, so I wasn't allowed to be anything else. I tried to be a Cronulla fan one day, and my dad just goes, yeah, He goes, if you want to be a Cronulla fan, you can live outside. So, and I think I owned a pair of socks that had Canterbury colours, and that they went missing very quickly. So,
Oh wow,
yeah. So there's no other team, but yeah, no, that sounds pretty similar to how I grew up. With, obviously, we won a premiership when I was 1 year old, and last time when I was 6. But we're not gonna go through Parramatta's woes this time. We've already done that in another pod. I've already done it before. All right, so. All right, well that's a good story. So I think the first thing we need to do is just go through what sort of happens to St George in that period. So St George went with the ARL. They didn't go with Super League, although there was some thought that some offer they might go into Super League. So you were an ARL fan in that time?
Yeah, well, I guess back then you sort of aligned with wherever your club was, and as a St George fan, I was on the ARL side of the war. But at the same token, if St George jumped ship to Super League, I would have been just as much on Super League side of the war. So it sort of just depends on where your club loyalties lie, I think. And St George at the time was a funny one because we were one of the only clubs that most of the clubs sort of went all together one way or the other. Mm-hmm. Whereas the Dragons were sort of picked apart, and you had guys like Noel Goldthorpe and Chock Mundine signing, and Gordon Tallis signing Super League contracts, and guys like Mark Coyne, sticking with the ARL, and it was a little bit messy for us, and it was kind of strange to watch. And as a kid at the time, I didn't know how to sort of feel about all of that.
Yeah, no, that's right, because you would have been about 10 or so when Super League happened.
Yeah, 95, 96, I would have been 10, 11. So I was sort of just really getting into footy at that stage as well.
Yeah, and I suppose, talking about on-field with St George, you had that 96, grand final, the disappointment there, and then, going forward as St George and Warra, another disappointment in 99. Like St George had been, obviously St George is a glamour club. It's a club that's had a lot of success. They're the club with the longest winning streak or grand final streak. So. And a lot of premierships. It's 16, I believe they've got. I think it's 16.
If you count St George Illawarra as St George, 16.
Yeah,
So,
I think we count St George Illawarra as St George somehow. I think if every St George fan I've ever talked to, they count St George Illawarra as St George. Basically, it's the Illawarra is just an inconvenience when they have to talk. That's pretty much all that is for them. But I will be recording a pod with Illawarra fans, so I'll be talking about how much I love Illawarra afterwards, but that's all fine.
That's good. I look forward to hearing that one.
All good. All right. Now, look, I think what you'd have to say is St George were, before being ripped apart, we're probably on an upward tick, you'd imagine, because they had quite a few years where they weren't too great, and then obviously 96 making a grand final was, an incredible feat for that team. And then... like you said, got pulled apart and then got put back together with another junior team, or another team with a lot of good juniors, and a little bit of success, although not winning a grand final, but a little bit of success in 99 making a grand final. So that's kind of where St George were around that 90s time. Did you have any more to add to that, or that's sort of where you sort of imagined them, or?
No, that's where I saw them. I always, even though we lost that grand final in 96, I still say that was the best year to be a St George fan. Even though we won in 2010, there was something about, in 2010, we went through a decade where we should have been winning more grand finals. So when we finally did, it was kind of like, well, we expect this.
Yeah.
But in 96, we didn't expect anything. The team didn't even have a coach at the start of the year. So to make the grand final that year was the best as a St George fan in my memory. I wasn't around for the 11 in a row, so that was incredible. And then that period, we did feel like a successful club on the field during that period, so you're right.
Yeah, all right, cool. All right, well, I think probably the next thing to do is we'll move forward and we'll have a look at the potential merger partners. So basically we can't have Illawarra as a partner. We've got to choose a new dance partner for St George. So I'm just going to go through criteria, basically by the criteria. We're just going to have a discussion about the pros and cons and maybe shortlist a few of them. So I think we'll start with Canterbury, who were the team with the in the 99, obviously in 99 St George and Illawarra had already merged, so they're not part of the criteria. But the team at the top of this, or the top Sydney team in the criteria was Canterbury. So what do you think about a Canterbury St George merger?
Look, it would be hard to see the two clubs sort of together. It probably makes a lot of sense along geographical boundaries because they do share a border, like the St George region and the Canterbury region are neighbours.
Yep, that's right.
So it probably makes a lot of sense in that regard. They would have doubled their areas, would have been a strong family club. But I can't see it working. You know, what colours would they be? Is it blue and white or red and white? Is it the Dragons or the Bulldogs? What do they call themselves? And I just couldn't see that working, to be honest with you. No,
I've talked to the Canterbury fella already, so I talked to Matt about that one, and he made the point about, you know, culturally they weren't the same sort of thing, even though Canterbury has a junior team called St George Dragons in their district.
Yes.
They don't really mesh with it. They don't really mesh together. It's a completely different sort of part of Sydney, really. Yeah, look, I mean, jersey-wise, you probably got predominantly white with a red and blue chevron. Like, you know, I mean, you probably have like something like that. I'm sure they come up with something. I don't know what you do about a mascot. A dragon and a bulldog don't really go really well together. So
a bull dragon,
a dragon dog. I don't know. It's fine. I don't think that one works. So I think we'll just discount completely Canterbury. Let's move on. The next one is a merger that I think everyone who doesn't understand the rivalries would say is the most logical one, but it's St George and Cronulla. So do you think you could ever have St George merging with Cronulla?
I think, like, again, logically, when you look at it on a map, it makes so much sense. And the Cronulla club was born from St George being way too strong for the rest of the New South Wales Rugby League. So it would sort of be like a coming home of the long lost child, so to speak, if the clubs merge. So it makes a lot of sense in that regard. But the problem is St George and Cronulla hate each other. They still to this day, like, there's just hatred there.
Yep.
And I think a merger like that would have ended the same way that the Northern Eagles did. Yeah,
it's very similar to Northern Eagles in that way because they're, you know, long-term. It's almost the same amount of time between when they entered competitions as North Sydney and Manly. It's a very similar amount of time. And, you know, like, one of them, the beach suburb, the other one, you know, sort of, you know, St George, and they still have obviously Botany Bay, but they're not a beach suburb. You know what I mean? It's not the same kind of feel. And I know what you mean. Like I said, I have St George, my friends who are St George fans, and they can't stand Cronulla. Like, that's it. They would rather anyone win than Cronulla, basically.
And I think what would have happened there would have been St George would have been the Manly in that partnership. Cronulla would have been the North Sydney in that partnership, and we'd have St George Dragons now, and Cronulla would be in the New South Wales Cup or something along those lines. So it would have went exactly down the lines of the Northern Eagles, in my opinion. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. That's good. All right. Next on the list is the eastern suburbs. Well, sorry, they were the Sydney Roosters. So Sydney Roosters. They were going to have a merger, weren't they? I believe.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about this in, I think it was 95, 96-ish. The Roosters had the money, the Dragons had the history and the fans, and there was talk of like Sydney Saints or Sydney Dragsters or like stuff like that. And there was a lot of backlash at the time, which is why it never sort of happened.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Look, I don't think that was ever going to be a feasible merger either. I mean, that's why this is called Irrational Mergers. So you don't see any. I mean, they don't really share like a territory either. It's sort of a little bit.
When it comes to we're talking Irrational Mergers, right? So at the time, as a fan, it felt like a terrible idea, and it would have been hard to sort of make peace with. Yeah. But I probably think that this one would have been a good fit in the long run. Okay. So it would have been, say, the Sydney Saints. It would have been probably predominantly red and white, but I think it would have been like a powerhouse club. Imagine the Roosters today, but with the fan base and support of the Dragons. Yep. And it would actually probably be quite successful if, you know, all the fans from the 90s sort of could get past the fact that it was a merger and really get behind this club that would have been very successful very quickly and probably would have won a lot of grand finals in the last 25 years. So I think by this stage, by 2020, we'd be looking at a Sydney Saints being like a powerhouse brand of Australian sport.
So what you're saying is they would have won 20 premierships in a row, and we'd be they'd be eclipsing the old St George mark. Is that where we're going with that, Carbs? Or
they would have won at least 12 in a row.
At least 12.
Put it that way. Yeah. I don't know. But I'm going to cop flack for saying that. Like, I don't know how I feel about it as a Dragons fan, if I'd like it.
Yeah.
But it would certainly be a powerful club and a powerful brand, as long as most of the fans sort of eventually came around to the idea.
Don't worry, look, this podcast is all about people being on this podcast copping flack for having a go at other teams. Don't worry about that. Look, I've probably have all the enemies in the world of the St George fans, because I've tried to break up their 11 in a row a couple of times. I've tried to take things off them. Don't worry, I'm not in this to make friends. I don't know what I'm in this at all, but I'm not in this to make friends.
I like you, that's the main thing.
That's good. All right, well, look, in the spirit of brotherly love, how about we talk about St George merging with Parramatta? Because Parramatta would be a fantastic person to merge with.
Yeah, I think in terms of geographic boundaries, they're nowhere near each other really, so that wouldn't make any sense. No. But if we're talking about culturally, like what Matty was talking about with Bulldogs and Dragons on your previous episode, culturally, I think St George and Parramatta makes a lot of sense. I grew up in the Parramatta area, and I played juniors in the Parramatta district, and a lot of the people and the fans, it was just very similar culturally and emotionally. Very similar fans. We're used to probably choking a little bit now as well. I think you can agree with that.
Yes, I will agree. We both used to
do that. And I think it could have culturally been a good fit, but just not geographically. I don't know how that would have worked out.
No. All right. Well, I think we'll bin that one. But it was probably the closest I've got to convincing someone to merge with Parramatta so far. So we'll keep going. I've gone into this with the Dennis Fitzgerald idea of Parramatta wants to merge with everyone. We'll whore ourselves out. We don't care who you are. We will merge with all the Sydney clubs. Don't worry. We just want to get rid of that eel moniker. We don't like it.
I think St George were the same at one point. Yeah. But you're definitely right about Para. I think they would have loved to have been the Parramatta Tigers.
Oh.
I think they really would have loved that branding, and it probably would have made a bit more sense than the West Tigers at the time.
I'll tell you this. I remember, definitely Parramatta Tigers was right on it. With the Parramatta Panthers was pretty high. Like, they were definitely doing that. At one point, I think he wanted us to merge with a rugby club, like a rugby union club. So
no way.
I'm not all up on that. I just remembered it from when I was a teenager. But I remember every time it was like, oh, Parramatta's going to merge with this person. It's like, how does that make any sense? Anyway, we'll move on for Parramatta. So obviously we can't merge with Illawarra. So our next one is Manly. That would be a nightmare. Anyway. St George and Manly, what do you think?
I think we just say no straight away.
Yeah, let's not even worry about Manly.
I don't think I even need to explain it.
No, that's cool. Let's get rid of them. And then the next one makes probably less logical sense. The next one's Penrith.
Yeah, same deal. Way too far, different cultures.
Yep.
Makes less sense once again. You're right.
Yeah, look, in doing this, I'm obviously going to do an episode with a Penrith Panthers fan, and he's going to have to merge his team with someone, but I just don't think Penrith ever wanted to merge with anyone. I used to work out in Penrith, and they're completely different culturally. They're not as insular as people from Manly are, but they're pretty close. When you go to Penrith, if your business is not in Penrith, then they don't want to use you. They want someone from the western suburbs. Like, it's not a snobbish thing. I think they just think that these are our people, and we'll stick with this. So I think it's a community there, and they don't. I think if you tried to merge them with St George, it'd just be a nightmare. There's no chance they'd want to do that.
Penrith, it does feel like a big country town, and in the best possible way. Like, there's some great people there, and it's a great community. But I think they feel sometimes like they're a little bit outside of Sydney, and I think the rest of Sydney sometimes feels that way as well. But again, not in a bad way. But it's a whole new world, and they seem to really embrace that.
Yeah, no, that's all good. All right, so next on the list, we're going to try and put you with Big T now. So Balmain, what do you think about St George and Balmain?
What do I think about St George and Balmain? I have a lot of cousins that went for Balmain back in the day, so there was a good rivalry there.
Yeah.
Probably in terms similar to Parramatta in that, in terms of culture and history and things like that, there'd be a lot of similarity.
Yeah.
But I just don't think it'll work because in that instance, like the St George Dragons brand is arguably, quite powerful in our sport. And that Tigers sort of brand as well is very powerful and very unique to rugby league. And there's just no way of that sort of meshing together and working in some way. It would have to be one or the other.
Yeah.
And I couldn't see one letting go.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, so we'll move on from that. The next one is North Sydney. So Saints and Norths.
Saints and North. How would that work? North
I don't
Sydney
know.
Dragons or?
I'm not sure how geographically it's probably just as far as Penrith. It's quite a long way.
Geographically makes no sense. Colours, they got the red and white in there. They just got the black as well. But I don't. I think that probably makes probably doesn't make any sense. We're gonna have to bin that one, I think.
Yeah, look, poor old North. We'll find a good partner for North. Don't worry.
North. You talk about Para wanting to merge with everyone back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
North currently would merge with anyone, and I think it would be nice to see one day. But yeah, who knows?
We'll see. All right, so we're getting down to the end of the list. Our next one on the list is South Sydney.
Yep. This one probably makes a bit of sense. Geographically, right there. South Sydney Dragons.
It's not bad.
Probably similar cultures.
Well, you are in the south of Sydney, so with St George.
That's right.
So
We're already in so it just sort of expands those boundaries that the Rabbitohs have there geographically. We'd probably would we say that they'd have 35 grand finals between them? Like, would that be a thing, or would you start again?
I don't know if I can let you have 35 grand finals. And then
15
and then
15 and 20.
It'd be a pretty powerhouse club. Depends on if you get Russell Crowe as well. Like, do you get Russell Crowe buying out the South Sydney Dragons?
Well, that's the thing. Like, so Russell Crowe, as the story goes, as far as I'm aware, he's old man, I think, or his uncle was a Dragons fan, and he took him to a Dragons Rabbitohs game as a kid.
Yeah.
And the Rabbitohs won that day, and Russell Crowe became a Rabbitohs fan for life. So it kind of would have, probably would be a coming home of sorts for Russell Crowe as well if he bought the South Sydney Dragons. I don't know, but look, do I think it would work? Probably not. But it makes more sense than most of the other irrational mergers that you suggested so far.
Let's shortlist them because we're going to have no one to shortlist if I don't do it. So let's shortlist them and we'll see how we go.
I think the short list, you got to go geographic and go like South Cronulla would be on the short list.
Yeah.
And I think the Roosters are on the short list as well because as much as I would have hated it at the time, like I said, I think that would be such a powerful club and such a wonderful club to support 25 years later.
Yeah, that's all right. Look, I've been keeping tabs. I've got my expert system of writing down what you're saying. So it's all good. All right, so we're almost at the end of the list. The last one on the list is Western Suburbs, which I think you're going to say doesn't make geographic sense, and I'm probably going to agree with you.
Done.
Yeah, all right. Let's not waste too much time on Wests. Okay, so of these teams that we've just gone through, so in my list I've got Easts, Cronulla, Souths, possibly Balmain, but you don't know about the fact that they're two powerful clubs of each other. So which one of those, probably, I think we've knocked Balmain out because I don't think you really wanted them. So of the three that we have left, and I didn't really have Cronulla because you kind of said no to that as well, which one do you think is the best merger partner for St George?
A lot of people are going to hate me for saying this, but I think the Roosters.
Okay.
I think the Sydney Saints.
Sydney Saints.
As much as I would have hated, like 10-year-old me would hate hearing this, but 35-year-old me kind of thinks that would be a great club to support if they were successful since then. So I think that could work. They
got a pretty good chance to be successful. All right, we're going to have the Sydney Saints. Obviously, you haven't pre-prepared a team, so that's awesome because now we get to go talk about all these players.
Okay.
I've got like a 1 to 17. This is the best I could get from trying to put some team lists from games from around 98. So I don't know how good this is, and you can tell me if the St George team is wrong. You can't tell me if the Roosters team is wrong because you probably don't know. But let's go through position by position, and I'll give you the team. I'll give you both sides, and you can tell me which person you think is going to be in the team. And if you think someone's out of position and you want to move them, that's fine. Just let me know. All right. So we'll give you the St George player first. So the fullback we've got is Nathan Blacklock, and the East's player is Andrew Walker. So who do you think is
wow. I think Blacklock at the time. I'm gonna pick Blacklock here.
I think
he's
so
one of my favourites of all time. But I think Blacklock at the time was more of a winger, but he was sort of swapping between fullback and winger during the game back in like that 96, 97 sort of era, which was kind of cool to see because you wanted him sort of popping up wherever the ball was in attack, and he was just great. Like I watched Josh Adokar today, and he reminds me of Nathan Blacklock back then. They're just such a great player to watch, and I'm gonna pick Nathan Blacklock as our fullback for the Sydney Saints.
Awesome. Okay, that's cool. And like you said, if you wanted to move him to the wing and move someone to fullback, if we come up with someone else, but that's fine. All right. So the wingers, I'll give you the Roosters wingers first. I've got Jack Elsgood and Matt Singh, and then the wingers for. See, I don't know how good this Dragons team is, but the wingers are Jamie Ainscoe and Lee Murphy. So I don't know if there's another winger. Maybe I'm missing a fullback for St George there, but. What two do you think would be the best two wingers?
Out of those four, I'm going to go with Matt Singh on one wing.
Yep.
And I'm going to go with Jamie Ainscoe on the other wing.
Awesome. Okay, that sounds good. So centres, I've got Mark Coyne, Daniel Wagon, and I've got Ivan Cleary and Richie Barnett.
Oh, that's tough. So look, Mark Coyne's there. You can't go past Mark Coyne.
Yep.
Absolute legend.
Mm-hmm.
Ivan Cleary or Richie Barnett.
Yeah, I like both of them. They're both good, actually. They've had.
Who would you select out of those two?
Oh, see, I don't know because Cleary had a pretty damn good year around '98, but Barnett, I don't know. I think I probably look. It's not my decision, but I probably think Ivan Cleary's a slightly better player. But that's just my thoughts.
You might have Cleary there for his goal kicking. Hey,
yeah.
Do we have is there a goal kicker in this side? I think let's go Cleary for his goal kicking.
Yeah, I mean we can swap it around if we find another goal kicker and you're like, no, I want to swap. That's all good. Okay, so 5/8. This will be an interesting battle. You got Anthony Mundine and you got Brad Fittler.
Oh.
And actually, you know what we'll do because you could swap them around at halves. Your halves, Adrian Lamb and Matthew Rodwell. So you can pick any two of those and put them as a halves partnership. I don't mind if you want to use 2 5/8s, 2 halfbacks.
That doesn't make it any easier because Adrian Lamb, Brad Fittler is a wonderful halves combination, and Anthony Mundine was my favourite player at the time, probably one of my all-time favourites. Matt Rodwell was good too, but I think we can cross Matt Rodwell out. He was a great player, but just not
He's
in
not
the calibre of
quite there.
the other three.
Unfortunately, Rodwell pretty much always was behind someone for everything. I think he was a solid halfback, but he was never going to be, upper tier because he came through in the Newcastle system right at the same time as Mr. A. Johns, so he was never going to really get a shot there. You can if you want.
Who are the locks? Who are the locks?
The locks. Okay, so we'll see this back row is interesting. So I've got Nigel Gaffey, and I've got Wayne Bartram.
Okay, I love Wayne Bartram, but I reckon we can put Wayne Bartram on the bench because he can play hooker as well.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna move Brad Fittler to lock
to
accommodate for Anthony Mundine and Adrian Lamb in the halves.
That's a pretty flamboyant halves combination. I'd imagine you're going to score. You're going to score a lot of tries with that. Okay. All right. So in the front row, St George 2 front rows. I've got a Corey Pearson and Luke Felch. And I've got Jason Lowry and David Barnhill up front for the Roosters.
Oh, was David Barnhill playing for East back then?
In '98, I've got him for East, so it'd be a return home, wouldn't he? Was he playing for you guys before that?
Yeah, let's keep David Barnhill there because he has played for both clubs and he was a wonderful player.
Yeah.
And the other front rower, I remember our front row was being better back then. Hold on. I don't know who was there. Let's go with Jason Lowry because he was a rep
Yeah.
He was a rep.
You may look. I might have, like I said, the way I'd use this team is I looked at the round 1 and the round 24, or round 25 teams to try and figure out if I'd missed someone. So someone might have been injured in round 1 and in round 24, and I might have missed them. So look,
sounds good to me, man. I'm happy to go with your people here. So that's all good.
All good. Look, it's just general. We'll see how we go. If you get off this and you find that you look it up and go, oh look, we had this brilliant front row or whatever, just let me know. Send me a message and I'll chuck him in. All good. Okay, so back row, we'll get second rowers because I'm going to go in the old style of what way I grew up and not having edges and bloody middle forwards and all that sort of crap. Okay, so we've got, this is interesting. For the Roosters, we've got Scott Goulet, Luke Ricketson, and we have Darren Tracy and Lance Thompson. That's pretty good back row.
That's a good, some good back rowers there.
Wow, yep. Good luck.
Let's go for Scott Goulet, same reasons as Dave Barnhill.
Yep.
He played for both clubs and he was a great player.
He was fantastic.
Really good,
he's the
really
first one I'd pick out of the 4, so yep.
Yeah, definitely. Then we've got Ricketson, Tracy and Tom. Wow. I remember Darren Tracy being real. I know. Look, Luke Ricketson probably, in terms of like his entire career, was probably the better player out of the next better player.
Yeah.
But I remember Darren Tracy being like an absolute weapon in that sort of 98, 99 sort of period. He was a good pickup from Newcastle, he and Ainscough, and I'm going to go, I love Tomo, but I'm going to go Darren Tracy for the other one.
Yeah. Well, I think what you'd do is you'd have Thompson and you'd have Ricketson probably as your two of your bench like back rowers, and then
sounds good.
I think, and then your front rowers, you'd pick a couple of the other guys. All right, and then we've already done the lock, so that's fine. There's no one else of any massive significance, I don't think. There's good old Ben Custo in the bench, but I don't think you need to bring him in. He can go to Parramatta and have a middling career. Don't worry about him.
I remember thinking Ben Custo was going to be the next big halfback. Not really, just kidding. But he was all right.
he played all right. He wasn't terrible.
He was okay.
You keep Joel Kane and you got Jeff Hardy as well. So there's some of your bench players.
There's some good players.
Brian Fletcher is in the bench for the Roosters. Darren Junee, Peter Cusack. So there's Peter Cusack might go up front too, but that was a bit earlier on in his time. All right. I think that's a pretty good team. That's a nice 1 to 13. All right.
I think we need dummy halves, mate. Which
did we not do the dummy halves? Oh, yeah. Sorry, mate.
I think we had Nathan Brown. Who was it?
Simon Benetti and Nathan Brown. Sorry, I forgot about the Warriors coach.
Yeah, we're gonna go Brownie. We'll go the Warriors coach as our dummy half.
Sorry about that. I jumped right over him. I went straight from front row to back row. I didn't look at the hookers.
I won't forget him, mate. Don't worry. Brownie was one of my favourites as well.
I think my favourite thing ever of Brownie is the footage they kept playing when he tapped the ball. Someone fell over and he threw it into their head.
Yeah, that was Lance Thompson. I knew you were going to say that. That was against the Storm. I think we lost.
I love that
70 to 6 that day. It was terrible, and it was the week that wasn't it? I think it was the year 2000, and Choc Mundine was talking all week about how we're going to get revenge for the grand final, and it just did not go.
Oh, really?
The way we wanted, but yeah, good times.
Oh, look, I only remember winning games in 2000. Don't worry about that.
You got to remember something special as a Para fan.
I remember that. I remember everything until the second last week of the season, and then I just forget. I don't remember what happened at that point. But yeah, no, it must have finished well. All right, all good. All right, so we've done the team. I think the other thing that we need to do is we need to have a look at the possibility of other mergers. So, obviously, St George doesn't merge with the Illawarra, so we've got a free spot to merge there. Before we get to that, I think, do you want to just maybe have a chat about West Tigers, Northern Eagles, and whether you think they should stay as mergers, or whether you want to maybe change a few of the other ones around?
So, yeah, like Northern Eagles, what a terrible idea that was.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel for the Bears at the time, because they made such a big effort, and they were relocating to the Central Coast, and the locals had really bought into that idea, and there was a bright future there, and then that all disappeared. And I think that's sort of an opportunity lost for rugby league, because I don't think we'll ever really go back with a club at the Central Coast. So I think that's an opportunity lost. But yeah, I just look, that turned out the way it did, and I don't think it should have happened at all.
Yeah.
West Tigers is interesting. They're a bit like, to me, I feel like they're a bit of a split personality kind of club. So and it comes down to like geography again. So you've got, you know, the history of Balmain and the inner west, Leichhardt Oval and all of that thing, and then you've got this sprawling new area, a lot of young families out in the southwest in Campbelltown, where the Magpies sort of would have been, and they're two very different areas, and it I don't know, it's interesting. Like, I don't know if they've quite bridged that gap in the middle, which is where sort of Bulldog territory is.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Western
don't know
suburbs.
If that works.
Western suburbs moved out to Campbelltown. So this is just my little bit of history. Like, so Wests were pretty much based, you know, sort of Ashfield, Lidcombe, that kind of area, and Canterbury were obviously based in Canterbury Bankstown. So there was this. I mean, I've done in that episode before. Newtown actually had plans to move out to Campbelltown. And move themselves over. So they did a lot of work. They put a lot of work into the juniors, and then obviously they were expelled from the competition, and all that work was going to waste. And West then thought to themselves, we've got a great opportunity here, because they were kind of sandwiched. They were between Canterbury and Parramatta. They didn't really have a lot of district there, and they're going, well, we're Wests. If we move out to Campbelltown, we can take this. And at the same time, Canterbury tried to move towards Liverpool as well. So they had that development they were trying to do. I think the Oasis development, I think they were trying to build out there, and all that sort of stuff. So Wests sort of got there first, and they took that whole area, and that's left Canterbury with, you know, the small area they've got now today. So Balmain really did the same kind of thing. They realised they had no junior area, and they've gone, well, the better way for us to go is to go and merge with this big club out there and pretty much take them over. That's pretty much what they've done. Very much like the St George Illawarra merger. But you think that, you know, if the Tigers, you know, if the Bulldogs had a little bit more forthright, they would have probably pushed out that area first. So it's a weird kind of situation where there were so many inner city clubs, like the inner west clubs, and they all. I mean, we lost Glebe and we lost Newtown, but we remained with the Balmain Tigers, and they really needed somewhere to go. So that's why they've gone. That's why they went out with Wests. So I wonder whether Canterbury. I don't think they ever would have done it, but I wonder whether Canterbury would have thought we could have become a major Western Sydney power if we take Western Suburbs to district over here. So,
well, I think there might have been talk about it at the time, and it's funny, if West were still in Ashfield, West and Balmain would have made a lot of sense.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made so much sense. But West being where they were in Campbelltown, I think in hindsight, I think Parramatta Tigers and West Bulldogs would have made more sense, and I think there probably would have been better mergers today.
Yeah, look, I think Parramatta Tigers was pretty much going to happen until Balmain at the last minute realised, well, we're going to be the minor partner. We don't want to do that. So let's take over the weaker club and we'll, you know. So I think that's where all that came from. But look, Parramatta Tigers, West Bulldogs, that makes perfect sense to me. So if those two merge, and then we've got Manly and North Sydney. So then the only one we've got left is Illawarra. Does Illawarra stay by itself, or does someone try and take the sweet Illawarra action that they've got happening down there?
Yeah, I think let's give them the Sharks. We'll go Illawarra Sharks.
Illawarra Sharks.
And then and then St George can take back their old area and go from Sydney. It can be that whole sort of region.
Yeah.
With a little South Sydney bite in the middle missing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. You've given us one extra merger. So that means that we may be able to find room for the Adelaide Rams to stay where they were, or maybe
the Rams, the Reds. We can keep either one. I'm happy with that. It's
pretty good. I think one of the things I did look at the start of this is if I get enough mergers of these Sydney clubs, I can start saying, look, we're going to keep some of the ones that we lost. You know, all that ground we lost by moving out of interstate sort of ones. We can get them back.
Yeah, I'm down with that. You know, I'm down with that. I'm happy seeing the Perth Reds or the Adelaide Rams stick around.
All good.
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. Okay, so I think the only thing we're left to do is we've already kind of covered it, but this team that we've just assembled, this what do we call them again? The Sydney Saints. That's it.
Yeah.
So the Sydney Saints. How do you think they would have gone short term and long term? So obviously St George Illawarra makes a grand final within the first year. Do you imagine that the Sydney Saints would have been in that grand final with Melbourne, or what do you think would have happened for them?
No, look, I don't think it would have been as successful in the short term. So that St George Illawarra side, like, by becoming Sydney Saints, we would have been missing out on guys like Luke Bailey, Jason Rolfe, Trent Barrett, and they were some good players. But I think short term, we would have been thereabouts without making the grand final. But I think pretty much you mirror the success that the Roosters have, if not just a little bit better in the earlier 2000s.
Yeah.
And and just add like a massive fan base, assuming that we all, after a year or two of whinging, all of the Dragons fans decided, you know what, let's get behind the Sydney Saints and let's support this super club.
Cool. Yeah. Look, I think you're right. I think that's what would happen. I don't know how many. Like, we're not going to go through season by season trying to work out if they would win or not. But yeah, look, definitely with the power of the administration of the Roosters that they've got at the moment, and if anything, the St George administration maybe hasn't been the greatest over the last 20 years, but you know, like the Roosters definitely, you got what's the Roosters fella's name again? The guy who owns them,
Nick Politis.
That's it. Couldn't remember Nick's name. With Nick around, good old Uncle Nick, and all the fan base in St George, I think they definitely would have been a powerhouse. I don't know whether this newly created Parramatta Tigers team might have given you a run for your money, but
that would be pretty powerful as well. We'd have some good clubs.
We would. Well, I mean, I'm just imagining what a Canterbury and Western Suburbs merger would do. I think they would be pretty good too. So, look, you might have quite a lot of powerful Sydney clubs. It'd be very interesting to see what happens, because if you're merging so many of them, one of the reasons I think that obviously one of the reasons that St George Illawarra was so great at the start was obviously all the Illawarra players, but part of it as well is they got a lot of dispensations in salary cap and things like that too. So they got a bit of an advantage that way. And I think if you still had that, but you had that 4 times over rather than the 3 times, you're going to end up with some powerful clubs. It might not be as dominated by Brisbane, which would have been good. Yeah,
that's right. It would have been interesting, and it would have been interesting to see. Would it have worked? I don't know.
Yeah. But, they might have all fallen apart. I think the St George Illawarra works really well because Illawarra, they had an identity, but they had... St George gives them just that little bit of carrot each year. Like, we'll play a few games down and win, and we've got the same colours, and that kind of works. I don't know if if Cronulla would have been the same for them, but I'm just not sure about some of the other mergers, if they would have stuck around or not. So
I agree with you. It's easy for me to say that as a Dragons fan, though. I'll be interested to see when you talk to the Illawarra bloke what he thinks about that, because I assume it'll be a little bit different because they've lost more of their identity, I suppose, than we have as St George Dragons.
Yeah. Look, I don't know what's going to happen. That's going to be a very interesting episode because from what I've talked to him about, I don't think he wants to merge him with anyone, but he's going to have to, because that's the whole point. I'm cracking the whip on that one. You've got to merge with someone. So, I made Parramatta merge. I've made Canterbury merge. I'll make everyone merge. It's fine. All right, cool. Did you have anything else you wanted to have a chat about, or you're pretty right, or?
No, mate. I think we've covered pretty much everything we possibly could, and it's been a lot of fun.
Oh, it's all great. I've had a really good time, and I'll sign off, and then I'll probably chat to you for another 4.5 hours after.
Sounds good.
All right, cool. Thanks.
We are the mighty Bulldogs, tearing down the Roosters, but there ain't a bird with string.
Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Hi guys, welcome to the podcast. It's Dave from Hyper Thetic RL, and I'm joined by Manly fan Bruce. How are you going, Bruce?
I am very well. How are you, Dave? Are you good?
I'm good. So I understand you're a professional podcast guest.
I am. I've been on a career total of one podcast, which is this one, but that qualifies me.
Oh, that's good. No, that's fine. I always ask people before we start if they want to plug anything, and you don't really need to plug anything, so we'll move on. So the first question is, how did you get into being a Manly fan?
Oh, God. 1971, the guy driving the school bus, and I'll never forget his name, Brian Taylor, and he was the biggest Manly fan, and I think we got to the point where I was all of 10 years old, I had to pledge my allegiance to Manly if I wanted to go home in the afternoon, because he wouldn't let me on the bus otherwise. So I became hooked and got to know the players, and of course 1972 and 1973 were good times to be a Manly fan. So I thought, this is pretty cool. We won premierships. This is how it goes.
You got your run right. So, you got there just at the right time, just before the first one.
Just at the right time.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's where it all started.
Well, that's good. I mean, I got born into it, and the year after I was born, we won our first one. So, it's always.
Well, you'll
always
be
good.
Delighted to know that both my parents are born and grew up in the vicinity of Church Street, Parramatta, and were died in the wool Eels fans.
Okay.
But our family home was at Mossman's, so
that's
you'd walk up to Spit Road and turn right to go to the North Sydney Bears, or turn left to go down to the Spit and onto Brookvale. So I turned left.
Oh, fair enough. Well, it's probably a good move, actually, knowing what happened to those two teams. All right, so I suppose that's going to get us into what happened to Manly in the period. So we're talking about Super League and post-Super League. Obviously, Manly stayed with our ARL. Well, Manly was the ARL, I think you'd probably have to say.
Yep.
And, obviously that premiership in 96, missed out in 97, but, making a grand final. And then beyond that, I'm not I haven't really looked it up, but I think what Manly didn't do so great after about 97, they started to fall away a little bit, I'd imagine.
I think the Super League war took a lot of the money away. And when Ken Arthurson was the CEO, Manly had funds, and that was very cleverly invested. There was money there.
Yeah. And
with the stupidity of Super League and players basically winning the lottery every other week, that depleted the reserves, and Manly came back to the field. And of course, Ken Arthurson wasn't running the show, because he was actually running the ARL.
Yep.
So, and you can see with this side, the 99 team, they went downhill, and it was all to do with available cash.
Yeah, and I suppose you're getting towards the end of the careers of some of those stars from the 96 grand final as well. Getting to the end of Cliff Lyons and Steve Menzies, and maybe not Tuvey as much. He still had a few years left in him, but definitely, like you said, they probably didn't have the same investment in them as what they had in the mid-90s.
Yeah, there were guys. It was unfortunate too, with guys like Nick Kosseff, who was born with a fantastic football brain and a great body, with the exception of his two knees, which couldn't take the strain. So he had to retire, and players left. Craig Innes left, went back to New Zealand.
Yeah.
It was just, it's very hard to keep a premiership winning team together.
Yeah.
Although the Roosters seem to have no trouble doing it.
Well, I mean, I think the term sombrero comes up when we talk about them, but let's not talk about them. We're all about Manly tonight. We're not about Roosters or any of those ones. Although we may mention them when we come through. So what I've got is I've got a list of the teams in roughly the order of what happened in 99 in terms of the criteria. So I'm just going to go through team by team, and then I'm just going to say, look, what do you think a merger with Manly would have been, or Manly merging with them would have been desirable or not? We can shortlist a couple of them, and we'll see how we go.
Okay.
All good. All right, so the first team on the list, the one who has the Sydney team with the highest criteria, or highest one on the criteria, was Canterbury. So Manly and Canterbury, which would be a Parramatta fan's mortal enemy twice over.
Yeah, I know I'm on your podcast and I know we're talking about mergers, but
Yeah.
gee, I've been through it with the Northern Eagles. God, they're awful.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
they really are. And, to me, you talk about Manly Canterbury and I straight away go, oh, no. I'd rather merge with Parramatta.
We'll get there. We will get there.
Yes.
That could very well happen.
I just can't see Manly and Canterbury merging. I just don't.
No.
No.
No. I work over in the Northern Beaches, so I know the way Manly is, and I've been to Canterbury before, and they're just two totally different places. You just wouldn't... There's nothing in common there, really, just nothing at all. All right, well, we'll bin Canterbury. So, I mean, the thing is, I suppose the thing for Manly, and like you said, like mergers aren't great. The reason why we're doing these, and look, I'm sure there'll be more mini-series later on where we don't do mergers, where we maybe talk about Super League and do other things, but we'll push on with the mergers, see if we can get something for this.
Okay.
So, Canterbury's gone. Next one on the list is Cronulla, so the two beach suburbs.
Yeah. I think geographically it probably wouldn't work because one of them is up in the north side of Sydney and the other one's way down in the south side of Sydney.
That's true.
And you've got to kind of navigate South Sydney and the Roosters to get to Cronulla, and I suppose St George.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say geographically, no.
Okay, no, that's good. They can go. I know what's going to happen with you is you don't have many neighbours, so it's not really going to be many options there. All right, next one on the list is the aforementioned Roosters. So Manly and Sydney City, I think they were at the time.
There is a side of me that says, yes, let's merge with the Roosters and we'll all fit under their salary cap sombrero.
Well, I mean, the thing is that part of the merger sweetening of the pot is you got $8 million, and I think you actually were able to stay over the salary cap for a certain amount of time, I believe. I think that's what happened. I think there was like exemptions because obviously you're merging two together. Me being the non-research person that I am, I didn't bother to look it up, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
No, I think there were definitely exemptions there.
Yeah.
Roosters is a maybe.
Okay, let's put them in the maybe pile.
We get Nick Politis. It's starting to grow on me.
Yeah, you get Nick Politis and you get Bob Fulton there. I don't know if those two get along. So if they did, that'd be a very powerful relationship.
Oh no, I think they did get along.
I don't know much about it, but it does. It seems like it would make a pretty interesting little merger there. All right. So the next one is the obvious front runner for you. It's Parramatta. You're obviously going to merge with Parramatta.
Oh dear old Para.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose the sweetness of that is if you do, and the Bears move up to the Central Coast, we can take the Bears old area as well. So we could take North Sydney, the whole of the Hills District, Parramatta, and the whole of the Peninsula. It'd be a very big club.
Yeah, Parramatta is a maybe.
See, I've just talked you into this. I don't know why I'm trying to talk Manly into Parramatta, but
there's some others coming that I'm definitely going to say no. But yeah,
fair enough. All right. Well, next one on the list is St George.
No, I can't see that working. See, St George, they're not really a merger party. They get together with another team and totally strangle it out of existence.
What, a bit like Manly did, or?
No, Manly, we could talk about that. Manly went into a 50-50 merger with North Sydney, and North Sydney had no money.
Well,
so that was always going to be interesting as to how that was going to pan out. But St George had throttled Illawarra. I mean, when is the last time you've seen St George play in the All Scarlet?
It's been a while. It's been quite a long time.
It's been forever.
It's been a long time. They had their socks for 1 year, but that was about the end of that.
Yeah. Thank you for the home ground. Yes, we'll take Wollongong, but that doesn't. As an outsider, it doesn't look like a merger to me. But anyway, no, St George would be a no.
Okay, that's good. All right, well, we'll move on to another aforementioned Illawarra. So, do you want to take all Illawarra's juniors away from them?
No, if I didn't like Cronulla because of geography, I definitely don't like Illawarra at all.
It doesn't make
I'll
any
let St
sense.
George and Illawarra, they're at the dating stage at this point in the podcast where I'll let them go through and consummate their marriage.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we're peeking into the future there. All right, that's fine. Next one on the list is Penrith, which is not going to make any sense.
No.
We'll just knock Penrith out. That's gone.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
I don't think there's much point dwelling on Penrith or some of the other ones. Let's go to the next one on the list. The next one's Balmain. So, kind of geographically not bad, but yeah.
Yeah, Balmain would be a maybe.
All right.
There is a synergy there. I can sort of, yeah, okay.
Yep. All right. We'll chuck them in the maybes. That's good. You're being a lot more open to it than some of the other guys have been. You've got a bigger list than some of them. Someone's gone, nope,
You're standing there with a giant gun pointed at my head. But
you must merge your club straight away.
Having been through the Manly North thing, I can tell you from a fan's point of view, it's horrible.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine it.
And you don't follow the team the same way.
Yeah.
And you don't.
Yeah.
You know, the Northern Eagles were playing, to me, that's a kind of, oh yeah. Whereas now, my wife says, what are we doing on Saturday? And the first thing I do is scan the fixtures to see when Manly are playing. And oh yeah, they're on Sunday afternoon. Yes, we can do that. Whereas,
sounds pretty right.
Yeah, it's just not the same. But anyway, for the point of the podcast.
No, it's all good. That's okay. Look, it's a series that I think what we're going to find, and I found this so far, is that the people who didn't go through mergers with their clubs are more available to say, oh yeah, we'll merge with them, we'll merge with that. So far, I've talked to St George fan. I haven't got to the Illawarra fan yet, but it's St George fan, and I don't think he wanted to really do mergers. Everyone else that I've talked to so far haven't been involved in a merger yet. So still haven't done, any of the others.
If you painted a scenario where Manly had to either merge or move, I would back move every day of the week.
Yep.
And as difficult as that might be to have to, follow the Perth Sea Eagles or something, but I would rather them move, and I would rather the colours stay and the team there, and they do a back to Brookvale once a season or something, than merge with somebody. It's horrible. It really is. And and then you go into the side which Manly did, where you had a merger partner and they were broke, and then the whole thing starts to fall apart.
Yeah.
And they want 50% of the decisions, and they want their people in 50% of the jobs, but the moment there's an invoice to be paid, they're pushing all the invoices across the table to the Manly side. So, I love the Bears. I got people there. I still know to this day. And having lived as close to the Oval, I can't tell you how many times I've been to the Bob stand on a Sunday afternoon to hurl abuse at lazy Bear forwards. But the merger was terrible. Really was.
No, that's fine. Look, I think going forward, and probably, next time I do one of these mini-series, I think we'll be looking at something like that. Something like if you have the decision to relocate, be dropped to a second division, or completely go, which one would you go for, sort of thing, and we can talk about that. But look, that's for probably next year, because I don't want to start another series.
No, that's all good.
This one's hard enough. Okay, so we've only got two left, and I don't think you're going to go for either of these, but let's see. So the next one's Souths.
No, Russell Crowe and George Piggins, they do not play well.
No.
There'd be rallies to get Manly out. No.
Yeah, fair enough. And the last one is Wests.
Geographically inconvenient, and Manly and West hate each other and would only want to belt the living daylights out of each other, and that would be in the home dressing room before they even got on the field.
They'd have to be called like the Sydney Fibro Silvertails or something.
Yes, the Sydney Fibro Tails.
Tails. Yeah, all right.
Yes, and the logo would have a little picture of John Donnelly's face in it. No, wouldn't work.
I don't know, just be like Tommy punching someone. I don't know, just
all that.
One of them. All right, well that's it. That's all the teams. So our shortlist is the Roosters, the mighty Parramatta Eels, and the Balmain Tigers. So out of those three teams, which one do you think would be the best merger partner for Manly?
Well, financially, the Roosters.
Okay, you want Roosters.
We're going to take Nick Politis and all his money.
That's cool. All right, so what are we going to do in terms of a team here? So we've got the Roosters and Manly. So we're going to be the Sydney Seagulls, Sydney Birds, Sydney. I have to make a name for them, won't we? They're both you're both types of birds, but the rooster doesn't really fly.
The Sydney Sea Roosters.
Roosters. Oh look, I'm going to write that down because I like sea roosters.
This is going to be ugly.
Well, it's actually not too bad. In a way, I reckon it won't make that... Because what you could do is you can change the red in the Roosters to the maroon, because you both have blue when you're Manly with the blue. Well, they had blue. Well, they both have the white.
They've had dashes of blue in there.
Yeah.
Technically, the purist would say maroon and white, but yes, there has been blue in there.
I think if you gave it a bit more maroon... and maroon and navy, it'd be interesting. We'll have to mock something up and have a look at it and see what we can do. But I'm going to call them the Sydney Sea Roosters because I love that. That's so good. I'm not going to try and come up with a good name. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Not only have we merged two teams, but we've invented a type of chook.
We've invented a very... I think it would sink, wouldn't it? It can't swim.
I think it would.
And it can't fly.
I don't think it'd lay any eggs.
No. Well, it'd be very interesting. All right. I think probably the next thing to do... Let's have a look at other mergers. So, obviously, because we didn't merge with North is now available. Our other mergers we know, St George Illawarra, I think you're kind of leaning towards that would still happen. And then there's West and Balmain and obviously all the other teams. So having a look at that...
Well, the bad news for you is that if Norths are not going to merge with Manly, they're going to merge with Parramatta.
Okay, all right. So Parramatta Bears?
The Parramatta Bears.
Okay, I don't mind that.
See how you guys like it when the invoices come in and Norths push the ball over your side of the table.
Don't worry, Dennis Fitzgerald will look after all of the finances. He knows exactly what he's doing. And he'll get Michael Buettner and Jason Taylor earlier than what he would have had them. So
yes, he probably would have.
Yeah, get him a year
early.
He
might have picked up Flo too.
Probably would have. I can imagine Flo in the back line there. That'd be quite good.
The backstory with the Bears, by the way, is that they fell out with their own leagues club.
Mm.
And had they not done that, North Sydney would have been very financial and probably very safe. But, the thing with the Bears in that sort of pre-Super League era, they do dumb things.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have 3 first-grade wingers that good, solid players. You've got 3 of them. One's playing reserves. So what do the Bears do? They go out and sign Ricky Walford. Why would you want another winger? It was really perplexing, some of the stuff they were doing. And the guy who ran the leagues club, a guy called Jim Henry, well, he wanted to know where his money was going.
Mm-hmm.
And the football club CEO was a guy called Bob Saunders, and no one told Bob what to do. And in the end, Jim Henry he wrote to his members at the leagues club and said, well, we're going to leave the football club to themselves. And they all said, yeah. And the moment they did that, that was the death knell for North Sydney. It's amazing they hung on for as long as they did. And I think it was probably a couple of seasons, maybe 3.
Yeah,
But they just ran out of money. There was no money.
Yeah, that's the thing. So I think a lot of people don't know about any of that. I don't know a lot about that, so I think it's interesting to know. Because, the thing is, a lot of people talk about, Norths and feel so sorry for Norths and stuff, but, we had to get rid of some clubs. So,
yes,
at the end of it, I mean, like I said, with that criteria, the criteria wasn't perfect, but if we had not had mergers, if we had said, all right, just the top 4 or the top 5 city teams are in, then, basically you get Cronulla, Canterbury, Roosters, Parramatta and St George, and that's it. And the rest of you can just go away. Could you imagine if they told Manly, Penrith, and Balmain, and the Rabbitohs and the Bears and the Magpies?
Well, you'd
you're
destroy
all gone.
the competition.
You've all got to go to second division, guys, and try and work your way back in. No, that wouldn't have happened. There's no way they could have done it. Obviously, listening to the Super League War, the League Digest guys won, and when they talked about coming up before the Super League and the ARL at the time, or the New South Wales Rugby League, had been thinking about trying to reduce the number of clubs and just let it happen through attrition, and but they kept bailing them out because you couldn't couldn't have the PR exercise of having a club die. They had to keep trying to help them. And you think if they just maybe didn't try and help them a little bit, maybe a few of them would have moved or merged or relocated or just died, and we would have been
the
all right.
attrition thing, that's into play now. So if a club falls over now, they're not going to bail them out. But
no, they're not. But I don't think any clubs are going to fall over now. That's the thing, and they still pay them. They still give them more than what the salary cap is in grants.
Yep.
So it's if you fall over at that point, you definitely deserve it. But all good. All right. So all right, Parramatta and Norths as a merger. So if we're doing that, are we still having the West Tigers and St George Illawarra, or do you want to move them around a bit, or?
So we've got. So West and Tigers can still merge, can't they?
They can. You haven't changed it at that, and you haven't changed St George Illawarra. So you don't have to. You can make West merge with Cronulla if you want.
I'd leave West and Tigers together.
Yep. Okay.
Although, see, there's another interesting one. I had a mate who actually was employed by the West Tigers when they first got together. Here's just an interesting little story on mergers.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to him, "How's it going?" He was in marketing, and he goes, it's a shit fight. You've got West people on one side, Tigers people on the other, and this club is not going to go anywhere until we get rid of the West people and we get rid of the Tigers people and we replace them on the board with West's Tigers people.
Yep.
We are now the best part of 20 years in.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to know about the board of the West Tigers?
No, I think I know.
The West people are up one end and the Tigers people are down the other end, and nothing has changed.
Yep, exactly. And
nothing has changed.
That's the way it's going to be, because they're West people and they're Tigers people. It's the same.
Yeah.
The same as anything else. If the Norths and Manly merger had kept going, it would be the same thing there. I'm sure the St George and Illawarra one's the same thing. Although the only thing with Illawarra is they don't really have as much representation. I think St George has basically just taken over.
Well, yes.
Well, to the point where there was a lot of St George fans earlier in the year when they weren't doing too well, going, "Let's just drop the Illawarra and we'll just become St George again." It's like, well, you pretty much are. You just have to, unfortunately, say the word Illawarra during when you talk about your team, but that's pretty much it. There's not. They're not getting much else apart from that. All right. So we're going to keep the other mergers. So we're basically going to add an extra merger. So we're going to have an extra spot, so we can let the Adelaide Rams stay, or we can let the Perth Reds stay. So that sounds good. I like either of those. Or we can, I don't know, we can keep the Crushers. I don't know. Someone else is staying because we've got an extra spot.
The one you'd keep Perth.
Yeah, I think so too.
One of my other hats is that I'm actually a former board member of South Australian Rugby League.
Oh,
so as much as I should be saying keep the Adelaide Rams, and the Adelaide Rams were great, but Perth is the area that we should never have turned our back on. Perth is where a team should be, and Perth is where a team always should have been.
Yeah.
And that is that would be the first choice.
Well, I mean, if they don't disappear in the late 90s and they just stay on for the next 20 years, they'd be. I'm not worried about this
missed opportunity.
Yeah, I'm not worried about so much about juniors. You'd get juniors anyway. There'd probably be a lot of East Coast guys still coming over, but you would get the fan involvement. You know what I mean? And you would have that extra. Yeah, I don't know. It's such a shame that it didn't work out.
You would have quite a strong team there now, and they would be similar to the Storm. They'd be winning their little battle, and no, the dedicated West Coast Eagles fan and dedicated Freo fans are still going to be dedicated to those two teams.
Yeah.
But the Perth Reds would have had quite a nice following and would have been very successful.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, the thing is that with Melbourne, like we know, quite a lot of their success was because they were half, Western Reds, Perth Reds, and they were the other half Hunter Mariners. So like if the Hunter Mariners fall over and Melbourne doesn't get up, we maybe end up with Perth instead of Melbourne. I don't know if that's any better, but it'd be interesting. Cameron Smith playing for the Western Reds or the Perth Reds, and then winning all those premierships. You'd be like, oh, they play a team from Western Australia keeps winning the premiership. I think we'd hate them after a while, wouldn't we? We want to get rid of them.
Yeah, quite likely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's no love lost for the Storm, let's face it.
Exactly. All right. Well,
Ugh.
maybe that's not
Ugh.
good. Maybe we don't want to do that. Maybe we just want them back now. I think that might be the way to go. All right. So we've gone through the other mergers. So the only thing left to do is obviously we've got a Roosters Manly merger. So we've got to come up with a team. So I think we were talking just before. There's a couple of the names in the little list that I gave you that probably not even the right players. But let's just go through position by position, and you can just let me know if you think who you think should take that position, or if you've got someone else, or if you want to move some players around. So just starting up at fullback, I've got Luke Phillips for Manly, and I've got Andrew Walker for the Roosters. So who do you think makes the first grade squad?
Well, the fullback's great because Luke Phillips ended up at the Roosters and Andrew Walker ended up at Manly.
Well, there you go.
And Luke Phillips became a referee.
That's right.
Dear Lord. In fact, I'm looking at the Roosters team. Andrew Walker, Jack Elsgood, Ivan Cleary. That's a good, solid Manly representation there in the first three, let me tell you.
It's not bad.
Well, Andrew Walker's probably one of the greatest natural footballers I have ever seen, so I would go for Andrew Walker.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so on the wings, you mentioned Jack Elsgood. We've got Matt Singh on the other wing for the Roosters. I've got Craig Hancock and Albert Torrens. So that's pretty handy wingers. I don't know who you'd want to put on the wing there.
It is.
The other thing you could do is, just not to jump in on you, but the other thing you could do is, we do have Hopewadi in the centres, and he can play on the wing, I suppose, if you wanted to do that, but it's up to you.
Yeah, no, I'd probably let Hopper go to the West Tigers at this point.
Okay, fair enough.
Or suggest that perhaps he should take up boxing a little bit earlier than what he did.
Fair enough, yep.
Well, the standout footballer there is Matt Singh, so you would have to pick him.
Yep.
I'd go Matt Singh and Jack Elsgood.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough. So in the centres, Ivan Cleary, Richie Barnett, and John Hopewadi and Terry Hill. So,
well, you would have to have Tezza, and I know I've got Manly supporters out there listening to this, and I've gone for all East players so far, but it's not a crash-up Manly side.
No.
But no, Tezza gets a centre spot.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely the best centre in that lot. No disrespect to the other three, but I think he's the better one of the three.
I'd go Tezza and Ivan.
Okay.
Ivan can kick the goals.
Not bad. Okay. So this is going to be interesting here. So in the halves, for Manly, I've got Jeff Tuvey and Craig Field, and I've got Brad Fittler and Adrian Lamb, with the caveat that we also do have the end of Cliffy Lyons' career, if you want to chuck him in as well.
Well, by my reckoning, Cliffy is 38 at this stage, so this is his last season.
Yeah.
I am 3 months older than Cliffy, so I know exactly how old he is.
Yep.
I would be putting Jeff Tuvey to halfback and playing Brad Fittler.
So Tuvey Fittler, that's a good combination.
And I'd probably just upset Adrian Lamb, but well.
That's all right. He can go on the bench and come off the bench if he wants to. But that's the other one.
Yes.
All right. So in the front row, Manly, I've got Neil Tierney and Danny Costello, who you've never heard of. So obviously that's not the right person.
Yes, I'm afraid. Clean bowled by Danny Costello. I will put my hand up and tell you that I had to Google that one.
Well, look, I might be wrong. If you can think of another front rower for Manly, that's fine.
Played 5 first-grade games.
Yep, no, that's okay. So the Roosters ones are Jason Lowry and David Barnhill.
I would have thought Barnhill was more of a second rower.
Yeah, but when you look at the rest of the Roosters team, he kind of got to play up front because it's a pretty good back row.
Goulet and Ricketson and Gaffey and... Yeah, okay. Well, in that case, I would have... all right, well, I'll go Jason Lowry and Neil Tierney.
Okay, cool. That's no problem. Look, if you want to, in the bench for the Roosters, I've also got Scott Logan and Peter Cusack, who weren't really... They were more junior players, but they could probably go in there if you wanted to swap them. But are you happy with the ones you picked?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. So at hooker, I've got Simon Benetti, or we've got Jim Sedaris.
No, you take Jim Sedaris.
Yeah. All right, so this back row is stacked. All right, so you already mentioned the Roosters ones, Goulay, Ricketson and Gaffey. We've got Menzies and we've got Kosef and a fellow called Kallela, who I don't know too much about.
So, your podcast will never be heard on the Northern Beaches ever again if I don't take Steve Menzies in the 11.
Exactly.
So that's going to happen. I know I did say before that Nick Kosef was running out of knees, and I think in 1999 he was, but he's still there.
Yeah.
And very, very clever. Anthony Kallela was a great little second rower. Actually, he was a little chunky guy and tackled like a demon. Ended up at Parramatta, so you should actually know him.
Did he?
And
okay.
Yeah, he did.
I did pay attention to Parramatta in that time.
He got hurt towards the end of his career. I think he had back problems, actually, Kallela.
He mustn't have played many times. I'm going to get trouble from the Parramatta fans for not knowing him now, so that's fine.
I would take Kallela out, and I would play Ricketson.
Okay, so you got Menzies, Ricketson, and Kosef. Interesting.
Yep.
Okay. And then I suppose, on the bench we can put the other ones, Goulay, Gaffey. I don't know who else we've got in there. There's not too many other ones in there.
You would keep Cliffy there. I don't see that there's... I wouldn't worry. Oh, Dan Gartner, actually. Cliffy and Dan Gartner would be the two that you would keep from Manly.
Okay.
And then, yes, there's a bit of quality there from the Roosters side. So.
Yep. All right, cool. Well, that sounds good. We didn't even mention Brian Fletcher's on the bench there. At the
Actually,
Roosters.
I was just looking at him. Yeah, the jokes are so bad. I think we're going to delete him. We'll let him go to Souths.
We treat people by their footballing ability and not their terrible comedic timing on NRL podcasts, the NRL programs. Yeah, no, that's fine. Because look, Highmarsh is still a great at the game, and I don't care how bad his buddy NRL stuff, his buddy Fox stuff is. It's fine. It's all good.
So yes, I'm not sure how that merger will go, but we do get Nick Politis and we do get the salary cap sombrero.
That's true. I was just about to ask you that question actually. So how the next question that I've got is how does the Sydney Sea Roosters go from 99 onwards? It's
well, I'd sincerely hope that they would keep their talent scout. I would imagine Noel Cleal would keep his job as a talent scout there because he played for both the Roosters and Manly.
He's got to take Jamie Lyon away from Parramatta, so that's...
Well, his great pair of signings that were coming probably 2002, 2003, 2004 were the Stewart brothers. So I would imagine that the Sea Roosters would still be interested in the pair of them.
Yep.
But yes, I would think that the Sea Roosters would go okay. I think there was a premiership there anyway in 2003, was there not?
Yeah, 2002 was the Roosters premiership.
2?
Yep.
Okay.
That's fine. And they made the 2 grand finals after that, so they'd have to be pretty competitive. They were in, what was it, the 2000 grand final against the Broncos. So
yeah, they had a good run.
They were a pretty good team. Like, you look at that team, that's why when you were saying, you'll get in trouble with Manly fans for picking too many Roosters players, but the Roosters were a pretty good team and they were an emerging team, so I can imagine why you'd pick a few of them. All right. Well, we won't say that they're going to go off and win a bunch more premierships, but you think they'd still be fairly competitive and probably pretty close to maybe winning one of those other ones they didn't get in the run. All right.
I think they'd be solid.
Yeah, no, I think they would be. And, I mean, like with a little bit of extra class of some of those Manly players, because I suppose you've got to realise that, I mean, at the time, Tuvey was a State of Origin rep, Australian rep, Menzies Australian rep. There's quite a few.
Tezza was too.
Terry Hill, that's right, yep. So you add just a few, you had 3 internationals to that Roosters team, and they've got to be fractionally better than they were at least. All right. No, that's good. They'll be one of the most hated teams in the history of the NRL. Maybe not as bad as...
but you see, the Storm come in at round about this time, that's okay, everyone will hate the Storm.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I suppose that's probably what happened. Although people didn't hate the Storm until probably about 2006, 2006, 2007.
Yeah,
I think we actually
later.
I think we liked them because we thought, oh, those Victorians, even though they're all Queenslanders, those Victorians, we really want this game to grow in Victoria. And then they started winning stuff, and we're like, no, we don't want that. Stop winning things.
I have an interesting podcast for you from 1999.
Yeah.
What would have happened in the actual grand final if Anthony Mundine had have passed the ball instead of going on his own?
Oh, okay. So I don't know if I mentioned before or after we started recording that I was talking to Michael Carboni from the Chasing Kangaroos pod.
Yep.
He wants to come on for a normal episode, and the one that I think he wants to do is the 99 grand final. So that's probably the one we're going to do. I think that might be the thing, because I tend to like it more when, rather than just saying what if this team won, I like when it gets down to the minute detail of what if someone did this rather than that, because I reckon that's more interesting. Like you get to the end of a game and you're like, oh, if he just passed that ball, or if he just kicked that, or if
what
he just
would
did
have
this.
happened?
Well, I'd imagine that St George Illawarra probably wins the grand final, but we won't spoil that. We'll go through that in our episode. But that's probably, and it'd be interesting. Melbourne not winning in their, what was that, second season? That's second season for them, isn't it? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're the fastest, or the team to win a premiership the fastest. They beat the Bulldogs by a year, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, you can't all support teams like that. I support a team that couldn't get out of the top, go off the bottom of the ladder for the first 15 years, but that's all good.
I did attend the 1986 grand final. I was there.
Yeah.
I know what Parramatta success feels like.
I barely do. I was 6. So
I was a bit older.
Yeah. No, I barely know what it is. I was doing a podcast recently, and it would have come out, well, it's well and truly come out by now because it's going to be a couple of weeks after this, but talking about 2009 grand final, and like one of the things I said is, Parramatta proves that they can win a grand final that's not in the 80s. They haven't been able to do that since. But yeah, it's I'm going to get sad again here, Bruce. So we're not going to keep talking about Parramatta. We'll wrap it up, and I think
we have to stay upbeat.
Yeah, we've got to stay upbeat. I think it's good. I'm enjoying the Sydney Sea Roosters. I think that could be a real winner. And I think they're. I wouldn't support them. I'd hate them, but it'd be very interesting to watch.
Well, I'm just hoping after this podcast that I'd still be able to, when I visit Sydney, walk down the Corso at Manly without being pinged with broken bottles and rocks.
Yeah. See,
but,
I think you're misjudging how many people listen to this podcast. So I doubt there's anyone in the Northern Beaches that are ever going to hear it. So you'll be anonymous.
Tens of thousands of people, I would have said.
Oh well, too kind, but not actually what happens. If you said tens of people, that'd be closer. I think that's probably where we're at, but that's fine, no problem. All right, well, thanks, Bruce. That was a really great chat, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope everyone at home enjoyed it. And go the Sydney Sea Roosters.
I'm a big fan. I want to get a T-shirt for the Sea Roosters now. I'm onto something.
Oh, I think I can make some money out of this. Just for you, I'll make a jersey for the Sea Roosters, and I'll sell it to you. Don't worry.
All good.
All right, thanks, Bruce. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
We are the mighty Bulldogs. Here comes the Roosters, but there ain't a bird to see.
Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Hi guys, welcome to the podcast. It's David from Hyper Thetic RL, and I'm joined by Penrith fan Ross. How you going, Ross?
Yeah, good mate. Yourself?
I'm good. So we'll get straight into it. How did you become a Panthers fan?
Mate, born at the Nepean Hospital.
Oh,
so
well, that's
born into it.
I think they issue with a beanie and a jersey, don't they? At Nepean?
They do. Yeah. They do. At the hospital, you can't escape it. So I feel like as a Penrith fan, as I moved around, you kind of, unless you were born there, there's not many people who are like Penrith fans. You'll see Melbourne fans who've never been to Melbourne, or Rabbitohs fans, but kind of, to be a Penrith fan, I think you have to live there for some reason.
Yeah,
we're not a sexy team.
It's a different place, Penrith. I used to work out at Penrith, and it's very much like. Well, it's funny because I was saying to someone the other day. At the moment I work in DY, which is Manly area, and Manly's very, how insular they are. But Penrith is very similar as well. It's a strange situation. If you're not from Penrith, you're not Penrith, so they don't want to talk to you. But that's fine.
Exactly.
It's all good. So you'd be pretty happy this year being a Panthers fan.
Yeah, mate. I'm fired up. Had a really good year.
Yep.
I don't know. It'll probably be, we'll get to the grand final and I won't be able to go because of COVID or something like that. That'll be right.
It's all right, mate.
2020.
Don't worry. You don't have to be there to support the Eels on grand final day. It's all fine. I
don't know. They're on free fall, I think, aren't they?
Look, we'll see. We shall see. Hey, by the time this comes out, which is in about 3 or 4 weeks' time, I'm either going to be, hey, look, you were calling it right, and they're such a great team now, or you're an idiot. They're already out of the finals. But either way, doesn't matter. We can all we can only hope. All right, so in terms of Penrith, in that 90s zone, like early 90s, obviously, with the premiership in 91, and I suppose through the late 90s, maybe not as successful. They were in finals. They were kind of on the edge of finals. I don't know.
We had a good Super League.
Yeah.
Pretty good in the Super League. Yeah.
Yep, they did pretty well. And then I can't remember them in the late 90s. Were they in finals, or they were around the edge? Yeah.
No, mate. No. Nothing doing.
Yeah.
Nothing doing in the late 90s. So, I went back and had a good hard look at it. The 1998 season. It's not much to write home about.
Yeah.
We did make the finals in the Super League. 1999, it's the single worst scheduling season in the history of the NRL or any type of rugby league. As a bit of Penrith fan, if you want to go have back and have a look at that, I think it's like, I researched it today, 14 of our games throughout the year, we played the team off the back of the bye. And we got smashed by all of them.
Oh, wow.
We were in fourth place after 9 rounds, won like 2 games after that.
Yeah.
So, late 90s not real good. Not real good.
No, but they did turn around after that. But yeah, I suppose that's not too bad. But yeah, you take the premierships over getting close and not getting there. So that's probably the way to go. All right.
Yeah, exactly right.
All right. So we're in the position where Penrith is probably one of the teams that I suppose in the 98, 99, when you're sort of looking at the criteria, they're down the bottom half. So they're probably one of the ones that maybe a little bit lucky they didn't have to merge in the long run. But what we're going to do now, we're just going to go through and have a look at some possible merger partners. Just let me know, yes, no, maybe, and we'll just go through, and then obviously we'll let you pick one at the end. So I'm going to try and go criteria order as close as I can from the 99 criteria. So the team at the top of the list is Canterbury. So Penrith merging with Canterbury. What do you think about that one?
I mean, we're not real close. I suppose that they're in Western Sydney, kind of, but they're not really the same. I probably wouldn't put them at the top of the list to have merged with. I mean, yeah.
Well, we'll say,
I reckon they should have moved with St George, to be honest, and with West Tigers.
Oh wow, we're going to a triple merge. Okay, well we'll get to that when that comes up. So you go and triple mergers, which I encourage. I encourage weird mergers, but we'll get to that. Okay, so we'll say Canterbury's going to be a no then, because I don't want to waste time coming back to them if it's not a chance.
No.
The next one on the list is Cronulla, which I suppose if you're going to go geographically, Cronulla's even worse than Canterbury.
That's worse. No way.
Yeah.
Because you ever been to the Shire? It's very different to Penrith.
Yeah, it's very different.
I don't think different place. I don't think those two merge real well at all.
You merge them together, and you could call them the 67ers, because then
you could.
Yeah, because that makes sense.
At that time, at least we'd won something by then.
Oh, the shots have been fired early on. Okay.
A few more years, I suppose.
let's see what you can do with the next team. Let's see how you can taunt them. The next team's the Sydney Roosters. Do you wanna have a go at the Sydney Roosters?
Well, at least they'd get a junior then, I suppose.
Ooh.
In the team if we merge with them.
That's true. They would. I don't think geographically it's making a lot of sense unless the
not
Bulldogs
at all.
thing. Yeah.
Not at all. I feel like there's two real possibilities of mergers there when you look at Penrith.
Yeah. Well,
But
look,
we'll
I'm
get to those.
gonna stick to my format because
Absolutely.
that's the only way we're gonna get through
Go
this.
nuts.
Otherwise, we'll go.
And I'll just take pot shots at the other team as we go through.
That's fine. Well, the next one you won't pot shot at because the next one is one of the greatest clubs of all time. Mr. Dennis.
West?
No. Mr.
Sorry.
Mr. Dennis Fitzgerald comes up to the foot of the mountains and says, "Hey guys, do you want to merge with us at Parramatta?"
I mean, that's probably the best case scenario, really, isn't it? You got that would be a powerful club right about now. I would suggest.
Would. It's a huge area.
Yeah.
It's a massive
area. And I mean, in hindsight, like Penrith and Parramatta shouldn't merge whatsoever. Like if you're looking at those ones, but they're your best case scenario in terms of the leagues club, the two leagues clubs and stuff like that. You're going to be looking at money. We'd be a really powerful club. We're both relatively powerful clubs as it is, but if they merge with the two leagues clubs, that's some sort of superpower club, to be honest with you. Yeah. I mean, you get the diehards and stuff, they probably hate each other, but, by now, what is it, 22 years later or something like that, if there's one big merged club and it had worked, it'd be something. And we'd probably still lose in a prelim or something like that. We'd probably just lose in prelims every year or something.
It depends on which DNA you get. See, if you get the Parramatta DNA, you'll lose the prelims. But Penrith don't lose as many finals as that. So I mean, they still lose.
You just don't make them.
Yeah, you just don't make them. So I think what we do is we run the Parramatta team out until the second to last round, and then we run the Penrith team out in the last round of the finals.
It's probably good.
We're all good.
Because once we get to the finals, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, no, that's good. All right, so they're definitely up near the top of the list. Next one on the list is St George.
St George is again like the Cronulla. And when you look back and see what they did to Illawarra as well, they would have probably tried it on.
They would try it on
at the same time.
The St George Penrith Dragons. I don't think that works.
The St George Penrith Dragons, and we would have seen 2 games a year against the Titans and
and
they would have Queensland maybe. They would have down in Illawarra.
They'd be red and white with like a tiny black box that just says Penrith. That's what they do.
They'd probably just say Penn, actually. They probably wouldn't even give us the riff.
They wouldn't even give you the riff. All right. Okay, so that one's out. Next one could be an interesting one, but I think geographically maybe not as good, is Illawarra.
Yeah, that is an interesting one. As I said, I live down here. That's, we'd have some good sides. In terms of junior, because, the players that come up through the Illawarra as well. Compared that with the players that come up through Penrith, I reckon they're probably 2 of the strongest junior bases. The only other one would be Newcastle. I wouldn't mind that. We'd have a good side. Yeah, geographically, it doesn't really work. I mean, I commuted from Penrith to Wollongong for university for a year, and it wasn't good.
No, it's a fair distance. I'll tell you that.
It's fair travel, but
I don't know how much more distance it is between St George Illawarra and it is between Penrith and Illawarra, though. I think it could be fairly similar, actually. But, it's... all right,
maybe.
Well, I don't know. To be honest, I've never tried to drive from Penrith to Illawarra before, so I don't really know how long it takes.
Don't do it.
No.
No point.
Doesn't sound like it. All right, so...
I don't think that's a good...
Don't think so? All right, that's reasonable. Okay. So the next one is Manly. I don't think that's going to work, but you can tell me if you think that's
a big no, I think.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's not going to work.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
We're a bit different Westies out there.
That's exactly right.
I don't think we're allowed. I don't think I'm allowed to go to Manly. I'm pretty certain.
Hey, look, I live in the western suburbs and I go to Manly every day, so it's fine. Yeah. They do shut the bridge off if you don't, if they don't like you, but they've let me in so far. Yeah. Been doing it for 5 years, so they're still letting me in, so that's good.
Take your passport.
Take my passport. Yeah. Look, the way things go at the moment, I might need one. I don't really know.
Yep.
Okay. Next one on the list is Balmain.
Balmain. They got nothing for us.
No, there's nothing there for you. I think the only way that works is if Balmain's the dominant partner and they're just stealing Penrith juniors, but that's not good.
Yeah, pretty much. Happen. That is the only possible way. But our league's club's better than theirs anyway, so
exactly,
they don't offer us anything.
Yeah, there's nothing there for you. All right, so Balmain's definitely off the list. I wouldn't worry about that.
Yeah.
We're tearing through it. We're tearing through these. There's not many options. This one could be an outside chance, but I'm not sure. North Sydney.
We could amalgamate there. It's a fair distance, but I suppose we like to go up north and we're going all around. And we get players from Dubbo and things like that. We could merge. We could maybe merge with the Bears, but I don't think.
Your only kind of boundary. So your only kind of boundary is up towards the Wiseman's Ferry area.
Up towards there. We do at least we have a boundary with their kind of area. I suppose it's better than a lot of them.
That's true.
But
it's probably not
Sydney Bears.
Yeah,
I feel like.
Yeah,
they got screwed.
Well, they did.
Poor
yeah,
Bears.
I mean, they really did. But depending on who you talk to. I just talked to Bruce on another podcast of Manly, and he basically said that no, Manly didn't really screw them. But look, that's fine. I'll get I've got a North Sydney fan coming up, and I can ask him the same question, and we'll see what he says. But I guarantee he's going to think they got screwed by Manly. But that's fine.
I think you will. Yeah, I feel like you might.
I think there's a difference of opinion there. That's probably part of the reason why they're not together anymore. Exactly. Okay, so we're not. So basically, we've only got one team on this list. So let's keep going. We've got two left. The next one's South Sydney. What do you think about Penrith and South? That makes not much sense to me.
No, doesn't make any sense at all. I don't think. But
the Southern Penrith, South. It could be the Jamison Town Rabbitohs. There you go.
The Jamison Town Rabbitohs.
Have I got that right? That's Southern Penrith, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yep, you got that right.
Good. I still remember. Okay, I was going, geez, I hope that's not the one on the northern side of Penrith. That's a different one. Anyway, good. Okay, so look, I think that last one's probably your only other candidate apart from Parramatta. So the next one's Wests.
I love Wests. We could have built a giant stadium with the airport.
Yep, exactly.
Bring the new airport in. Could have been a giant out of Gringelly there.
That's
big
right.
Giant stadium.
You could have a big magpie with his wings out as the I don't know what you do for a mascot, but
I reckon it'd be Western Suburbs Panthers.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I reckon because we're out the west.
Yeah,
I'd do something like that. Colours would be relatively similar. As I said, we'd build a brand new stadium out in Gringelly there on the Northern Road, somewhere like that.
Yep.
New airport coming in, lots of work, new houses and stuff. I reckon that would work.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad one.
That's better for the Magpies as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, they get nothing. They don't get much out of Campbelltown at the moment. I worked out there for a little bit. They don't get much from the West Tigers in the schools and things like that. So I reckon that would have been better. That would have been a good merger.
Okay.
To be honest.
All right.
I reckon that's the best one in terms of for West, because I got a soft spot for West, as I said, because I worked at Campbelltown High School for a while. And, I've got a real soft spot. I reckon that would have been better for them.
Okay. So
brand new stadium, perfect, right in the middle. Similar demographics as well in Campbelltown, that area to Penrith, with similar type people. I reckon that's the one.
Okay, cool. So poor Mr. Fitzgerald.
Our 1998 team wouldn't be very good, but...
Yeah. So poor
I reckon
Mr.
that works out good
Fitzgerald
for everyone.
came knocking on the door and you told him to go away. And you said, "Come on, Tommy, come. Let's be the Western Panthers." And he's gone. I can't do a Tommy voice, but he's gone. Yeah, definitely. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's good. All right.
Hard punching.
He just comes over and just decks Mark Geyer or something. That'd be quite funny.
Yeah, that's it. Let's have a stink, and then that's it.
And then they'll get up and have a beer and all be friends, and you'll have the West Panthers are born.
See, same with people. It's the same.
Yeah,
exactly
makes sense.
the same.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
all right,
people.
so we've got the West Panthers. That's our first merger. So obviously that means we're going to have to muck around with mergers because West don't merge with Balmain now. Do you want to go crazy and make a 3-team merger in that central region, or do you want to? What do you want to do with those?
Oh, here I got this. I've been thinking about this today, actually.
Yeah.
I stopped working today, and I had a good hard think about it.
Oh, look, if your boss is listening, it wasn't my fault. I'm really sorry.
Yeah. He's a rugby man, my boss. So he won't care.
He doesn't care. Don't worry about him.
So, yeah, I've had a good hard think about it, and I reckon we got too many teams in Sydney, so I'm merging people left, right, and centre here.
Okay, good. Yep.
I reckon I've got here. Here's what I got for you.
Yep.
I got St George, Balmain, and the Bulldogs merged.
Okay.
So like an inner west team. I haven't got a name for you, but probably. I don't know. I've got no name for you.
Dragon Tiger Dogs.
Yeah, Dragon Tiger.
So.
It's just.
Well, I suppose a dragon and a tiger are kind of got Chinese zodiac thing, and dog does. Maybe here you go, the inner west zodiacs, because there are 3 zodiac signs. There you go.
There you go.
I'm on
inner
fire
west
with this.
zodiac.
Yep.
Yeah. So that gets rid of a few teams there.
Yep.
And I'm merging the Rabbitohs.
Yep.
And the Roosters to Sydney.
Yep.
They're just a Sydney team.
Yep, that's
They
fine.
can play out of Moore Park. So
Yep.
the West team, they can play out of ANZ.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Roosters and the Rabbitohs merge. They can be Sydney.
Yep.
Sydney
fine.
Rabbitohs.
Yep, that's fine. Sydney
I love
Rabbitohs.
that. I enjoy that, those guys.
Yep.
But, bugger them.
Oh, they'll love it. They'll think it's great. Yep.
Yeah.
So, are we going to keep Northern Eagles? Do you think is that one fine, or?
No. So the Bears are going to keep Central Coast to themselves.
Okay.
They're staying.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
So Bears by themselves.
I'm here for the Bears.
Yep. All right. Good.
I'm here for the Bears. And then Cronulla and Illawarra can merge.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So that's going to be
we've
Illawarra
had that
Sharks. That's
Yep.
going to be the Illawarra Sharks, that one.
Yep. Okay. Cool. And then what? Parramatta gets to stay
Bears
by
get-
themselves, or?
Parramatta gets to stay by themselves.
Oh, I like this. This is good.
Yeah.
This is great.
Parramatta
I
gets
don't
to
have
stay
to
by
merge.
themselves.
Yep.
And on my list, I did have the Penrith and West. That's best merger for Penrith. But on my list, I have West staying by themselves, based purely out of Campbelltown.
Yep.
And Penrith staying by themselves as well.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah, I know,
Not
no,
merging.
that's fine. That's okay. You don't want. No one wants to merge their club. It's fine. But
Yeah.
that's interesting. That's interesting. And then what we do is we move the Seagulls to Perth, and we're all good.
Yeah, we just punt them
Just plonk them in Perth.
off the Perth.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we keep the probably have but I'd have the Bears in the Central Coast. They get to stay. So the Bears fan who gets on, you can play in my one. I've been. So if you have a sneaky secret Bears fan, I can soft spot for them or something because they're real positive about them.
Yeah, I think we're all finding out. Well, I'm finding out what the different biases are between clubs at this point. So I think no one hates the Bears because they feel sorry for them. So that's fine.
Yeah, they've been gone too long, I think.
That's right. I think
They're kind of lovable losers in the late 90s as well.
Exactly, because they didn't win. They haven't won. We're coming up to 100 years soon. So it's a long time. So I think that's fair enough. All right. Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty good mergers. Now the next thing to do is we have to put Penrith and West together in a team. So we've got to name a top team. This is going to be interesting because as you said, Penrith didn't have such a great squad. Obviously, West didn't have such a great squad.
No, it's not working out good here.
It's not going to work out well for you. But look, let's see what we can come up with. All right. So we'll go.
Got my favourite player in the late 90s though.
Yeah.
Sid Domick.
Yeah.
I love Sid Domick for some reason in the late 90s. I don't know why. But he was if he's happened to be listening, I'm his number one fan. I don't know why. It's just a legend.
Sid.
Just
lock
wanted
your
to throw
doors,
that out
buddy.
there, just
Lock
on
your
the off
doors.
chance.
Your stalker is here. I have his number. I'll let you know who he is. All right, all good. Let's go. I'll just go position by position. So first one's at fullback. West's fullback. This is basically a 98 team. So West have got Brett Hodgson, and Penrith have got Peter Jorgensen. So which one do you want to take there?
Brett Hodgson.
Yep.
But he's got Reece Wesser playing like reserve grade day.
Yeah, see,
Couple of years.
That's
Couple
right.
of years.
He'd be coming through, so that'd be our
20s, our Jersey flex side in this season and reserve grade, we're starting to see some of our players come through.
Well, that's right. Yeah, see, we're only talking about this team, so it's when we get to it, we'll go through coming forward. But yeah, that's definitely.
Didn't mind Peter Jorgensen though. Good player.
No, he was a good player. Like he's probably
I'd probably take him in 1998 to be perfectly honest over a young undersized Brett Hodgson.
Well, yeah, that's right. Hodgson
I mean,
was.
if we're going in hindsight, Brett Hodgson ended up as a better player, but
Yeah, I think Western
you
Suburbs,
justify-
Brett Hodgson, maybe not the same. And the funny thing is, they'll put this team together based off some positions they played in '98 in a couple of games. And in the centres for West is Andrew Leeds, who I see him as a fullback. So
yeah, he's probably the best fullback. I'd probably take him and play him at fullback.
okay, so we'll just do that. We'll just do what we want.
Out of the three.
So Andrew Leeds is now the
Absolutely.
fullback for the Western Panthers. Okay, so
Yeah,
on wings, well, you can put Hodgson on a wing if you want now, because he's now not a fullback, or Jorgensen if you want to put him on a wing. We've also got Chris Hicks. We've got Robbie Beckett. We've got
Beckett,
Darren
top try
Willis.
scorer for the Panthers that year. Get him in.
Yep. So Beckett on one wing. So who do you want on the other wing?
Who do I want? Sorry, who did West have?
So they had Willis, Donovan, Adam Donovan, and Darren Willis. Darren Willis was a pretty good player. Or you got Chris
Yeah, he
Hicks.
was a good player.
Or you can chuck Hodgson on the wing if you want, because he can play a bit of wing.
I probably. Oh, who have I got? Wait, in the centres. I might have to throw bloody.
Well, centres you got Sid Domick. You got your favourite player.
Yeah, I've got to pick Sid Domick. I might play him on the wing because I've got Gerds, and then Kenny McGuinness. Got to get him in the centres as well.
Okay, all right. So what Domick on the wing? So you got Beckett and Domick on the wing, and then you've got centres. You've got McGuinness and you've got Gerds. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Got to get him in there.
So halves. We've got Greg Alexander, and then the halves for you got George Ellis and Kevin McGuinness. So
yeah, so I'd have Brandy and Kevin McGuinness.
Okay. George Ellis is a pretty good player too, but I think Brandy is a better player.
Yeah, Brandy. Well, I mean, he was old man Brandy at that stage as well. Post Warriors Brandy.
Yeah,
he's still alright.
I think he's still reasonable.
There's Craig Gower running around that year as well, I think.
Does he? Yeah, he probably was. I probably just don't have him.
Craig Gower, 20-year-old Craig Gower, maybe. Played a couple of games as well. Sneaky.
Well, if you want... Okay, all right. So we've got Brandy McGuinness. All right. Okay, so up front I've got Paul Johnson, Tony Puletua for Penrith. I've got Chris Yates and John Scandalis for Wests.
So both young Scandalis and young Puletua.
Yep.
Geez, they weren't at their primes then, though. Like if I was picking a team in hindsight, probably those two. But
yep,
wouldn't you? They're good, both good players.
I've I've found where Gower's gone because I got Gower in the hooker role. So I don't know who your hooker would have been, but I've got him there because he played hooker a couple of times. So that's where. Yeah,
that's a good call.
And then the hooker for West is Cherry Mesher. So I don't know if you want to take Cherry and have Gowie on the bench or.
No, Gower play hooker.
Gower hooker?
For sure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So I probably have Matt Adamson would probably play. I know he played in the back row there, but he ended up as a front rower. He's probably a good front rower.
Okay, so you take Adamson and Scandalis or Tour? Okay.
Didn't have we've missed. Sorry, I'm getting excited here. I'm going all over the place looking at the players and just remembering them.
That's fine.
Got Stevie Carter as well. Forgot about him.
Yeah, I've got him. He's on a bench only because he didn't play. Like he was getting towards the end and he wasn't playing as many, but he could be around too.
Yeah, bugger him off.
Yeah, you got a lot of benches. You got a bench players here, so that's fine.
Yeah, you got a lot of bench. I did like Steve Carter, but I was looking back, liked him at the time, but he's a good player. Fuck. McGuinness are crazy.
So back row. I'm just going to give you all three in the back row, and then obviously there's a couple others. So I've got Jody Gore, Matt Adamson we've already used up front, John Cross, and then for Wests, Damien Kennedy, Darren Remaker, Paul Langmack. So not a lot to choose from there, but you can do your best with those six.
Yeah, well, probably. How many games? I'm just going to look it up here. How many games did old man Mark Guy play?
Yeah, guys, I've got Geyer on the bench too, so you can put Geyer in there.
He's only 30.
Yeah.
He's only 30.
Sorry, I should go through. So I got.
He wasn't that old. He's broken, but he wasn't that old.
Well, on the extended bench kind of thing, I've got here for Penrith. I've got Darren Brown, Mark Geyer, Craig Wise, Duncan McGilvray, and then I've got Shane Elford and Steve Carter. And the Wests is Leo Dinovo, who's not a front rower. Darren Fritz, front rower. Daryl Fisher, Harvey Howard, Brett Wharton. There's not much there, but
no. Leo Dinovo, mate, one of the great country footballers.
Exactly.
He's phenomenal.
I think
he played till he was like 40 odd, didn't he?
Yeah. I think in modern day you'd have him on your bench. Either you'd have him on your bench, or you'd have like I don't know, like an Elford or something. You'd have like a back on the bench. But I think in these times they wouldn't have bothered with it. But
no.
Yeah. All right.
Exactly.
So what do you reckon back row then?
Well, because I moved Matt Adamson to the front row, I'll probably put Tony Pullatua in the back row.
Yep.
Yeah. He'd go all right. Paul Langmack, he was a good player.
Yep.
Don't know. Who's Darren Remeka? I don't remember that guy.
No.
Was he a good player? Do you know anything about him?
I don't know much about him. I don't think he played a heap of games. I reckon you probably put Mark Geyer in your back row, wouldn't you?
Yeah, probably put Mark Geyer, just because I love Mark Geyer.
Yeah, I think that'd be the way to go. Even at 30, I think he's the experienced player there, and he'd add extra to him.
Well, if I'm going to be a Penrith fan, I'm going to do any kind of team, I'm going to put Mark Geyer in there.
Of course, yeah.
I know.
Fair enough. No,
that's why I went Brandy, old man Brandy and old man, after they went on their excursions. They came back.
No, well, at least they came back. I mean, that's always good. It's an interesting team. I think it's missing a few positions there, maybe not as strong as the others, but, not too bad.
No.
So, obviously, bearing in mind, Western Suburbs 1999 is probably the worst team of all time. And I don't want to say anything bad about West, but that, like, I'll put it this way: I played junior football in like a second or third division team, and there was a kid in my team who was like passable. That kid, he was pretty good, but he was lazy, never did much. He played first grade for West, and he played first grade in a game. And they got beaten like 68-0 or something like that.
There you go.
So that's the quality. He came from under 14s or whatever, second, third division to play for Western Suburbs. So obviously not one of the greatest teams of all time. Not that that's how you judge it, but that's probably one of the things. So I don't think they were that great.
I'm looking at their side.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
How do you think the 98/99 Western Panthers are going to go then?
Not great. No. Panthers suck.
Yeah.
West it looks. We got juniors, mate. We got juniors. Don't worry. Yeah. We got young. We're all right. We got Tony Pullatua, who's like 19. We got Reece West is 19. He's somewhere in the background. Gerds is only young.
Yep.
He's flying. Yeah. So we're all right.
I suppose the main question for Penrith.
Building.
Yeah. I suppose the main question for Penrith is, going forward, are they going to, we're looking at 2003. We're still looking at a premiership in 2003. I mean, you're probably still bringing Luke Priddis down because your hooking options aren't great still.
No.
There's quite a few players still to come into that team from Penrith. And then you've got the other thing too is in the background, I know you're talking about like Reece West and stuff like that. There's a guy called Benji Marshall who's a Western Suburbs junior as well, who's probably going to come through around 2003, 2004. So it could be a quite bright future for that team, I'd say.
There you go. Do you reckon he plays over Preston Campbell in 03?
Be interesting. Could you imagine Benji Marshall and Preston Campbell on the same team? That would be.
Play him off the bench, maybe.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't think. I'm not sure.
We wouldn't defend real well.
You wouldn't have much defence. I tell you, you'd have a lot of sidesteps, and that's all we want. It'd be a pretty exciting team.
Nullarbor and Pullatua, they would have been earning their keep on the edges, protecting those two.
Exactly. It would have been very interesting. That's the thing. Yeah. See, like I said, West's probably one of the worst teams. But then, after that merger, when you look at the West Tigers players, there's a lot of those West Tigers players who come through are actually West juniors rather than Balmain juniors. So you got to imagine that whoever takes West...
you got young John Scandalis that will probably fit into that team as well, moving into 03.
Yep.
Because you're looking at the 05, you probably have a bit of a dynasty there because they win the comp in 05.
That's right.
In 04, we lose in the prelim.
Mm-hmm.
You look at all their juniors coming through there. You know, Robbie Farah. So
That's
what
right.
happens is Pritis comes in 03, he goes off, and we get fat Robbie Farah turns up in 04.
Yep. That's
Kind of
pretty,
thing.
it's
You
pretty
know, he
devastating
comes through
hooking
the ranks
rotation. Yeah, that's right.
you know, so it's not bad. It's not bad.
It's not a bad team. You're now thinking, geez, I wish we would have got that merger done now.
I mean, we still won in 03.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
we might have done a bit. We might have held it together.
You might have won
for a little
03, 04, and 05. It might have been
we might have gone all right in those. We might have held it together a little bit more in those years.
Yeah, it's interesting. Although 04 might have been the season where there was no defence. It might have been you might have been winning 50 to 49 every week or something, like, you know.
Well, because both teams won the comp in similar manner. Like,
Yep.
if you go back and look at 03 Penrith, we were winning lots of games, like 34 to 28 and stuff like that.
That's right. It was
And-
high scoring.
And West did the same thing in
Yeah.
05.
It
We
would have
might
been
broken
entertaining to
shite.
watch. I tell you, they would have been
Yeah,
one of the greatest teams to watch ever.
Yeah, we would have broken some point scoring records, I reckon.
Yeah, probably.
But we barely would have made a tackle.
It would have. I think there'd be some point scoring records. It'd probably be the team that wins the premiership with the most points against ever. I think something like some ridiculous stat like that would happen. Because when you look
I
at
wonder how it'd go, because you got like if you had the young John Scandalis, do you bring over Martin Lang? He was a big pivotal moment.
yeah, it's true. Like you
Nova,
lose.
so
That's the other thing that's sliding to a moment is that when you
Todd
have these
Payton's in
mergers,
there.
when you have these mergers, do you retain all those juniors? Do you bring in those guys? So you had, like you said, you had Martin Lang come in. Although it depends on what happens with the coaching situation with Martin Lang. So
True.
Don't know what happens there. I mean, I don't know who
was
coaches.
coaching West in 1998? Who coached West in
Tommy?
1998?
Was it Tommy coaching him in '98? I think it might have been Rodriguez.
far
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, because we had Royce.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Imagine Royce and Tommy coaching like a dual coaching role. Oh wow!
Co-coach. Oh my God, that's the best part. I mean,
I want to see these now.
Come up with.
Some of these are
That's
good.
outstanding.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, is that the coach? Was that actually who the coach was in 1998?
Look, I think he might have been. I don't have it in front of me.
This is the best.
Let's
I'm
have a
gonna
look at
Google that.
yeah. Let's just quickly West Magpies. This is going to be great listening for everyone who's listening to us.
Yeah,
both
sorry,
type
but I've
in
got to get involved.
1998 coach. I reckon it was Tommy. I'm pretty sure it was him. If it wasn't, I'd be very upset.
Yeah, I'll be upset. Yeah, Tommy was the coach. I just looked it up.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh yeah.
Now that's
Oh yeah.
wow. That's some interesting. That's some interesting team. And
that is. I'm all in on that.
But either they coach together, or at the start of the season there's a fight, and whoever wins the fight's the coach.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's probably how it
they have a
works.
fight every week.
Oh, to see who coaches this week. Okay.
Yeah, I reckon.
Or
a drinking contest.
Yep. Or maybe what happens is Royce is coaching, but Tommy's there to inspire the boys by slapping them.
Oh yeah.
That might be
Royce
the way to
probably
go.
do that too.
They're probably both slap them.
Those two. Royce was the assistant coach in 05.
Yeah, that's right.
For West Tigers.
That's right. So
he's in there.
There you go. So
it's like, there you go. It works.
There's a lot of synergy in these teams. Actually, it's a wonder that it didn't happen. Like it's.
Yeah. Wasn't Shane Elford, who's in the Penrith team in 98?
Yep.
I think he
He's
was
in the Tigers team
in 05.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure he won 2 premierships in 3 years. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Paul Fatawira was there at the time. He swapped over as well.
He's no Sid Domick, but it's all fine.
I know. I just used to love Sid Domick.
No, it's fun. Look, we've all got those players. Like I've got those same. I've got those players for Parramatta that everyone's like, what about that guy? Actually, one of the guys that you got in your team.
When I brought that name up, did you remember the name?
Oh, no, Sid Domick. Yeah, I'd heard of him. Yeah, no, I'd remember. Yeah. It's funny because
listening going,
as you're going through your team, in your Penrith team, your other centre there is David Woods, and I love David.
Yeah.
He's a Parramatta player, like old Parramatta player. And the one thing is, my dad always used to say to me, I think one of his legs is shorter than the other because he could only tackle in one direction. He couldn't lean the other way. So if you went on, I can't which way it was, but if you went on, I think it was his left shoulder. If you went to his left hand side, he just couldn't tackle you. Like he'd have to basically turn around to tackle you. Like it was, I don't know what it was, but he just had this. But the thing about him was he had so much potential. He was such a great prospect, but he kept getting injured all the time. He was one of those sort of players, and like he went on to Penrith and he didn't do much at Penrith either. And like there's a couple of Parramatta players who did that. They went on to play for Penrith and they didn't do much, but you know.
in the boring days.
Same thing with Andrew Leeds. He's a Parramatta player, went on to West and didn't do very much, you know. So there's a great tradition of Parramatta players.
Andrew Leeds.
Yeah, he was great.
He ran the water for years as well, didn't he?
Yeah, I remember. For the Tigers,
Water runner talk. You want to do some water runner talk?
No,
that'll get the fans in.
I'm sure it will. I think we may. I think we may have outstayed our welcome if you start talking about water runners. Like,
we've got to go to the Ronnie Palmer Memorial podcast.
Oh jeez. Oh my god! As long as it's not Tuvey or friggin' Langer, we're all fine. Don't worry. Because they're the only two that people notice. Everyone else, it doesn't matter. It's okay. But if Alfie's out there or Tuvey's not there anymore, but if it was Alfie or Tuvs, everyone hated them. It's like, why would they get off the field? It's like it happens. Every team does the same thing. It's just because you don't know the name of the guy. Famous. Yeah, you don't know the name of the guy for that team, so that's why you don't get upset.
Exactly.
Exactly right.
Exactly.
All right. Look, we've got to the end of what we were going to talk about. So, unless we want to spend another 20 minutes on water runners, which I don't think anyone's going to listen to that, we might.
But I'm in. I'm on you. I'm keen to that. Come back to that, guys.
Look,
stay tuned.
Maybe one of our next hypotheticals that I get you on for is what if this water runner had been the water runner for a different team? How does that change things? I've got water runner takes. Don't worry. Okay. All right. Look, I think we'll save those because I'm sure I'm sure
That's
we can.
Probably a good call.
Maybe there's another we'll start another one together and we'll just call it the Water Boys.
That would be the worst podcast ever.
I don't know. I think something's going to happen. I'm good at coming up with names for things. I think you call it the Water Boys, and it just works well. All right. Thanks, Ross. And look, I think we'll leave it with the West Panthers winning 3 in a row, 2003 to 2005, and all the Wests and Penrith fans are very happy and joyous, and all right. I think that's pretty good way to place to leave it.
It's been good fun, mate.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Great. Thanks for the chat.
So thank you.
All right. See you, mate.
See you. Bye.
We are the mighty Bulldogs, here and down the Roosters, but there ain't a bird with street.
Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Hey guys, welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. I'm your host David from Hyper Thetic RL, and I'm joined today by a celebrity, the king of podcasts, Mr. Big T. How you going, Big T?
Hello. I'm well. Thank you for inviting me on so I can speak to your community as their king. It's great to it's great to be here and to lord over them. Look, it's great also to hear you. You have a slightly different podcast voice and phone voice.
Do I?
Are you aware of that?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't.
It must be sexier.
Because well, maybe it was just me hearing you say that intro. It sounded a lot more like the person I hear on the podcast.
Yeah.
Whereas the person I was speaking to on the phone was just a normal guy. Maybe it's like a Superman thing. Maybe you went into.
It could very well be it. You hit
a record and you turn into someone else.
I've been told by my wife when I talk to people about rugby league, I sound completely different than when I talk in real life, and I think it's my work voice. I have a very I think it's a very male dominated industry, and maybe I've got maybe I bloke it up a bit or something. Maybe it's because I'm being intimidated by the sexy voices of Big T, and I need to be up there with the with you in the sexiness stakes.
Well, that's very kind of you to say, and you're certainly up there. The Hyper Thetic RL is such a fantastic idea for a podcast, and then You've nailed it, gone strength to strength. Everyone knows that the first 5 episodes are training wheel episodes, and you only took, I think, 2 or 3 episodes. And so after that, they've been fantastic and unique, consistent, very interesting. It's fantastic. And then this was another great idea that you had in DMs with people. Such a great, unique. No one's talking about this. So there's 1,000 rugby league podcasts, and I should know I do 500 of them, and they and none of them are like these ones. So you should be very proud of what you're creating here, sir.
Oh well, thanks very much. I like to hope that I add a little bit of lunacy to everyone's. I've been told often that I'm good to listen to at about 3 a.m. when you're really not feeling a little bit insomnia and not feeling the best, and you can just
Is this your wife again?
No. One of my reviews, someone said to me,
No.
I apologise if I can't remember who it was, but someone said that I'm really great for that 3 a.m. when you want to really delve into madness. So look, I'm there for that. I'm happy. I'm very happy with that review, actually. I think that's pretty much right.
I've got it. That can't be. Was that a 5-star?
Oh, I don't think it was actually a review. I think it was just a Twitter message to me or something like that. But,
oh, damn it. Okay, because I would have loved to have seen Apple look through that one and go, yeah, okay, we're going to let that one slide, because they're quite funny about what reviews they have up
really?
and which ones they don't have up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, if you guys, it's a good chance to plug. If you guys want to rate and review, that's great. I understand from your podcast that you put me on the other day that you talked about my podcast that I've got 5 Apple reviews, so that's great. I didn't know I had that many, but that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I actually don't use Apple, so I use another system, and I think if you rate and review on my one, I don't think anyone will ever see it. So it doesn't really bother me if people rate and review. But look, I'll have to figure out how I do that. You can't rate an Apple thing when you're not an Apple, can you? I don't think you can. I think you've got to be.
I've got no idea.
Yeah. Anyway, doesn't matter. That's not important right now. Let's actually stick to the format that I was going to have. And
sorry.
No, it's all good. Look, this one's down in the books to be. It could go anywhere, and by what we've discussed beforehand, it's going to go somewhere. I don't know where. It's even to the point where normally, with every other person I've talked to before, I've given them a rundown of what we're going to do, and I just completely forgot to give you the rundown, T. So I'm just going to go through. You're going to be blind.
I gave you the rundown. This is how I work. I gave you the rundown of what we're going to do.
I know, exactly.
I gave us my 3 things that I'm aiming at, because I like to come prepared. I didn't want to come in half dazed.
That's fine. Look, I'm here for all kinds of preparedness. I'm here for some people who just didn't bother and didn't care. Here people who wished they had prepared, and the ones who basically had told me with their top 17 before I started speaking this first part of the line. But look, what we'll do, we've already done the name and the intro. Everyone knows who you are, so there's no point to do that. You can plug your podcasts if you like. We may have a spare 3 hours for you to get through all the podcasts you're on, but obviously, Sports BFs, which I always stuff up when I'm trying to type into Twitter. And obviously, obviously you're in the in Chasing Kangaroos with Michael Carboni. So by this time, he's already been a guest, so that's great. We can chat about his one.
Oh,
he's in front of you.
Speaking into the future, I like those.
Yeah,
that's good. You're keeping good track of who's been on and what episode you're up to. Clever.
And that's pretty good. Although, when I listened to the first episode that came out today, so this tells you, when we listen to this one later, we'll know when I was recording this one. I noticed that I talked about that being the second podcast that I'd recorded, even though I recorded them out of order. And I went, because I listen to my own podcast. I don't care. I just want to see how it sounds. They're good. They're actually entertaining. I actually enjoy it. I forget what I've said 2 weeks earlier, so it was really good to listen. Sure. So obviously, you're on other podcasts. You have a podcast for kids, don't you? What's that one?
Yeah. So Sports Best Friends, I also listen to my own podcast, Dave, because I think that's the best way for me to hear what works and what I need to fix. Sports Best Friends is about social media, and particularly Twitter and Instagram, and what happened quickly that week through that. Chasing Kangaroos is Michael Carboni's incredible invention. Similar to you, there's 1,000 million podcasts that do weekly wrap-ups like Sports Best Friends, but you two nailed 2 unique perspectives. And so Chasing Kangaroos is Michael's perspective on international rugby league and how it's growing both here and overseas.
I think, just to butt in there, I don't think I'm in the same ballpark as Mr. Carboni's excellent podcast. I'm just going to say his podcast is is one of the greatest rugby league podcasts out there. So just, if you are listening to mine and you don't listen to Chasing Kangaroos, then there's something wrong with you. Don't listen to Chasing Kangaroos.
Yeah, go and listen. Yeah, I don't know about the something wrong with you, but you should definitely be listening to it. You might enjoy it.
Sorry.
Particularly the one if you like crazy mergers and New South Wales teams. There was a North Sydney Bears episode recently, and then the Little Rugby League is a podcast just for kids aimed at families going to training or coming home from the football or whatever they're doing, going to the supermarket.
Yep.
And that's just a short 5-minute silliness. I pretend to be a robot. I pretend my nephews do some facts, and one of them does some creative writing around if he was a panther, what would he do? And 8 or 9-year-olds are unusual human beings, so he does something weird. And a lot of players have gotten involved and given us advice and things like that each episode. So for kids, it's great. It's a lot of fun. It's a very different perspective again.
That sounds really good, actually. I'll have to.
When you imagine you're talking to a 5-year-old about football, it's very different to imagine you're talking to a 30-year-old about football.
Yeah, it's it's not the same thing because she's around 15. But I just took my niece to her first live game last weekend, so the Women League round. And till recently, I didn't even know she was a rugby league fan, and all of a sudden she just said, "Hey, I've been watching NRL during this lockdown, and I really like it, and I it's really good." And then I was supposed to take my dad with him, but he couldn't go, and so I asked her to go, and she's like, "Oh, I've never been to a live game before," and absolutely loved it, and it was so great. It was so great taking someone to their first game. I've never done that before, and it just made me feel really, really good. And she had a great time. It was really good.
And there's something really unusually different about being at football with family, and it's intangible. But I've been obviously thousands of games, often with mates or by myself. But anytime I go with my mum or my dad, which is very rare, but whenever they come, or my grandparents, it's a really different experience and a really lovely one. So I'm glad that you got to experience it with your
No, it was really good.
I saw that photo.
I just got reminded by my wife that I took her to her first game as well.
Oh, shut up!
Yes, I did.
So lovely.
I know. All right. Well, look, I think we should get on with it because it's we're just going to chat about our first games and things like that. So
that's one of my favourite questions.
The first thing I want to get into is how you became. Well, we should introduce. You're a Balmain fan, obviously. I'm
a West Tigers fan. Yeah.
Okay, but look,
I started as a Balmain fan. Yep.
Yeah. So for the purpose of this, you're a Balmain fan because we're talking about Balmain. So, how did you become a Balmain fan?
So, like Matt said in your early one, and you said it's a rite of passage thing. Where I grew up in Balmain, my family were rugby league people, and so I just naturally went for the Tigers. But even growing up in Balmain, laundromats are called the Tiger Laundry. Pubs constantly have tigers painted in murals out the front. Walking to school on the footpath had tiger prints painted on the ground from the 88 and 89 grand final. So growing up in Balmain, it's extremely difficult not to just know that tigers exist and that you're supposed to love and adore them. And then later you just find out that that's also the local soccer team, the local netball team, the local football team. It's everything is tigers. So you just end up going for Balmain Tigers for that reason. And it's one of the reasons why I love tigers all over the world. Almost any football team that has a tiger in its thing, I end up liking because of just growing up knowing that I'm supposed to like all tigers.
Oh, fair enough. Well, that's fine. Yeah, like I was saying, it's certainly interesting when we hear what other people's the reason why they've taken their team on, and I don't know. I'm sort of partial to the ones that were told they had to be this fan, or just were born into it. I just think it's like I said to Matt, it's a bit like a nobility kind of thing. So we've been selected. Like it's like we are the people. Yeah. All right. So next thing we're going to have a look at what happened to the Tigers. So obviously, 1999. At the end of 1999, you merged with Western Suburbs. Before that, Balmain, I suppose you've got to go back to the late 80s for when they were successful, and then, a period of decline. And, as we're getting down this list, we're going down to the teams that are lower on the criteria. We're looking at teams that didn't have such a successful 90s period. So, obviously, Balmain, didn't do too well in that time. And Balmain's right on the cusp of the teams that really needed to merge, otherwise they were going to be excluded from the criteria. So, for me, it was sad because, I'm an Eels fan, but my second team was almost Balmain. So, I really wanted them to win those late 80s premierships and that sort of stuff. But, it was one of those things where, they just... There's too many teams in Sydney, and it looked like Balmain might be one of the ones that was like on the chopping block.
Yeah.
So.
And we interrupt this broadcast for a sponsor. Bing, bing, bing. Crossbars. Crossbars are often too high for being Elias. Crossbars. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah. Look at that. That 89 one was crushing only because I grew up with it as a bedtime story. About it happening and. My mum was having my sister at the time. She was in hospital, and all she cared about was getting the baby out and if the Tigers were winning. And so all of this kind of stuff were all bedtime stories that I had. But speaking later to Ciro and Blocker and Wayne and seeing them all still so heartbroken, like what I'd imagine war veterans are when you ask them about the Vietnam War, they start to see helicopters or hear gunfire. Those blokes legitimately have problematic thoughts about that time, that game, that year often, and that's heartbreaking for those three guys. They're such Hall of Famers, and it's just such a shame that they didn't get the premiership they deserved, particularly when we see Canberra go on to win a bunch of other ones anyway. It would have been great for Balmain to Jag one in 89, but I don't think that fixes their problem.
No,
later when
I don't think it did. Look, even if they'd won one of those two, an 88 or an 89, I don't think it was ever going to fix their problem in Balmain. I think, such as, I've talked about other inner city clubs, there was always that pressure that, the population was declining in those areas, especially the rugby league loving population, and you just, it was never really going to keep going the way it was. You just couldn't keep these clubs sustainable for, not so many clubs in such a small area. So, and we needed, like we're doing a 12-part series here, so including Illawarra, there were 12 teams in that sort of greater Sydney area. So you imagine at a 16-team comp, you've only got 12, or you've only got 12 that are Sydney teams. It's, it was never going to be achievable to stay like that. So, we
and
did
that's why we
need
get to
something.
have some fun now.
That's right. Look, I'm not for mergers. I didn't really think mergers was the best way of going about it, but I also in the 90s really enjoyed making mock-up jerseys of mergers because it was fun. So this is kind of like my teenage self who really wanted to do all these things. I get to make up mock jerseys now of 12 teams if I want to. That's fine. Look, I think probably the best thing is to get into it. So the way that I've been doing it, I'm just going to go the same way I've been doing it now, is we'll go through the teams in criteria order. I understand that you've got a slightly different way about it than what some of the other guys have got. So I think what we'll do is we'll go through, we'll shortlist the ones that you think are the possibles, and then we can go through those ones a little bit more further. So I understand from what you're telling me that you've got like a more rational way. There's like
one from my heart, one from my head, and then one that's like crazy left field.
Oh well, I'll see which ones are which. All right, cool. So we're going to go through in the order that I had the criteria. So it's a little bit messed up, but just follow me on this one. Okay, so the first one up is Canterbury. So what do you think about a Canterbury-Balmain merger?
No.
No good?
No good. Colours don't work. Fan bases don't work. I like it geographically.
Yeah.
I think that was nice, but outside of that, culturally they're so different. I don't see it working, particularly with 88.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, that's nice and quick. We'll move straight on. Next one on the list is Cronulla.
Yes. No. Also another one. Anything that's late, I can't see Tigers merging with anyone who isn't a foundation club. So, So another one like Cronulla, we're not anywhere near it. Culturally, really different. Neither of us are they're a beach vibe. Everyone's very happy. We're an inner westie. We're more culturally aligned to. Well, I'll get to who we're more culturally aligned.
That's cool. We'll get
Cronulla,
on to those.
I'm not vibing. Cronulla, not long enough history. Also perennial losers, so that wouldn't have helped us, who were also at the time in a drought of success.
Okay, fair enough. All right, no, that's no problem. We'll keep moving on. Look, you're really mean. You're mean to other clubs. I'm not. I don't know how that's going to work with all these fan bases. You just You're talking smack.
I'm just talking about what you're trying to get me to marry someone, and I'm the father of the bride. I want the best possible.
I'm just going to shotgun you with someone. Don't worry. All right. Okay. Next one on the list is the Sydney Roosters, or the Sydney City Roosters, as they would have been called at the time.
Well, okay. Well, here's where my head one is.
Okay.
So Balmain joined East, both foundation clubs, both culturally similar fan bases, both geographically really close. And so I love the idea of that. Also, they go into a huge period of... I think the biggest problem that Balmain's had with its identity is it needed really strong leadership from the get-go, and it had David Trodden, who was fantastic, but it would have been great if we had David Trodden and then commercial backers, like we kind of have now with Bryden's Lawyers, or they're kind of more with New South Wales. But if we had the kind of money that the East have had through that period with David Trodden's leadership, we would have been in the exact same spot East are now. So I think Balmain and East coming together is excellent. We're called the Sydney Tigers, so we take over Sydney. We ended up being Sydney Tigers, I think, in 1995, which didn't feel great, but I'm happy to have that again with a slight, if East really needed, a slight purpley blue stripe in there just to make it look
navy.
new.
Yep.
And involve them, but still keep the Tiger because that's way stronger than anything else. And I think that works. I think that culturally, geographically, we have a really small junior base. We have a junior base. In fact, even now our junior bases are linked because South kicked East juniors out, and Balmain Junior District took on the East Junior District. So even there, even juniors, it magically happened the way that I want it in this reality. So Sydney Tigers for the win. But please, David, ask me what else would happen then in the world of rugby league if that happened.
Okay, so we'll go on a detour. So we'll go as if you've... So this is just our first possibility. We'll go as if we've chosen East. Okay, so this is why I'm talking to everyone out there in the listening to the podcast. This is why we're saying it's going to get wacky, because we're not going to follow what I did the last 8 times. We're going to do what Big T wants because he's the podcast king. So if Balmain had merged with East and we had the City Tigers, what else do you think would have happened?
So Eels join with the Bears and become the Great North Bears.
Okay, yep.
Now, as an Eels fan, I don't know how you feel about that straight away because I'm not sure if you've ever been paired with the Bears, but I love it because you end up winning in the mid to late 90s because I think the Bears go on a run with their great team with just an extra push of your huge juniors. They find whatever they need to win in 95.
Do we have the Canterbury 4? So we've got the Canterbury 4, the Heroic 4 as I like to call them. So we have Dimmick and... Yeah, okay. So, look, I'll put it this way. I think if any team that has any kind of Parramatta DNA still can't win an important finals game. But
particularly when Bears have such a bad DNA for
it
as well.
We both have...
We're both losers. Two negatives to make a positive.
Yeah, we're very losery, though. Well, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Look, maybe we win. Maybe we win in 1999, and we don't, and we stop Melbourne winning. That might be what happens. So, look, that's fine. I'm no problem with that. Look, I'm all right with that. Look, I'm all right with Parramatta merging with anyone because, like I've said, I've taken the Dennis Fitzgerald line on this. I am whoring my team to anyone who will listen.
I also think the Great North Bears is a great name. Penrith, they're the same. West's merged with Bulldogs, I think geographically works, and I think the colours would look great, and it was inspired by Matt talking today about the black and blue jersey. Illawarra Sharks, I think, is a great combination.
Yep.
I'm just glad somebody agrees on your end because Illawarra Sharks would be a great one.
Oh, that's my dog. Yep.
And Roosters and Souths, they're the same. Manly fold into the Great North Bears.
Oh, we're going to take someone Manly on. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. That's interesting. All right. That's definitely an interesting... All right. Well, look, this is a little bit like... Oh, are you old enough for this movie? Do you remember the movie Clue? Tim Curry? No? Okay.
I know Tim Curry. I can't remember Clue.
Okay. All right. You know the board game Cluedo?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a movie of it, and it's called Clue.
Oh, wow.
Because in America, it's the board game's called Clue. And
of course it is. They have a different name.
this is getting way off topic. Okay, this is going to be very interesting. Okay, basically what happens in this movie is it had 3 different theatrical ending releases because they didn't want to give away the ending. So what they did is when you went to different cinemas in America, you would get one of 3 endings.
Yes.
So when you end in when they actually released it for the VHS and stuff like that, they just put all 3 endings on. And they just made the right one. So this is kind of like one of the endings. Now we're going to move to, but what if this happens? So let's keep going through, and when we reach one of your other 3, then we can do the same thing again. Okay.
That's such a great idea. Why don't we do that with heaps of other movies? Was it a success?
I don't know. I liked the movie. It was really good. If you check it out, it's really, really good. It's called Clue.
Yeah,
it's a really good movie. There you go. There's my movie review
Thank
for
you.
the day.
Yeah.
The next team on the list is the Dennis Fitzgerald Haws. Sorry, the Parramatta Eels.
No, Parramatta is great, but not foundation enough for me. And I think they.
Well, we wanted to take over
culturally-
Balmain. We basically wanted to take you guys over.
You wanted Balmain, yeah. I think that's the problem I have with it, is that with my memory of it is that it was either Parramatta was our other suitor, but really what they wanted to do was just gobble us up, take Tigers, and then it would just be now Parramatta Tigers, and the whole thing would be all about Parramatta. So that's always made me feel a little bit nervous about going anywhere near them since. So that's probably my knee jerk away from them.
Well, that was the one that was most talked about as a Parramatta fan. So we had quite a few, but that was the most talked about one. And I understand that it was pretty much days away from happening, and then all of a sudden I think the Balmain board thought, no, this isn't great, and they approached Wests. And Parramatta were like sitting on the other end of the line going, I don't think they're going to call us back. So, and then all of a sudden, West Tigers is born, and Parramatta's like, hey, we thought we had a deal, we thought something was going to happen, and then you just walked out. But I think it's the right move for Balmain not going with Parramatta. I think that would have been terrible for them. So,
and also I should preface all of this, and I wanted to do this, but I forgot. I actually really like West Tigers. So if the Tigers were actually going to go with anyone, I'm actually really happy that they went with Magpies. Although the fan bases at times been a bit, problematic with each other, I think generally it's been an excellent combination. And if I really had to pick any of these teams, it would have been the Magpies. So I'm really glad that happened. But I'm happy.
But you're not
I'm
allowed
to play
because it's Hyper Thetic RL.
No.
We're not allowed to do the same thing that already happened. So,
That's right.
So we'll move on. Okay, so the next one on the list is Mr. Carbone's Dragons. So what do you think about St. George?
Well, again, not a foundation club. Probably not culturally similar enough or geographically close enough. I feel like their 11 premierships were always meant that any clubs that they went into, they wanted to be the dominant person, and so I don't want to be near them. I think orange, red, and white may have looked cool, or even white, black, and I see it's going to be white, black, and red, and so it's already not tigery enough for me. I'm also thinking Dragon's way too strong as a badge, as an animal as well. So they're going to keep the animal, keep the history. We're going to disappear. So I don't want any part of the Dragons.
Fair enough. No, that's all good. All right. So next one on the list is Illawarra.
Yeah. See, I really like Illawarra, but as a team now, I think about it, but colours aren't going to work. Geographically, it's not going to work. Culturally, it's not going to work. That they're a beach place. Wollongong's way too far away. I'm not vibing Illawarra.
No, I think the only Illawarra suitors are going to be ones that are down the south sort of section and just want juniors. So that's pretty much the vibe I'm getting from anyone with Illawarra. Okay, so the next one on the list is the North Sydney Bears.
Yes. Now here's where my heart is. I would have loved for this to happen. We become the North Sydney Tigers. And culturally, I think we work quite well. We're kind of in and around the city. I think our junior bases would have been fine with each other. We actually play. Our junior district goes all the way up to Ryde and that area, which touches North Sydney Bears junior district. So I think that would have worked really well. I think the badges would have been fine. The colours, are very similar. And their success in the 90s probably only just needed a little touch of Siranen or a little, a slightly better bench. So any of our forwards, I can get to maybe our list later, but I feel like their success in that 90s time could have been pushed just slightly over the edge by us having a few extra, some of our players being part of their squad, and we would have found some success almost straight away.
Yeah, no, that sounds realistic. All right, so if that's one of your shortlists, do you want now we shall talk about what happens when we have the North Sydney Tigers?
Yep, Manly fold into us.
Yep, Manly's folding every time. Yep.
Penrith and West join for West Panthers.
Yes.
Which I think Penrith probably take over a bit, but their junior base is huge, and that's an extravagantly amazing team for a period of time.
Yep.
Super, super black. Their colours are pretty much already sorted out.
Yep.
South take Cronulla and just stay as South Rabbits, so Cronulla just pretty much folds into South.
Yep.
Then there's the Southwest Dragons with the blue tricolour. So that would be the Dragons and the Bulldogs become a new team called the Southwest Dragons.
Yeah.
And Newcastle and Eels merge to become
Jesus.
the Hunter Eels.
Oh God, you're merging us with Newcastle. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
and you then also win a bunch of premierships, because think about how amazing you guys would have been with the instead of fighting the Newcastle in those early noughties, you'd be dominating them or dominating with them.
Very interesting. I'd have to reevaluate how I feel about Andrew Johns, but yep, that's fine.
And then East stay unscathed, but they pay a dear price afterwards for not merging, and they're shit for a really long time.
Okay, all right. Well, that's certainly a different way of going about it. All right, so our next one on the list is Souths.
Now, look, Souths wouldn't have been a bad one, except for geographically, it's kind of not too bad. Similar to East. They're very similar to East, except for they're way too proud. And that might annoy East fans to hear me say that, because I said that they'd merge with us quite nicely. But South should have merged and acted petulantly and were kicked out of the comp, and then kicked and screamed like no one else got merged, and then were allowed back in. So I don't want that energy in my club. I very much like South now, and I like their fan base now, and I love their history. But that small part of their history really frustrated me, and particularly from a merged club. So I know I'm probably not supposed to look at it as in from a scope of, you know, what happened when they didn't merge, but I don't want that kind of leadership or energy in a club of mine where
I mean, they weren't interested in the merger, so there's no, you know, it'd be uphill battle the whole time, and it'd be just disaster.
They're not losing Rabbitohs. They're not losing their Myrtle thing. They're ringing a bell at a grand final. It's very... Also, our whole history is built around not liking South, so it would have been really hard for us to ever marry that history. It's hard enough for us to marry our history with West at the moment, and we didn't have a rivalry. So to have a long-standing rivalry with South and then to try and marry that history would have been really challenging.
Exactly. All right. We ain't got many left, so let's keep going. So the next one on the list is Manly.
No, Manly fold everything I have.
So
every time I do something, Manly's going to fold.
I thought you might merge with Manly and fold them. So just say the Belmont Tigers.
No. Well, if I'm going to merge, I want something to come out of it for the club, because Balmain wasn't working.
That's right.
Manly look lovely, and I'm glad that they exist, because it's great to have rugby league present in the Northern Beaches. I'd prefer if it was the Bears. I'm really disheartened from my understanding of what happened between Manly and the Bears. Listening to, as I know you do, the Rugby League Digest, they had what's his name on the other day?
Nick Campton.
What's his name?
Yeah, Nick Campton.
Thanks, Nick Campton. And he did an excellent episode about the Bears, and just hearing that they could have gone to Super League and they wouldn't have had to go to Manly, and you know, all of that stuff just broke my heart. So I've been really harsh to Manly during this podcast, and I'm interested to see if Media Watch Mario listens, because he can fire up on me on Twitter about it. So.
It'll be fine. Don't worry. You got weeks to go before he fires up, so it's all good.
Excellent.
All right. Next one on the list is Penrith.
Yeah, Penrith I wouldn't have minded, because we did it with West, so it would have worked with Penrith. They haven't had a very long history. It wouldn't have been too bad. And the big cat thing, they probably would have been happy to be called the Penrith Tigers. Junior base is huge. Would have connected nicely with our junior base. There's just something about Penrith that I just maybe culturally we don't fit. Like, we don't fit with the beach people. We might not fit particularly well with the people all the way out west. Maybe all the problems I'm seeing with the western suburbs, Campbelltown, marrying our histories there is the same problems I'm seeing if we try and marry Penrith with Balmain. So
Penrith's a very unusual place. I used to work out at Penrith. It's not quite as insular as the Northern Beaches is, but it's very similar to that. There's this dynamic in Penrith that they want people from Penrith. So if you're not from Penrith, they're not really I think they have some kind of issue about that. So I think that trying to merge Penrith with anyone, I don't think would really work. And that's why I don't think Penrith ever tried to merge with anyone, because I just think that they knew that it wasn't going to happen. So all right. So that's the entire list. I've gone through everyone. So who were the three? So we had Easts, or the Sydney Roosters. We had Norths, and who was your third one?
Thanks for asking. It's the Perth Tiger Sharks.
Okay, I'm thinking, where the hell did this go? Okay, Perth Tiger Sharks. So you're taking Cronulla with you?
So Cronulla tries to merge into Balmain, but really just kind of folds into us, and we all go to Perth.
Okay.
So the Tiger Sharks works because we still don't want to be rude to. We don't want to like just completely ignore people's histories of what they've given us. Plus, Tiger Sharks links with that local community, because Perth have lots of sharks and things like that. So it actually fits really nicely. Any juniors from Cronulla that want to play New South Wales Cup can play in whatever thing there, but they're a feeder club out there. Same with Balmain, or a feeder club out to Perth. We also take in heaps of South Africans because South Africa lose, or they come third in the Rugby Union World Cup, are looking for a place to go outside of rugby union because they're heartbroken, and they find that one of the greatest rugby league teams of all time has just opened up only a few kilometres away in Perth. So we get a whole bunch of disgruntled South Africans as well as Balmainians, Perthanians, and Cronulla-anians all in this team.
Yeah.
And it is an absolute powerhouse. It's a real fortress like Manly used to be. People fly over there. It's an absolute stitch-up for them. And we have an insanely amazing home record. We make the finals every year. We won a bunch. It's a great team.
Awesome. Okay, so that's a real fantastic. Right. So if that happens, what happens to all these other teams? Are we getting rid of Manly again?
Manly fold. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
But East and Rabbits.
Yep.
They have to merge.
Oh.
And now people are going to tell me, but they can't. Blah blah blah. Yes, they can. So rugby league fans realise that it's not actually about hating another team. And rugby league isn't built around how much you hate Queensland or how much you hate the Rabbits. It's how much you love and respect your team and their success. And so that culture shift also resonates through executive TV producers, and they don't insist on commentators being super horrible to referees and inciting ridiculousness. And so we actually have a much culturally better fan base just because the Perth Tigers exist, and then that made the Eastern Rabbits come together.
Interesting.
Penrith also take a part of East or South East. They kind of get divided up weirdly, and Penrith take a large part of that and make themselves the Sydney Panthers, and they become super dominant because they have all the money of Penrith. They have all the money of East, and then they also have all the juniors of Penrith, and they become crazy dominant, and everyone rethinks what they're doing. Rabbits and the other part of Rabbits and Magpies and Bears all join together to make a Foundation Force team. So all of the Foundation teams that are left become a massive force, kind of like the Western Force or the Melbourne Storm, that kind of weird force
Foundation Force,
Foundation Force. Eels are later accepted into the Foundation Force due to a Cumberland recount. So because of a Cumberland, Eels sneak in. So then Dogs and Dragons attempt to join with Illawarra, but it doesn't really work. And they all end up playing in the New South Wales Cup happily ever after. Manly just fold.
Okay, so Manly can't even play New South Wales Cup. They're not even allowed in that. Okay, all right. No. So this is a very fantastical one. So this is obviously your
left field.
Left field. That's extremely left field. I have to say you're not the most left field one at the moment. So there is something else that's even more left field than that, but it's pretty up there, I've got to say. Although trying to merge us with Newcastle in the last one was also a bit left field, but that's fine. That's okay. All right, so of those three, which one do you think is the one that you want to go with, that you think is going to happen?
I think taking a team to Perth is a great idea, and I really wish that we'd kept an Adelaide and a Perth team.
Yep.
And had our Melbourne team. So I want to go the Perth Tiger Sharks. It reduces the most amount of Sydney teams. I'm happy for all the other crazy stuff not to happen and Perth Tiger Sharks to be the only thing that happens.
Okay.
But I think that's a great team, and I would still follow them because of the Tigers, and they've done the selfless thing. Instead of complaining to get back into the comp, they've merged two teams and moved them all the way out to Perth, and now I get to watch them on my time zone, and then whatever local team I'm also watching here in Sydney.
Yeah, no, that's good. All right, well, so we have the Perth Tiger Sharks. So that's a new one. I haven't had that one before. It's interesting seeing where we're all going with these. So it's actually interesting when you did those because some of the ones you named are obviously ones that have already been named by someone else. So it's interesting, and it's also interesting what you call them too, because everyone calls everything different names. So
cute.
Yeah, so you'll see when they come up, but there's some really interesting ones. So all right, so we've got the Perth Tiger Sharks. So do you have a 1 to 17 of the Perth Tiger Sharks, or do you want to go through player by position? We can go position by position. That's probably easiest.
Okay. Well, I mean, I am taking some South African Union players. I'm not sure exactly how they're feeling yet.
Do you want to pull up the South? I don't have the South African rugby union team from
the
90s. You've got it.
Here. I'm just warning you. Yeah. I'm just warning you that it gets a little bit wild. So
okay,
I haven't really nailed down exactly where the South Africans are playing because they need some time to.
All right.
Really kind of work out where their best position is in rugby league. But I can tell you that I've still got David Peachy as the fullback.
Okay,
Matt Rogers, Andrew Eddinghausen are back there. But in terms of backs, I've just thrown in some crazy. There's some high, I don't know enough about rugby union either, but I know that Peter Rousseau played 29 games for South Africa, and Percy Montgomery is a name I vaguely remember. So they're both getting thrown in the backs there with the Perth Tiger Sharks.
Yeah.
Adam Dykes is still our halfback, and the guy who kicked all the drop goals for South Africa, I think his name was Yanni De Beer. He's also getting a Guernsey.
So he's the 5'8". Yep.
Yep. And then I'm taking Darren Centre, the Tigers hooker.
Yes.
I'm keeping Jason Stevens. Obviously, Ciro's having a run on.
Yep.
Mark O'Neill is staying with us from the Tigers. Paul Green's there. Martin Lang's there.
Yep.
And then I've also got some big boppers from South Africa. Mark Andrews, he's played 56 tests. I'm sure he's going to be a big boy.
Yep. So you want him maybe back row or something?
Is one of the best.
I've got to try and give you a team list here. So who are we putting in the back row? You've got Ciro up
Mark
front.
O'Neill.
Mark O'Neill's one of them. Have you got anyone else in the back row?
Yeah, I'll take that South African I said a moment ago, whose name was Mark Andrews.
Yeah.
He's a lock in South Africa.
Okay, cool.
And who am I missing now?
Just another back rower.
Another back rower? He's a prop.
You can have Nathan Long or Chris McKenna, or you can have Mark
Chris
Stimson.
McKenna's on that original list. No, I'll take Chris McKenna.
Yeah, cool. All right. Well, that's pretty back row, and then we'll add a few in for the 17. So I think that's fine. Paul Green can still stay on the bench, and you had Martin Lang there as well. Yep. So you can even keep Les Davidson if you want.
I'll take Oz Durant. It's the most South African name I've ever heard in my life.
Oz Durant. Yeah, he does sound like his name's a direction for something, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, he also sounds big. So
he does
I'm
sound incredibly huge. We'll see how I'm not sure how rugby union players go when they come across later in life. I'm not sure about that one, but we'll see how they go. I'm sure they'll be really keen, and it might take them a year or two just to get the flow of it, but they'll probably be all right.
Wayne Pearce is still the coach, so his direction and leadership will help those boys grow, and so we'll be fine. Yeah,
no, it sounds good. That sounds really, really good. All right, well, we've pretty much gone to everything we normally do, which is the other mergers in the team list, and then you've already told us that how they're going to go from 1999 onwards. So they're going to be a dominant force, and you're going to win what? You're going to win 99, 2000, 2001. I don't know if you'll win straight up. I think you'd need.
No, not 99.
Yeah.
So I can't believe St George didn't win 99. So I can't see us beating St George, but or 2000. The Roosters are too strong in that time. Penrith for a thing, but I think 2003, 4, 5.
Yep.
Probably go on a run by then. Penrith were okay, but beatable, and Canterbury were great, but probably beatable. And then obviously the Benji Marshall's turned up by 05, and he still plays for the Perth.
I was going to say, the first thing I was going to say is I think the first thing you would do is you send some talent scouts to Western Sydney, and have a look out for a young New Zealand kid, and you still pick up. You'll still have Robbie Farah because he's a Tigers junior, so he'll still make his way across. So yeah, look, I think they'll be pretty successful. They may not be as good as the Foundation Force, though. I'd like to see that team. Foundation Force.
Foundation Force.
There'd be some interesting combinations in that team.
Yeah, Rabbits, Magpie, Bears. I mean, I had to go with Foundation Force because all three of those teams are going to want to keep their colours or their badge thing. So, I had to come up with a complete new thing. And because they're all Foundation, you needed to have something new to represent all of them, and Cumberland's in there, so you'll see this.
Oh, that's right.
They'll be great soon.
That'd be nice. Well, they'll get better. They'll pick up Nathan Highmarsh, and he might win something.
Yeah. And they'll have a great rivalry with the Perth Tiger Sharks.
Exactly. It just sounds like there'll be only two teams. It'll just be us two just playing. It'll be like a Super Bowl every time.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you don't need the Broncos. They suck. So, and Melbourne wouldn't be as powerful if they didn't have. See, the other thing too is if you move in around 98, 99, if you move back across to Perth, then there's going to be all those Perth juniors that move their way to the Melbourne Storm that might go, we might go back. So you may have got Micah's bye. I don't know. You might have got some of those guys, because they. Was he a Western Reds? I'm not sure if he was or he just came through from somewhere else. I don't know, but there's a few of them.
I vaguely remember if it's not Western Red, it might be Adelaide or something like that, or the Crushers. But if he did come from somewhere obscure like that. And also, Matt Chechen's refereeing in Perth around that time as well, so there's a quality of refereeing also in Perth. And Chasing Kangaroos happens 4 years earlier, just because there's so much happening in South Africa with rugby league, that there's so much growth around the world. It has so many implications.
Oh, it does. I tell you, you've chosen a really left field one, and now I'm going to have to. So they're going to have to be like a sky blue, an orangey tiger gold, and black. I suppose that's not a bad coloration too.
That sounds rad. That sounds so
pretty
cool.
Good.
You said it out loud.
That's pretty
I'm
good.
Go and design this right now. When I get off the phone, I'm going to design it or maybe I should hold on to it. I'll design it now because I'm so excited.
Yeah.
But maybe I'll hold on to it and then release it when the episode gets done, because it's a great idea.
That's fine. Look, I will be doing the same because that's what I'm doing in the background. But look, we can both do it. Don't worry, it's fine. That's the reason I want your team list. There's a reason I want your team list is because I want to put your team list with a jersey and say this is the team for this team, and then everyone can see it. So I don't know if you saw it. I put it up for the Canterbury one, but that's the idea, is that everyone can see the fantastic teams that everyone's made, and we can all look at them and go, oh, look how good that team would have been.
Love it.
Yeah, so awesome. All right, well, that's all I had to chat to you about. So
this has been so much fun, Mr. Hunter.
I know.
Thank you so much.
No, it's lots of fun. I've really enjoyed it. I wish that's why when I said this has been all I have to talk to you about. I'm like, if I can just think of something else I can talk to him about, we could just keep going.
Well, tell me about what was the other one that I had with the Eels were doing something. The Eels, what did I have? Oh, Eels and Bears. No, that's a Great North one. That's a normal one.
Yeah.
What's the other? Oh, yeah, no, you didn't like the Eels. So,
now, look, everyone in the rugby league world, not everyone in the rugby league world, but a lot of people in the rugby league world like Andrew Johns. And maybe it's because I'm a Parramatta fan and I saw what happened in 2001. I'm not a big fan. He's got great ability and he's a great player, but, I'm just don't really want him to win things. So, if we could...
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just something there. Nothing personally about him. I'm sure he's a great guy and whatever. It's just, I think there's just something there because of what happened in 2001. I just can't let it go. So, I can let it go from many other players. I have no real problem with a lot of players that win other grand finals that beat us, but, there's just something about it. I'm not sure what it is. I think because it was his masterminding that did it, you know what I mean, that sort of unraveled us, and it's like, if he just wasn't there, we would have won that easily, and it would have been, no one would have been talking about it, and it would have been, remember when Parramatta won 2001? It would have been, who cares?
But you will win that one now. That's what I'm saying. The Hunter. What did I call it? The Hunter Eels. They get to win in 2001 because Andrew's steering you around instead of who was playing with Jason Taylor in that grand final.
Would have been Michael Butner, I think. Was he in that? Yeah, so Michael Butner. Yeah.
The fact that I can't remember him.
Taylor had a terrible game. Jason Taylor. That was probably his worst game I've seen him play. Well, definitely his worst game in Parramatta's colours. It was not good. He got hooked. He got taken off, and PJ Marsh got put on at halfback. That's how bad he was going. So, nothing against Jason Taylor, a legend, and obviously you talk to him, and he's a really great guy. But just didn't have his best game. And I think it's a thing with Parramatta that they either don't start well and they get way too far behind, or they are in front with not long to go and they just fall to pieces. So we got used to falling to pieces the couple of years before that. We can go through all the losses that we had, but in 97 against Newcastle in the first final game we played, we led 18-0 and fell apart, and then got beaten by Norths the week after, and we also fell apart in 98. Everyone knows about that one. In 99, we led Melbourne with not long to go and fell apart. We led Brisbane in 2000 and fell apart again. And then in 2001,
These are all
we
teams that
decided...
wanted to win the grand final. That I've
Yeah,
realised.
yeah,
Except for that
pretty
Bears
much.
example.
Pretty much we lost to the
Yeah.
grand final winner every time. Oh, apart from Canterbury, who got beaten in the grand final. But yeah, there's lots of pain. If you want pain, be an Eels fan. That's what I tell people. Yeah, that's the way it is. That's why I say to people, the person who invented the Hyper Thetic RL had to be a Parramatta Eels fan, because we're the ones that have the most what ifs, because we just keep doing it. It's like, oh, what if we could have just won this game? So
yeah. Well, it's the hope that gets you, right? Because I know most Brisbane fans, would suggest that making the finals and not winning the first two games is an unsuccessful year.
Yeah.
And yet Tigers fans, a successful year is anything above ninth. So
yeah.
So we haven't been in the finals for a long time. So you can imagine that would be more painful, but at the same time, I can also understand playing in a finals game and losing them a lot is also challenging.
Yeah, no, look, we went through a long period of not playing finals as well, but not as long as you guys have gone, obviously. But we did go for a long period of that as well. Like it's one of those things. Like I will discuss it. We'll discuss it on another one. It's not really, this isn't really the forum for it, but yeah, Parramatta Eels are. Yeah, like when you said when we put us with North Sydney, it's like putting two losers together. Apologies to Parramatta and North Sydney fans, but we've never really been successful clubs for long periods of time, so it's just, it'd be like two teams that just can't quite do it. So I think even if you'd put that merger together, Parramatta and Norths, I think we still would have lost all those games. We would have just lost them with, a few different players in the team. So,
here's one other perspective. Every team that's merged has won a grand final, and not every team that hasn't merged has won a grand final. So that's
true. That's very true.
So I often think if you're gonna merge, then that your team eventually wins one. So.
Oh, maybe should I get Bernie Gurr on the phone and just ask him to merge us? Maybe we can maybe find someone. I don't know.
Newcastle, I'm telling you, Newcastle.
Newcastle. We should merge with Newtown. Just be the Parramatta Jets.
Yeah, that would be great. I would love the Parramatta Jets, but and Albi Talarico would love that too. But the problem you've got with that is you could almost do that now. He'd just be your feeder club. So
yep, and that's what we'd say. We'd say we've merged, but we're still Parramatta Eels. All right. Well, look, I think we've exhausted all the irrational merger talk for tonight. So I'm going to stop the podcast here, but we may end up chatting afterwards. We'll see how we go.
Here comes the Tigers wearing black and gold. We are the mighty Bulldogs. Here comes the Roosters, but there ain't a bird to see.
Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Hey guys, welcome to Hyper Thetic RL Irrational Mergers. It's David, and I'm joined by North Sydney fan Paul. How you going, Paul?
Hey, not too bad.
Good. All right. Well, I understand that you don't really have too much to plug, but did you want to have a chat about being the star guest on Super League Pod all the time?
Mate, I wouldn't say star guest. Mate, yeah, I'm on there about once a year or so. Just generally end of year things. But yeah, it's a great podcast. Highly recommended. If you're into Super League, give it a bash.
Yeah.
Like I said, and Mark does a great job. So.
Yeah, no, I thoroughly enjoy it. It's great. I'll put things up on there all the time. You'll probably hear them read out, the fan review from David Hunter talking about how much he loves Warrington and the Eels. So, that's always good.
I remember them trying to work out what your actual name was.
Yeah. It's not that hard, man. It's just that's my Twitter thing. I just have my name without the vowels in it. Like, is it that hard? Yeah. And it actually says on the form when you fill it out, it says Twitter handle. So I thought you wanted the Twitter handle, so I kept putting the Twitter handle on there. But they just want names, so that's fine. Anyway, so if Mark is listening to this, he may not, because I don't know he's much of a NRL fan. But that's the whole reason why, is that it says Twitter handle. So I put Twitter handle on there. But I understand now you want my actual name. So anyway, that's probably boring for everyone else, apart from the in-joke of everyone who listens to Super League Pod and knows that they don't know what my name is. So you're a North Sydney fan. How did you become a North Sydney fan, Paul?
I born in Brisbane.
Mm-hmm.
Moved to Sydney in 1986. My father, unfortunately passed away, and Mum wanted to be closer to family. We had family in Sydney, so my grandfather was a North Sydney fan. He took me down to North Sydney Oval. That was it. I was smitten with a bloody bunch of lovable losers. That was it. I just felt the place where I wanted to be. You had the tree to climb up, the hill for the, it was just a great place to watch footy, and I just fell in love with the place, and still get back there once a year. I live on the Gold Coast now, but I always get back to the North Sydney Oval once a year. And I just love the ground. I think I love that ground as much as it's humanly possible to love football ground. Yeah,
it's one of those. North Sydney has one of those iconic grounds, with the tree and everything. I mean, I know they'll talk about Henson Park as well as that. It's a bit of a shame we've lost quite a lot of the suburban grounds, but I suppose it's progress. We've got to move forward. But that's.
I mean, I still think it's good. We've got their place once or twice a year. You know what I mean? Going back, so retro rounds and things like that. But I mean, we should be outgrowing the suburban grounds and moving into bigger stadiums if we're serious about being a national game and a professional game. Yeah,
no, that's right. So, all right, well, I mean, I think everyone knows the story of North Sydney and what happened to them in the 90s. If you don't, there's a good article by Nick Campton going through what happened to North Sydney in the 90s, but we can do a quick run through. So basically, you want to say around sort of turn of the decade, around 90, 91, they started to become quite competitive. So obviously, I mean, you could talk more to that, but you've got Gary Larson and Billy Moore and Mark Soden and David Fairley. They all came through, and they came pretty close to winning a premiership in the 90s, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, famously, it's 4 prelims in the 90s. Still haven't forgiven Darryl Halligan for
no
1 for 5.
1 for 5. So. The worst. I mean, the worst thing is he kicks 1 from 5 that day for Norths, and he kicks every freaking goal in 1998 for Canterbury when they come back and tie Parramatta and then come and beat us. So
well, there you go. We've got a mutual hatred of
I know.
Darryl Halligan.
I've been in his house too, which is even weirder. So yeah, like if he could have kicked all the goals for Norths and none for Canterbury, we'd both been happy. So it would have been
100%. 100%.
Exactly. Anyway, no, that's I suppose that's for other days. But yeah, like obviously, North Sydney, like as I said, we're getting down to the lower end of that criteria. So this is the 1999 criteria that we're talking about. But Norths were in the bottom 3. So it seemed like Norths needed to do something to avoid being, I don't know what they were going to do to them if they didn't make it, just excluded from the competition, I suppose. So, what are your thoughts on that Northern Eagles merger? Obviously, North Sydney fan, it's probably going to be negative.
I mean, it's never going to work, is it? I mean, it's like oil and water. You can't have arch rivals merging. You couldn't have South and East merging. You couldn't have St George and Cronulla merging.
Well, we can do that later if you want. Like, we can do it, 2 of them, but yeah.
No, I mean, you can't do it. You can't have it. And I never seen the. I mean, I blame the North Sydney admin as much as anyone. I mean, we were supposed to move to Gosford to be considered as a regional side, and originally there was a thing called a 7-7 split with regional sides, Sydney sides. So there was going to be guaranteed 7 teams from outside of Sydney. Central Coast is going to be one of them, but they never got it in writing. They never got that guarantee in writing.
Yeah.
And what we did, I was on the hill, and I remember seeing signs at North Sydney Oval saying things like, "Go to Gosford, go to hell." So we've already split our fan base by, making the decision to move to Gosford.
Yeah.
Which I supported. I was all for that. I mean, I'm from Hornsby. I grew up in Hornsby, so Gosford, North Sydney, both 30-minute train rides for me, so it didn't make any difference to me. But like I said, it fractured our fan base, and when the ground wasn't ready for us in '99, we had to come crawling back.
Yeah.
In, the lower North Shore fan base, and they just didn't come back. The crowds never came back in '99. And
yeah, it's one of those things that like it's such one. How do I say this? For a whole history to be like pivoting on the availability of a ground, and you know, was it poor weather conditions stopped them from finishing or something, or was that what it was?
So it just rained and it rained and it rained, and I can remember it just. I remember that year I played footy that year for the Ascot Magpies, and I think we might have played 6 games. It was just one of those wet years. It was just out of. On the Rugby League Digest, they actually mentioned they're saying it was the worst rainfall in Sydney for about 100 years that year. So,
yeah.
Anyway,
so if it only had not rained,
that's just North Sydney down to a T, isn't it? Like,
yeah, exactly. Right when it seems to be a North Sydney thing. Right when things may just go well, something out of their control happens. Yeah.
Famously, we snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah, that's why I feel like Norths and Parramatta are a bit kindred here, actually, because that feels like us too. But you know, there's, I suppose the more successful clubs say, well, you losers just bring on yourselves. But you know, it's just there's someone against us. I don't know what we've done.
Yeah,
but someone's been against both of these teams. All right, well, let's not get too depressed. It's late in the night, and I don't want to sort of get into that depression territory because I've already done the Parramatta one, and that one was depressing. So let's not do it for North Sydney too. Okay, I think the best thing to do, like we've been doing, is to go through the list. I'm going to try and go in criteria order as best I can, but we're just going to go through, see whether any of these mergers with North Sydney would be, you know, would be interesting to you, and we can shortlist some, and then we'll let you pick one. So if we crack on, first one will be Canterbury. So North Sydney and Canterbury, what do you think about that merger?
No, that makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
I mean, no, different kinds of fan base too.
Mm-hmm.
With our fan bases just wouldn't align. Territorially, there's no sense to it all.
Yeah, you're going to have the same. You're going to have the same issue as when I talk to people on because Norths is on the northern end. It's going to be, you know, all of the ones that are central and southern are probably going to be a little bit too far away from you to make it decent.
Yeah, exactly.
So look, we'll just go through the process.
Let's rule out Canterbury.
Let's rule out Canterbury. I'm just going to say Cronulla, and you can say no. Cronulla.
No.
Good. Okay. We don't need to talk about that anymore. The next one is, well, I won't say no definitely, but I'll let you say no. The next one is the Sydney Roosters.
No, I see. This is on my shortlist.
Oh, it's on your shortlist. Okay. That's why I wasn't sure about that one, because I thought there is some positives there.
Yeah, well, like I said, similar fan bases, higher socio-economic, backgrounds. And, like North Sydney, whenever we played in the finals, North Sydney fans used to descend on the SFF. So we travelled more than what Manly did. Like North Sydney fans would travel. I guess probably because it was a novelty for us to be in the finals, possibly. But, I could see, I mean, it wouldn't be my first option, but I could see, say, Sydney City Bears.
Yeah.
Maybe the Roosters design a jersey, but swapping out the navy blue for black.
Yeah, interesting.
Playing at the Sydney Football Stadium, maybe 3 or 4 games at North Sydney Oval. So definitely on my shortlist.
Yeah, okay, no, that's good. All right, well, I'm glad you went for jersey design too, because that's part of what I've got to do. So, all right, next one on the list is the number one candidate, obviously, Parramatta.
Again, I've put Parramatta on my shortlist as well.
Oh, good. I may get somewhere with this one. No one else wants to merge with us, but I may get one going.
Yeah, so Parramatta Bears, that would be the Parramatta Bears.
Yep.
Playing at Parramatta Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Again, maybe 1 or 2 games at North Sydney Oval.
Yep.
As long as it's red and black, I could have copped it if it was, I mean, I remember like that I played for Ascot. We used to play teams, Hills Hawks were from Glenorrhea and Dual Dragons, obviously. That's more or less Parramatta territory. So I remember there was a lot of for Parramatta, I got a lot of friends who went to Pennant Hills High, and it was 50-50 Parramatta North Sydney at Pennant Hills. So.
Yeah, I mean, we've got that shared border. The things I've sent you are, like, obviously, maybe you're not looking at the moment, but I tried to send a map with all the territories, but unfortunately the way that the only one I could find was from after North had gone. So this is at the junior districts now. So there is no North Sydney Junior District. So basically what it looks like's happened is Parramatta pushed to the east and north and took part of the North Sydney Territory, and the Manly Territory is the rest of it. So I can imagine that you're kind of sandwiched there in between, and like there's a few clubs there. There is a North Sydney Junior District, and I did find some of those clubs, and like you're talking about Asquith and you're talking about those other places like that. So I tried to work out roughly where they were with a bit of a pen line. But like you said, Kellyville's going up that way. There's quite a lot of growth in that area. Like the Parramatta district's got quite a lot of growth, but it's
especially in that northwest region, like Castle Hill, Borkham Hill. It's really, really picking up out there.
Yeah, and if we'd shared that would be all the same club growing through there. So
I mean, even that club I talked about, Pennant Hill, they actually moved out to Cherrybrook.
Yeah,
heading towards the Parramatta territory. So
no, that's definitely right. All right, well, shortlist Parramatta. So the next one on the list is St George.
I just don't see it happening with St George.
No, I don't think so either.
Again, it's that little bit too far from. Like with the Roosters, you cross the bridge. You're in Rooster territory. If you cross the bridge, you've got to go through Rooster territory, Balmain territory, and then finally get to the Dragons. I just don't think it would work.
No.
Which sucks because my brother is a massive St George fan, and I've got a big soft spot for the Dragons. So
okay, but
no, I just couldn't see the Dragons. It just doesn't make sense.
No, I mean, and the Dragons merger they made, where they were just the chief partner, pretty much. I don't think with the proud tradition of that club, I don't think they would be. And the strange thing is that your club's much older than their club, but you feel like the Dragons would go, well, we're the more successful and proud club, and we'd want to be the St George, North Sydney, St George North's Dragons or something, and it wouldn't.
Yeah, no,
you just lose your identity.
It just would not work.
Yeah. All right. The next one is Illawarra.
The only way I can see that working is that it'd have to be the Illawarra Bears. I can see it more than the St George. I mean, it'd have to be all full time down at Wollongong.
Mm-hmm.
It'd have to be, like I said, Illawarra Bears, but wearing the red and black. Basically, they absorb our history. I mean, since the Steelers running in the competition for 17 years, I think they made the finals twice. They don't really have much of a history there. No. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, I know what you're saying. It's I
wouldn't rule it out, but it's not in my top three either.
No, the only main advantage, like you said, you'd have to go down there. You'd have to base yourself in Wollongong. You'd have to basically do it.
We'd have to abandon North Sydney. I mean, which we were going to do when we moved to Gosford anyway. So
yeah, but Gosford's just moving up the road. Maybe
I've not given Illawarra as much thought as I should have. But
yeah, no, that's okay. That's fine.
We had a natural alliance with Gosford. A lot of our juniors came from the Central Coast.
Yeah, it's sort of you're on the wrong side of the city. If you were Cronulla, then that makes sense. But
100%.
Or if Illawarra was, not that Newcastle's involved, but if Newcastle was involved, then maybe a North Sydney Newcastle one might work out. But that's probably too far. But you know what I mean. That's the difference there. All right. Next one on the list, we can't have Manly, so the next one on the list is Penrith.
Again, doesn't make any sense.
No,
they're too far away. Culturally too, just.
Oh yeah, different.
I don't want to sound like a snob here, but North Shore types don't really mix with the unwashed of people from Mount Druitt.
Well, the people from Penrith don't like the people from the North Shore either. Like it's completely.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, and like I said, I'm the biggest yobbo. I'm not a North Shore type. I mean, when we moved to Hornsby was quite working class. And it was just that Hornsby was in the North Sydney district that we followed North Sydney. So, I'm not trying to sound like a snob, but I just.
Oh no. I understand, Paul. I've made this point already a few times that the people from basically from Manly, they're very insular, and that's that Northern Beaches insular sort of nature. Penrith are very similar on the other end. Like Penrith's almost like a country town. Like it's sort of. Nowadays, a little bit more, suburbia kind of thing like that. But it's always been, if you talk to, I think James Smith was on Rugby League Digest talking about it, and it's very true. I've worked in that area, and they're very much, if you're from Penrith, then they like you, and if you're not from Penrith, they don't like you. So it's very much like that.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's so far from Sydney City. It's its own city in its own right, really.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so we'll go past that. Next one on the list is Balmain.
Oh, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, very, very keen on this one.
Yeah.
Because I think this would be one of the few cases where I think North Sydney could be a senior partner.
Yeah.
So definitely going to add this to the short list.
Yes.
Obviously, I'd say the North Sydney Tigers. I mean, especially your club, Parramatta, they wanted Balmain big just to have that tiger logo. There's so much you can do with a tiger.
Yes.
With marketing and things like that. So
definitely.
Definitely, it'd be the North Sydney Tigers, probably splitting games between North Sydney and Leichhardt. I mean, we do have boundaries. There are junior district boundary areas. Eastwood is North Sydney, but West Ryde is Balmain.
Yeah, you're right. You're right next to each other. They're basically the boundaries are.
Yeah, I mean, there's a club called Eastwood Knight that used to play in the North Sydney comp, and then there was West Ryde Denistone, and they're, like I said, literally train stations away, one train station away. So, so Balmain have got a lot of junior district on the north side of Sydney. But I mean, I always thought it was, when the whole thing was happening, it was the one merger I was really keen on was North Sydney and Balmain. I just did not want to end up with Manly.
No, and I think it does make a lot of sense, North and Balmain. It does feel similar. It feels like there's enough crossover, and I know it doesn't really matter because it's just colours, but colours work really well together too. You've got like the gold orange or whatever. They want to call themselves gold, but it's orange. The orange and black and the red and black. It's not that hard to put red, orange, and black together.
Mate, I could even cop running around. It's to say we kept the North Sydney design from the 90s, that red, then the white, then the black. Kept that design, but swapped out the orange, the red for orange.
Yeah,
I can live with that.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. And so you're saying it'd be North Sydney Tigers?
Yeah, North Sydney Tigers. Yeah, it's got to be, like I said, North Sydney Tigers. But I think we're more or less in charge.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That sounds reasonable. Only a couple more to go. The next one on the list is Souths.
CC South. Again, it's that culture thing. I just do not see our supporters getting along. Even though, I know a lot of North Sydney fans actually now follow the Rabbitohs because obviously they were kicked out of the competition like us.
Yeah, and you have there's that you were playing as a feeder team for South for a while too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we're now the Roosters feeder side, but I just didn't think it made as much sense as the Roosters. And South Sydney, they're such a proud club. 20 premierships. I mean, that should never. They should never be thrown out of the competition, in my opinion.
I think I'll be I haven't talked to the South fan yet, but when I get to South, I think I might be pushing it uphill to. I might be wrong. He might be wanting to merge with a bunch of clubs, but I think I might be trying to convince him he's got to do at least one.
I just couldn't see South merging with anyone except maybe Illawarra, and they become maybe the South Coast Rabbitohs.
Yeah.
Based down at Wollongong, but other than that, you can't see them merging with the Roosters. I couldn't see South merging with anyone really, to be honest.
No, I totally understand. All right, last one on the list is West.
No, the Magpies. Love the Magpies.
Yeah.
Again, they're just a bit too far away, aren't they?
Yeah.
North Sydney, Campbelltown makes no sense.
Yeah.
Great little ground though. I actually think Campbelltown is the best suburban ground in Sydney. I've been there a few times. I actually quite rate it as a venue.
Would you count Bank West as a suburban ground? Because I disagree with you if you say that, because that is the best ground in Sydney. That place is awesome.
If you're spending $300 million on it, it's not a suburban ground.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty good. It seems. Look, I need to get on my horse and do it, but I've got this ambition to go to all the away, like all the other NRL teams' home grounds and watch a game one day, but I haven't really done very far.
In England, the big thing, like there's 92 clubs in the English football pyramid, And it's a thing called collecting the set. You've got to try and get to every ground in a season.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've always wanted to do that in rugby league, but teams play so bloody far away and they split their games. And it's a pretty hard thing to do.
It'd be pretty tough. It depends on how far down the level you want to go too. Like, how many, like if you're going down into, I mean, fair enough, you can go to
New South Wales Cup. Yeah,
if you're going to the Queensland Cup, you got a lot of Queensland games to go to. But I mean, but you're up there anyway, so you probably could do that. But yeah, that's probably not. I'll get to it eventually, maybe one day. I don't know. This whole thing, you can't go to things at the moment anyway, so it's sort of paid all that. All right, so we have gone through and we have a shortlist. So we have the Roosters, we have the Eels, and we have the Tigers. So out of those three, which one do you think is the best match for Norths?
So in third place we've got Parramatta.
Okay.
Parramatta Bears. That's probably my third pick. In second place I've gone with the Sydney City Bears.
Mm-hmm.
That's number 2. But my first one, and I think the one that makes most sense, is the North Sydney Tigers. That'd be my first pick. I mean, we both had been starved of success for a while. North and Balmain.
Yep.
Balmain hadn't won a comp since 1969. North, of course, 1922.
Yep.
Foundation clubs.
Yep.
So there's a bit of shared history there, and I really think that could have been a merger that could have really worked. If North had actually, investigated that rather than the whole Gosford option.
Yeah, and the thing is that if you go North Sydney Tigers, you could still be North Sydney Tigers and North Sydney Oval, and you could still take games up to the Central Coast to play if you wanted to. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I think that's probably spreading yourself too thin. I think that's probably why one of the reasons the Northern Eagles didn't really work. When you're trying to appeal to 3 different fan bases: the Manly, North Sydney, and the Central Coast. And
I suppose it's a little bit like what the West Tigers do. They don't really have a home.
I just don't think it works because of that.
You become nomadic.
So no, I think if it's going to be North and Balmain, it's North Sydney Oval, Leichhardt Oval. Yeah. Someone else gets to have Gosford.
Okay. All right. Well, with that in mind, we're saying someone else gets to take Gosford. You've now dissolved the West Tigers merger. So, do you want to maybe just let me know what other mergers, relocations, things you think may happen if North Sydney merged with Balmain?
Well, obviously, I think West are in a bit of strife.
Yeah.
With Balmain, swallowed up by the Bears, so they're going to have to merge with the Bulldogs, I imagine. So the West Sydney Bulldogs.
West Sydney Bulldogs. That's a popular one.
Yeah. I mean, the Bulldogs did own the West Sydney Razorbacks, so in the NBL, and there was a plan to make this. They had a ground they were going to build out at Liverpool, the Bulldogs, and that's kind of on Western Suburbs territory anyway. So
they tried to move to Liverpool. The Canterbury was really it was strange because obviously from foundation Wests have moved outwards all the way because they started way in like what we would now call the inner west. They started there. That was where Western Suburbs were, and then they've moved out, and then Canterbury came in, and then they moved out further. They moved to Lidcombe. They moved, They just kept moving further and further west, and southwest more than just west. But Canterbury really traditionally are kind of they're a Western Sydney team too, and it makes sense. Bankstown, Liverpool, they kind of near each other. It makes sense for them to all be together. So that just makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, so I was always for that merger. I've always thought that made sense.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is Illawarra and Cronulla. I always thought Illawarra and Cronulla made more sense than St George and Illawarra.
Yeah,
and I mean that means we get to keep the history of St George.
Mm-hmm.
Again, at that stage, Cronulla hadn't won a comp.
Mm-hmm.
Illawarra obviously didn't have much of a history, so merging those two sides, neighbouring each other.
It's a pretty imposing team that Illawarra Cronulla merger too. It'd be very interesting to see what they would do. But we've already had on another episode. We've already had the Cronulla fan merging with Illawarra and the superstar team he put together. So it'd be very interesting to see what happens there.
Illawarra Sutherland Sharks, something like that. I think that'd work. And again, the West Sydney Bulldogs, and then the North Sydney Tigers, mate. They're probably my 3 mergers. and I think we can leave it at that.
So what happens to Manly? Manly just stays as Manly?
Manly probably get spoils in the Central Coast, don't they? They'll probably get to...
you get to move up there? Okay.
Yeah, they can have out, or they can move to Brisbane and become the second business side, for all I care. I don't really care about Manly.
Fair enough. All good. Okay, so that's what we've done with all those teams. So the next thing to do is to create a 1-17 for the North Sydney Tigers. Do you want me to just go through what I can do? Is I can...
Yeah, no, I've got it 1-17.
You've done it already? Okay. All right.
And let me say, I've been very generous to the Balmain players that I've selected in the team.
If there's any Balmain, if there's more than 3 Balmain players, you've been extremely generous. But let's see, because I must say, I mean, look, I love Balmain, but this is not high quality Balmain team in this era.
No, 99. They were probably at one of their lowest ebbs, weren't they?
Yeah. Well, that's right.
All right, so here we go. So we've got Matt Sears at fullback.
Yep.
Nigel Roy and Brett Dallas on the wings.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Butner in the centre, and Jason Sinclair.
Okay.
I always thought Jason Sinclair was a very classy player. Obviously, he had his off-field issues, but I've always thought he was a very classy player. So sort of year 2000, Greg Florimo actually moved over to Wigan.
Yep.
For the 2000 season, but we've persuaded him to stay.
Yep.
And lead. He's going to be the captain of this new side. Because without Flo, you're not going to have the Bears orders on board. So Florimo's my 5'8".
Yep.
Jason Taylor's halfback.
Yep.
Josh Stewart and Mark O'Mealy, who's just coming through the grades at the time. They're our top.
Yep.
Darren Centre. I've taken Darren Centre from the Tigers as the hooker over Mark Snowden.
Okay.
Mark Snowden's getting on in age.
Yep.
Darren Centre wasn't a bad little player. Our second row is David Fairley and Adam Muir.
Yep.
Because Gary Larson and Billy Moore, Billy Moore especially, was done by the season 99.
Yep.
Gary Larson, I think, went on to play with Parramatta.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And he was, again, past his best.
Yeah, he did a pretty good job for Parramatta, but he wasn't quite. Yeah, he was.
No,
deadly.
he wasn't Gary Larson of the early 90s.
No.
So David Fairley, Adam Muir in the second row. Again, I've had to... The Tigers bloke in here. I've got Mark O'Neill locking the scrum.
Okay.
On the bench, got Paul Stringer.
Yep.
Willie Lation.
Yep.
Glenn Morrison, who was actually joined North Sydney from Balmain, and a Central Coast boy too.
Yep.
And the final spot on the bench goes to Michael Withers, who ended up at Bradford, had a great career at Bradford. And I never understood how he didn't play much NRL, because he was a great player in the Super League.
Yeah.
He was nearly the first Australian-born player to be picked for Great Britain. That's how well he went over there. So we're going to convince him to stay, and that's our 17.
That's pretty good. That's not a bad team. You've been, like I said, you've been very generous, but look, that's fine. You can be generous. I don't know.
I'm a bit worried about that backline though. We've got Matty Sears, Brett Dallas, and Jason Sinclair.
Yes.
I reckon we could have some off-field dramas.
You could.
Those three together.
You could have some problems, actually. I didn't think about that. That's very true. That's all right. You got Michael Butner in there to sort them out. He'll just say, "Come on, boys. Don't act like dickheads." It just broke my swearing rule, but we're very late on a Friday night, so don't worry about it. That's not a bad team, actually. I think there's definitely...
And we're coached by Graham Murray, who was supposed to coach North Sydney in the year 2000.
Okay.
Who instead ended up at the Roosters and set them up.
Exactly. No.
Years to come.
Graham Murray, former Parramatta great, so yeah, you can have him too. There you go. All right.
So that's it. So I actually don't see us having much success. I don't think that side wins a comp.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. So the next thing to do is how do you think that club's going to go? So bear in mind that Balmain 99, not so great year. When they became the West Tigers, not so great.
4 year. I remember in 99, Peter Louis, he hung on to coach one more year after saying he was out of ideas.
Yeah,
he should have quit there and then. And
yes,
then obviously the players went off him, and to the point it was basically Jason Taylor coaching North Sydney in 99.
Mm-hmm.
They had a bloke who was basically just the trainer, Kieran Dempsey, as the official coach, but it was Jason Taylor coaching the side in 99. Yeah, so that was our worst year, unfortunately. Again, save it for the year. It's
Save it for the year
matters.
that matters. Yeah, exactly. That's the year you want to actually be doing well, not
In
not
saying that,
going like
we did knock over the Storm in our last ever game at North Sydney Oval, who actually went on to win the comp that year. So.
Yeah. I mean, we look at. I suppose you look at. I just had a quick look at the table there. So it was a 17-team competition, and North Sydney finished 14th, and Balmain finished 15th. So, yeah, I can understand what you mean. They don't think this is a finals team, but it's not a bad team. And like you said, there's some talent there that, some of that talent went on to other clubs because of what happened with the Northern Eagles. So, if the North Sydney players in that group, so obviously you're talking. I mean, you've kind of been to Gary Larson, but, you're talking about Glenn Morrison and some of the other guys who went on to other clubs. Paul Stringer they both went to Parramatta, but, you keep a few of those younger guys, you keep a few of the Balmain guys that are coming through, there is probably some success coming around the corner, I'd imagine.
Well, like I said, I think we get Benji Marshall in 05, don't we?
No, he's a West junior, so you don't get him, but you get Robbie Farah.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't get.
All right, well, let's just undo the whole thing.
Do you want to undo it and get Wests instead? Because you only get Benji Marshall if you get Wests, unfortunately. I'm not sure exactly who all the other Tigers players where they came from, but I know Robbie Farah is a Balmain junior and Benji Marshall is a West junior. So I'm not sure about the others, but yeah, you don't really want Wests. The 99 West team has got to be the worst team of all time.
They were terrible, weren't they?
Look, I've already told this story before, but one of the guys who played for them played with me when I was in under 11s, under 12, something like that. And he was the big kid you threw it to, he's a big Islander fella, and you just threw it to him. But he was one of the laziest guys. He didn't really want to play, and because he was so large, he got scouted and went to play for other teams and things like that, and never heard anything from him. And then all of a sudden, he popped up one day playing for Wests, as a prop or something. And it was one of the games they lost 60-0 or something like that, and it was oh god. So that's the quality they're at. This kid was playing second division, pretty much all his career, and then just went, he's pretty big. Let's just chuck him in there. So
yeah, I mean they had Lincoln Rodonicus playing for them. I mean, shows the quality of that Magpie side. So.
Yeah, I don't think there was much going on there. But look, unfortunately, you know what? The North Sydney Tigers may have done a bit of scouting, and they might have identified a young Benji Marshall and asked him to come and play junior districts up in Balmain or something. So
yeah, well, he's hoping.
Maybe that's what they do. You can never tell. And there is, in that West Tigers, there is some quality that comes through. And obviously, the North Sydney district, there's still quite a lot of quality coming through there. So I think it's a decent...
Yeah, and I mean, I still think we keep that Central Coast pipeline of talent that North Sydney had. We got David Fairley from the Central Coast, Glenn Morrison from the Central Coast. Yeah. I still think North Sydney would keep that pipeline from the... I mean, I remember, I played junior reps for the Bears, and we used to train in Asquith to make it easier for the Central Coast boys to get down there, rather than training at North Sydney Oval. So, so I think we will get a lot of that talent from the Central Coast as well. One Chris Hyington was from the Central Coast, so he'd end up for the North Sydney Tigers for sure.
Yeah, sure, definitely. I think that's probably that's probably what you end up with. So there'll be a few of those players. It's really hard to know because, like we said, we're moving so many things around. West and the Bulldogs, you put them together and you've got Benji Marshall and Jonathan Thurston both coming through at the same time. I don't think any club's going to keep both of those. So not as junior players. I think they, to get the opportunity, one of them be going somewhere else. So, famously Thurston got pushed out at the Bulldogs, or they didn't retain him because they had a halves pairing. They had an Astor and Sherwin, so they didn't need anyone else. So you can imagine if they
wasn't that a great call?
Yeah, it's a good
Brent
call.
Sherwin over Jonathan Thurston.
Well, you got to remember, I suppose that Sherwin was pretty good at the time, but they didn't know how good Jonathan Thurston was going to be. But it's probably. I think maybe they made the wrong call there. I
think the knock on Thurston at that stage was he was a bit small, wasn't it? Everyone just thought he was just a little bit too little.
that's what you said about Benji Marshall too. It's the same thing. So you got to imagine that I don't think. I mean, maybe even just one of them sort of stays there. I don't think that both of them will. I don't know. I'm not really sure in terms of. I was just having a look at the 2005 West Tigers team, and I can't really tell you. I know I can see some of the West players. Obviously, Mark O'Neill's he's a Balmain player, and I know that Robbie Farah is, but I'm just not sure about some of the others. But anyway, look, you don't just keep your own juniors. You'd go out and you'd find the
scout,
right
don't you? Yeah.
So it's not like you got
North Sydney had no juniors. I think maybe Greg Formo, and maybe David Hall. They were probably the only two North Sydney local juniors that played for North Sydney anyway. So we always got our juniors from somewhere else. Yeah,
no, that's fair enough. All right, well, I think that's everything that we were going to do. It's been really great talking to you, Paul, and sorry for the confusion earlier. And I'm glad we.
Mate, it was all my fault. I do apologise.
No, it's fine. It's all good. I'm just happy that we got it done. Because this is one that I really wanted to do. I really wanted to chat about North Sydney, and I also wanted to have you on because I know that if we kept going, we could just talk about Super League. So we won't do it for this podcast, but I think we could really rip into some very interesting Super League discussion.
All right, mate. No worries.
All right, cool. Thanks. I'll talk to you next time.
All right, cheers, mate. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Here comes the best. Here comes the best. We are the mighty Bulldogs. Here comes the Roosters. There ain't a bird with street.
Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Hi guys, welcome back to Hyper Thetic RL. It's David, your host, and I'm joined by Matt, our South fan. How you going, Matt?
Hey mate, how are you?
So people will know Matt because he is a famous podcaster. He is on NRL Boom Rookies. So do you want to plug your NRL Boom Rookies?
I mean, if you like irreverent questions about food and a lot of jokes at the expense of the Brisbane Broncos, then NRL Boom Rookies is probably the podcast for you.
And who doesn't like jokes at the expense of the Brisbane Broncos? I mean, you saw how Twitter melted down.
Even their fans have started to lead into it, right? I mean, if you don't laugh, you have to cry levels. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. If you're a successful team and you come last, you're going to get ridiculed because that's just the way it's going to work. No one ridicules Parramatta when they come last. Well, they do, but that's because they don't like us. But, like some of the other teams that come last, it's just like, oh, yeah, they're not very good. Move to the next season. But, it's a once-in-a-generation when you get a Brisbane Broncos team that's this bad. So
that's true. They should never, ever, ever get the spoon. They've got too many resources.
That's right.
And there's just no excuse for this to happen. Everyone involved everyone basically is being shown the door, and rightfully so, because, it's an absolute failure on their part.
Yeah, and it's been a real pleasure listening each week as Mitch gets more and more angry, depressed. I love all the stages of his Brisbane-dom. Oh, that's not a good one. That's not a word, but you know what I mean. All of his stages of supporting of Brisbane. So it was very good to listen to that. All right. I think probably the first thing we do is obviously a South Sydney fan. So how did you become a South Sydney fan?
Well, that's a pretty straightforward one. So I grew up in Bankstown. So obviously all my friends at school are Bulldogs fans. It's quite unfortunate they ended up being a South fan, really, because obviously in the 90s the Bulldogs were quite good. They won the premiership. They went to a few grand finals. But I was stuck with poor old South, who were absolute battlers year in, year out. And of course, they then got kicked out of the comp when I was in year 4. But so basically my grandfather was my main rugby league influence. I mean, my parents didn't really watch rugby league. My grandparents did, and his grandfather played for South in 1909. So I started supporting them, obviously, when I was sort of old enough to sort of get my head around it. And obviously it was always a mild thrill when they'd have a game on free-to-air TV. So obviously back in those days, it wasn't that easy to watch a team play every week. And we took me to my first game in 99. Actually, it was the last time South ever played Balmain, actually. So that was my first game. And then, from there it just became an obsession. Obviously, it sort of fizzled away a little bit in those 2 years where South were out of the competition. But yeah, from 2002 onwards, that's become a thing, and I still go to games now with my grandfather. I mean, obviously this year excluded because of COVID, but it's been very much a labour of love for a lot of those years. But I mean, of course, 2014 definitely made it all worth it.
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, I'm looking forward to that. May eventually happen for me again. You know,
it'll come, mate.
It'll come eventually. Look, you never know. Look,
you should just count 2009. They should just give you the premiership.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, but then, you know, if Todd Lowry just passes the ball to Jared Hayne and he goes in under the post, we're at 22-all and we probably win that anyway. But look, that's just not what happened. I've already done an episode on that, and that made me depressed. So we're not going to talk about that anymore. It's interesting you say about that's a real good piece of history that, you know, in the original season that you actually had a relative in that in that South Sydney team. So that's something very special. I mean, my grandfather played third grade for Parramatta, so that's why I'm Parramatta's fan. All his brothers and everything, but never got to first grade, so that's why we're Parramatta fans. But yeah, like I think that's something special when you actually got a link to the club. You know, that's something much more.
Yeah, I don't know much about him. I think he only played 1 or 2 first grade games in 1909. I look back and they've just got his last name in the Hall of Records.
Yeah,
there's nothing about him or anything like that. But
Oh, well, that's
pretty cool.
No, it's still pretty cool. Okay, well, obviously we've touched on what happened to South during that period, but you know, they got excluded. This is the only one that I talked to someone where we're going to have to say that their team didn't actually survive in their form until 3 years later. You know, everyone else at least survived in some form or another, but you know, some better than others. Poor North Sydney didn't really survive very long, but you know, it's a pretty tough time for a South fan, but obviously, you know, it must have been really good to have the rest of the rugby league or the rest of the rugby league community come out and support you and, you know, and lobby to get you guys back in. And then we all regretted it in 2014.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was at both those marches after the exclusion, and it was very touching to see. I mean, obviously I couldn't fully appreciate it at the time, given how young I was, but obviously looking back, it's quite touching to see, you know, almost 100,000, roughly 100,000 people sort of took to the streets for that cause. I'd like to think that if any other club was up against it the same way that I would march for them. So that was really nice. Although it does make me wonder whether in this sort of more cynical social media age that the same thing might not have been as effective if it happened today, for example. Like, I imagine you get a lot more sort of people who would be a bit more dismissive of something like that. But yeah, it was such a cool thing to have happen. And then obviously, you know, going to that, South played 2 games while they were excluded. One was both at Redfern, once against the USA Tomahawks and once against the nerdy tacky Warriors. Nathan Merritt played in that game, actually. That was the first time he played for South. It was their top team. And obviously he would, of course, go on to become such a big part of the club over the next decade and a half. But yeah, so it was an awful time. And I still remember I was actually in year 6 at primary school, and my pop actually came to school to tell me that South had been let back into the NRL in 2001. So that was a great moment. And the funny part is I'd actually been called to the office for something. So I was already sitting in the principal's office when he walked in the door of the office, and I was like, "What the hell are you doing here?" He's like, "What are you doing here?"
Well, were you a bad boy, Matt, or something? You'd done the wrong thing.
No. I think I was faking sick to get out of a test or something.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, no, I was like, "Why are you here? They haven't even like called my mum to say I'm sick or anything like that." And he's like, "No, I just came to tell you that Souths are back." And then went to their first game back in 2002. They got absolutely flogged. I can still remember every game from 2002 to 2004. I could rattle. I'm not going to, but I could rattle off every opponent that they beat over those 3 years because wins are so
there's not many of them, but between. And also my podcast doesn't go for 4.5 hours, so you know we don't want to do that. Look, you know what? I think it's a really good barometer of how much a fan you are is when you can be a fan and stay a fan when the times are very tough. Like, you know, everyone goes through it. Eventually every team gets to the bottom, and then, you know, the ones that stick with it, I think that shows a lot of character. And, you know, I suppose South, it was the ultimate payoff was 2014, and that's, you know, you guys don't have to ever worry about grand finals again, I suppose. That was a magical time. So we just only hope that what we could do is perhaps just have a pre-arranged 16 year schedule where everyone gets to win one. That'd be really helpful. But apart from that, you're gonna have highs and lows, and look, I'm really happy for Souths. Not so much that we haven't been able to beat them in a grand final. We haven't been able to get one, but still happy that they toughed it out. They brought themselves back, and then they didn't just. I mean, obviously they weren't great at the start, but they didn't just become an also round for the next 20 years. They really did improve, and they're in with a good chance this year. I think. I think they're a good outside chance.
I think the biggest sliding doors moment isn't when they got back let in. Actually, I think it comes a couple of years after that when the members voted to have Peter Holmes-Court and Russell Crowe take over the club. Because as you just said, I mean, those first couple of years were absolutely ridiculous. Like George Pickens was a fighter and he was a great man for the club, and he was absolutely pivotal in getting Souths reinstated into the competition, and he should always be remembered for that. But once that was achieved, he wasn't really the right man to be running a football club going forward. Yeah. And a lot of things went wrong in those first couple of years, like from player recruitment to coach hirings to just every decision that was made at the top over those first couple of years back was pretty disastrous. So I think when Holmes-Court and Crowe, when it was announced that they were going to get ownership of the club after those first couple of years, that was the real watershed moment. And then, of course, it was only a couple of years after that when they started sort of, rather than just signing people that were sort of like over the hill or retirees or whatever, they started to actually, and I think probably Royce Darcy was the first real signing of intent that they made, where they signed a top quality player who wasn't, over the age of 30. And I think gradually from that point onwards is everything was built towards 2014 and has sort of kept the club being one of the best run clubs in the league for the past, 10, 15 years.
And it shows that, like, you can, I think what a lot of the clubs are realising now, it's not about going out and buying the star player. It's about building the squad, and it's about building. Exactly. It's about building that from the start. So, like, a lot of these teams that are way down the bottom and are not going anywhere and not doing well, they don't. The good clubs don't buy themselves out of it. They have a plan. They sort of they make small purchases at a time. They don't just go, we've got to buy everyone we possibly can and just try and Frankenstein something together here. It's just, you're not going to get players to turn up for a team that's coming 15th, 16th every year. No. You need to build a quality roster by bringing in the juniors and bringing in the guys who are about to become the best players, and sort of littering around with some experience as well. Look, there's no way that I run an NRL club and I have no idea what I'm talking about, but that's my kind of, that's what I'm seeing from the top clubs. You know what I mean? When you watch the ones that are at the top all the time, if you look at, take Melbourne Storm for example. I know we're going way off topic here, Matt, but I just want to do this. Like, they recruit guys in from the juniors, from Queensland Cup, from the players that other teams don't want, and get the best out of them. And then once they're getting to their their peak and they're going to have to pay them big paydays, they don't have to keep them. They just need the next one. And you can see how they do it, and other clubs can see how they do it, but they don't seem to be able to copy the same model. So the Roosters do the same sort of thing. It's they're able to bring in the players and use them to their potential, and they're not overpaying for anyone. So, you can tell why those clubs are all at the top. All right, let's actually move on to the reason why we're doing this podcast. So, basically, we're at 98, 99 time, and you're in charge of Souths, and you're not allowed to not merge. You actually have to merge with someone this time. Yeah. So we're going to just go through. I'm going to go in the rough criteria order of top to bottom. So obviously, Souths were near the bottom, but let's just go through one by one. You can maybe just give me a maybe or a no or a definite no or whatever you want with them, and we'll shortlist a few, and then we can just discuss them as well. All good. All right, so first one on the list for South is Canterbury. What would you think about merging with Canterbury?
It just wouldn't make any sense given the geographical gaps between them. So there's still both Balmain and St George areas in between those two clubs. Yep. So from a geographical point of view, it wouldn't make much sense. Although when you factor in that both clubs use ANZ as their home ground as of a few years after that, perhaps would make sense. And there's a lot of similarities in the clubs. They're both very working class. They're both very ingrained in their communities. They both have very, very large fan bases. So I think from those points of view, it would tick a lot of boxes. But I think purely because they're not geographically aligned, you probably have to draw a line through them.
Yeah, and I think what we've seen from ones that aren't. I mean, there's only one merger we have that's not they're territorial neighbouring, and there's always been problems because of that. So yeah, that makes perfect sense to try and stick away from it. Obviously, for South, you guys are going to have a bit more of an issue because a lot of these clubs are going to mention you're not going to have any territorial border with.
Exactly
so,
right.
But that's fine. We'll just keep going. Next one on the list is Cronulla.
Yeah, that was loosely floated at the time. Actually, there were talks about the Rabbitohs and the Sharks merging in the late 90s. And they're not, obviously you've got St George sort of in between, but they're still relatively close, so they're still sort of like there's not that much of a gap between them. Like, it's not that far from sort of like your Mascot, South Sydney type areas down to like sort of the Shire. It's not that far away, and yeah. So in 1998, actually, there was meetings between the two clubs aimed at establishing a South Sydney Sharks, actually, and it never got off the ground for a variety of reasons, but. Yeah, it was actually closer than people realised because Piggins was still running the club at the time. He was opposed to a merger, but basically they were at the behest of the South Juniors not pulling their funding at the time because they were really, really strapped for cash, and they perhaps could have been left in a position where they had absolutely no choice. So, I mean, it's really weird to imagine that now, but yeah, it nearly actually happened. But I think that perhaps might be more sort of the Sharks smelling weakness than it actually making the most sense for them. I mean, obviously, I think for the Sharks, again, rivalries aside, the team it would make the most sense for them to merge with this St George. But so probably a no to the Sharks.
All right, so we'll say no Sharks. All right, the next one on the list, which is the one that everyone talked about, is the Sydney City Roosters.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the no-brainer answer. This is my answer. So, I mean, in a world where South have to merge, this is the one that makes the most sense. I mean, this is the one. People still suggest this now, for God's sake. I mean, people still suggest this every couple of years when some person rocks up and says, "Oh, there's too many clubs. We've got to merge a bunch together." But yeah, this is actually they go into a lot of detail on this in George Piggins' book, just about. So apparently, James Packer was sort of heavily involved in this, and it wasn't that far away from happening. He actually, so he invited George Piggins to his home, and by the end of, and I think they had dinner or something. By the end of it, he cut him a check for like $750,000 or something like that, and was basically like, this is yours if the clubs can come together. Like, I'll back you guys, blah blah blah. But it never really happened for a variety of reasons. I mean, obviously these two clubs have had at that point 90 years of history, and it would have been a great shame to see them sort of have to combine those two things, but. From a sheer logistics standpoint, it is by far the one that makes the most sense. Yeah,
okay, that's fair enough. Look, I was very surprised to say that because I thought, look, talking to a South fan, there's no chance I'll be able to sell a Roosters Rabbitohs merger.
Well, I wouldn't want to do it. I wouldn't want to merge with anyone. But if we had to merge, and you were doing the merger for like practical reasons, this is the one.
I mean, I've had other guys do mergers that are totally impractical, so keep that in mind if you do want to. Like, obviously, we'll shortlist that one because that's obviously your number one. But you can do whatever you like. It's a hypothetical world out there, so we can muck around with it and we can just be crazy. All right. The next one on the list is Parramatta. I think Dennis Fitzgerald would love it, but I don't think anyone else would.
I bet he would. Put a line through this one. Too far away.
Yeah,
just way too far away.
No, fair enough. That's fine. I'm not gonna push you on that one. Okay. Yeah. The next one is St George Dragons.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because again, there's so much history between these two clubs, but geographically, Mascot, sort of Redfern to Cogra, not that far from each other.
No.
A lot of sort of prestige. These are sort of the two clubs that sort of, I guess, more than anyone else, pride themselves on that history and things like that, and. It wouldn't have been, and we saw, I mean, the Dragons were, open to a merger because they did end up merging. So for a lot of reasons, it would have made sense. Now, given that we barely talk about the Illawarra side of that merger anymore, perhaps it wouldn't have ended very well for South. But I'd say that, again, if I were running the club and I had to explore all options, this would be right near the top as well.
Okay, all right, cool. So we'll put the Dragons there as well. I think it'd be interesting because, you know, when they combine these clubs and they combine the amount of premierships, you guys have 35. So that'd be
that's right.
That'd be pretty incredible. But everyone would sort of tell you can't have 35. Sorry, guys, that's not the way it works. Okay, so the next one on the list is the aforementioned Illawarra. So
yeah, I just don't see how that would work.
No, you'd have to. The only way that'd work is how St George do it, where they relocated to down at Wynn, and then they just play some games up. So
yeah, and I mean that never made sense to me to begin with. So no.
Okay, fair enough. That's fine. Next one on the list is Manly.
Absolutely not. There's just so much bad blood between these two clubs, more so than the Roosters even. Like, with the Roosters, you have a rivalry. With the Manly, there's sort of an outright hatred between the two. Manly were notorious for poaching Rabbitohs players in the 70s, 80s, and onwards. And again, they are just so far away. So no chance. Yeah,
I don't think anyone wants to merge with Manly, and I don't think anyone wants Manly to survive. So we'll get to that after, but that seems to be 11 times I've had that happen. So apart from maybe the Manly one, who did want them to survive, but that's about it. Okay, next one on the list is Penrith, which is not going to make any sense, but you can just say no.
Yep, can't see it. Can't see why. Although, I mean, you could. I guess rival fan bases would only have to make sort of teeth jokes about one set of fans now, so that's convenient for them. So
that's very true. Oh, that's good. I like that one. All right, next one on the list is Balmain.
Yeah, this one intrigues me as well, because again, there's a lot of sort of crossing over border-wise. They do share a border sort of geographically in terms of the junior districts. Yeah. Again, steeped in history, and again, Balmain did show an amenity to us. They showed that they were willing to merge. So, I think this one makes a lot of sense. This one probably makes almost as much sense as the Roosters. The other reason I'd say it makes a little bit less sense is because the Roosters, if they don't merge with South, they can't really merge with anyone geographically. Whereas if Balmain don't merge with South, they've still got Canterbury, West, St George, Parramatta that would all kind of work.
Yeah.
So,
No, that's fair enough.
That's the only reason I put them below the Roosters and the Dragons.
All right, we'll leave them there. I'll put them on the short list, but we'll leave them because I don't think they're probably not likely to be the case. The next one on the list is Norths, which I don't think it makes any sense, but you can talk me out of that if you want.
It doesn't, but this is the one that probably, from a non-geographical standpoint, intrigues me the most, because these were the two teams that were, these are the two teams that, at the time, Norths had the very current situation of being this tortured, almost franchise and never quite getting over the line, and Souths were just basically a basket case for decades. So perhaps if they combined their two sets of misfortune, it might have worked. I don't know. I quite like the idea of playing half your home games at Redfern and the other half at North Sydney Oval. So I guess, honestly, and given that they had very similar financial issues off the field to the Rabbitohs, I think if geography wasn't playing a part, this would be my number one choice.
Okay. Well, there's obviously after this time some history because North Sydney being the feeder club for Souths for a number of years as well. So
exactly.
There's definitely some shared kind of DNA there. Obviously it happened after this, but same sort of thing.
Right, still.
But still look. And I don't think it's not a bad team to merge with because there's quite a lot there. The only thing is that I think Norths were desperate to move north. And if you tried to merge them with someone south of them, it would be make even less sense. But no, that's fine. Look, if only the weather had held out in 1996 or 97 when they were building that stadium up there, we would have the Central Coast Bears and we wouldn't have to worry about them.
Yeah.
But anyway, the last one on our list is Wests, which I think you're going to say no to, so we won't spend too much time.
Yeah, same reasons as Penrith, really. Yeah, it just doesn't make much sense.
All right, cool. So our short list is Sydney City, St George, Balmain, North. So, do you want to stick with Sydney City, or whatever everyone calls themselves?
I probably would, just because it just does make the most sense if you were merging everyone. But I think I would, give an honorary mention to Balmain and North.
Okay, fair enough. That's no problem. All right, so we've now merged you guys with the Roosters. There's still 3 mergers that did occur, and you can change those if you want. So this is your opportunity to tell Manly to get stuffed and exclude them if you want. Or if you want to move Cronulla and merge them with Penrith. I don't care what you do. It doesn't matter. So, be as wacky as you want or as unwacky as you want. But so do you think that the 3 mergers that we had would have survived, or would you have changed those ones?
Well, I mean, one of them didn't. So
yeah, at the time, you think they would have kept going with what they did? Yeah.
No, I mean, I always thought that it would have made more sense for St George to merge with Cronulla.
Okay.
Or Cronulla to merge with Illawarra. It sort of didn't make much sense to me. They would leapfrog that sort of geographical shire area and sort of cut, which is sort of in between both. But, so I probably would have merged Cronulla and St George rather than St George and Illawarra.
Okay.
And I think, the West Tigers didn't really make sense on paper, but it's kind of worked pretty well. So
yeah, that's true.
Knowing what we know now, I think it's probably fine.
Okay.
And I guess also knowing what we know now, I mean, you're basically marching the Bears to the electric chair by merging them with Manly again. But I really don't see any other one that really makes sense. Penrith's such a large geographical area already. You don't really need to be merging them with anybody else. Parramatta and the Bulldogs, I mean, that rivalry is as strong as the rivalry between the Rabbitohs and the Roosters. And again, those areas are so big and so densely populated that, again, I don't really know whether it makes sense. The only other one I could sort of make an argument for, but again, I stuck with the West Tigers, so I can't, would be to merge Balmain and North.
Okay.
But, we can't do that because, as you said, the Bears wanted to move north, and they've already, and in this scenario, we've still stuck them with west. So I would have to say that I would go St George, Cronulla, stick with the West Tigers, and South Roosters.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That sounds good. And then I suppose we can mandate that North Sydney get to move north and they become the Central Coast Bears.
We can. We absolutely can.
And we can also say that Manly just walks off into the ocean.
I don't think anyone would argue that.
No, so that's fine. Look, you know what? As a Parramatta fan, I'm allowed to say whatever I like about Manly, and it's
that's
my
true.
podcast. So fair enough.
That's actually a law. So
that is the law. Look, I don't hate Manly as much. I work in the Manly area, so I work over in DY. So I have to actually put up with them, and some of them are actually nice people, amazingly. But yeah, I don't know what to say about that. I feel like I'm going to get kicked out of the Parramatta club by saying that. But
just just say that quietly.
Oh well, and I can always mute that part of the discussion.
That's true, you can.
I can just take that out. It'll be like you'll be talking to yourself for about 2 minutes, and then we'll come back. All right, okay. So the next thing we're going to have a look at is obviously we have to put these two teams together. So we're going to have to put a South Sydney. Oh, hold on, we've got to give them a name too. That's the other thing because we've got a Rabbitoh and a Rooster. So what are we going to call them?
The Sydney Rabbitohs, mate, of course.
Sydney Rabbitohs. All right. So the Roosters are junior partners in that way, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Nick Butters would never, ever, ever agree to this, but in this fake scenario, that's what's happening. Okay,
fair enough. That's fine. Look, like I said to some of the other guys, the criteria can be... That's also a construct, so we can say that South Sydney was stronger in the criteria than what they actually were, and they were the senior partner. So there we go.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So let's put this team together. What I might do, I might just quickly go through and just say, look, you're probably going to have a better idea of the South team than I am. I've just tried to pull out a team that made some sense. So
yeah, that's fine.
Let's see how we go. So at fullback for the Roosters, we've got Andrew Walker. And our fullback for South, we have Tim Brasher.
Yep. Walker can play a bunch of positions, I think, and Brasher at the time was still one of the best fullbacks in the game, so I think Brasher gets a nod there.
Okay, that's cool. So we'll keep Walker there in case we want to put him in somewhere else. All right. So I'll do it this way. Next for the Roosters on the wings, we've got Jack Elsgood and Matt Singh, and for the wings for South, I've got Justin Lumens and David Hall. Is that correct? I have no idea who Justin Lumens is, but he appeared in 2 teams, so I went for him.
Yeah, unfortunately, Paul Mellor had left a couple of years before 99, so we can't include him.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty slam dunk that you pick. Well, Matt Singh's obviously one of the best wingers of the modern game, and Jack Elsgood was no slouch himself, so those ones are pretty easy, I think.
Awesome. Okay, so in the centres, we've got Ivan Cleary, Richie Barnett, which is pretty stacked, and South are going to contribute Julian O'Neill and Brett Rodwell.
What? Why was Ivan Cleary playing in the centres?
He did. He played in the centres. I think
Well,
he played.
I guess I was really young. I only really remember him as a fullback. So
Yeah,
no,
he did.
that's
He
good.
did play centres in that season, around
Oh,
'98.
alright.
But yeah, I mean, it's interesting because obviously there's the shared DNA. I talked to Roosters fan and a Manly fan. They both talked about how good Ivan Cleary was.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, look, I see him more as a fullback too. But he turns up in the centres.
Actually, I've pulled it up on rugby league. He played a lot of centre. There you go. That's obviously a lot of that was before my time. But yeah, well, I mean, he was a great player, so he'd probably get one spot. And I think, I mean, Julian O'Neill, for all his off-field issues, was a very, very good player. So I would be going with him.
Okay, all right, that's cool. This is interesting. So the halves we've got for the Roosters is Brad Fittler and Adrian Lamb, and then Souths I've got Craig Wing and Willie Peters.
Well, I think poor old Willie is going to be relegated to running the waters.
Yeah, fair enough.
As he did the South for many years. As a trainer, Craig Wing's probably going to be our 14, I think. So unless you wanted to get creative and stick, well, no. Oh, you could probably play. Oh, you could play Fittler at lock if you wanted to.
We've also got Andrew Walker that's still sitting there to go somewhere.
So you might go Walker and Lamb and then play Fittler at lock.
Okay, all right, that's good. You haven't seen the back row of the Roosters yet, so let's see if that holds
Luke
up.
Rickettson's there, but for some reason he's in the back row in this game, not at lock. So
yeah, because we've got Nigel Gaffey as well. So anyway, we'll go.
I don't know who that is. So
you don't know Nigel Gaffey? Okay, all right. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry. He played for the Crushers as well, I think. I think he 96 played for the Crushers and he went to Roosters. I don't know. This is, like I said, don't take what I've got on the team list as gospel. It's just what I kind of put together. All right, so up front, you've got Jason Lowry, David Barnhill, and South is Terry Hermanson and James Smith, apparently.
Where's Spud Carroll?
Oh, there you go. Is he playing? Where is he gone?
Yes, he played for South in '99. Then he retired.
Okay,
But
you can have
played
Carroll.
Origin that year. Played Origin that year as well. So
you can have Carroll. That's fine. I must have. What I did. Now this is what I did for it, because I don't want to do too much research, is I pulled out the round 1 team, pulled out the round 24 team.
He was injured a fair bit that season as well. He only played about 16 games.
Okay, so I missed him on that. But you can put him in, that's fine. So he can be one front row.
I absolutely will be doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Spud's one prop, and he probably got a... David Barnhill was pretty good, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think we put Barnhill in.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Got Cusack on the bench as well, though. So
yeah, you got Cusack.
He can be a bench forward.
Okay, and you also got Scott Logan on the bench too. There's some quality on the bench for the Roosters, because they're not quite, because we're talking about 98, 99, so they're not quite old enough to kind of be starters. But that's fine. He can definitely bench player. So back row at the Roosters, we've got Goulet, Ricketson, and the player that you love so much, Nigel Gaffey. And then back row, I've got Jeremy Schloss, Darren Burns, Chris Caruana. I remember Chris Caruana, who was a North Sydney player before this, I think.
He was, yeah, that's right. So I think so obviously Ricketson's getting one. If we're going to accommodate...
Oh, that's right. Brad Fittler's at lock as well. I just remembered that.
Yeah.
So we've got him there.
Jeremy Schloss played Origin as well, I'm pretty sure. He was a decent player, so he might be... He mostly played lock, though, but I think he might be our other back row. Oh, no, hang on. Fletcher's on the interchange for the Roosters.
Yeah.
So it'll be Brian Fletcher. Sorry. Brian Fletcher and Luke Ricketson with Brad Fittler at lock.
Okay, cool. And so I suppose we've got... Well, then, I mean, we've already said that we're going to put...
Craig Wing, Peter Cusack.
Yep.
Matt Parsons.
Yep.
And Scott Logan. He's a decent player. Stuck him in. Why not?
That's cool. It's a pretty good... it's not a bad side, actually, once you put it all together. There's definitely some talent there. So, because you're talking about a Roosters team that's, making a grand final in about a year or two after this. And
I kept most of them.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's a talented team. So you got a lot to choose from. And the South Sydney team's not that bad. Like, it's... When I've been merging teams together...
It wasn't that bad. They were doing quite well. So they were basically... in 99, they were doing all right with about 8 or 9 rounds to go in the season.
Yeah.
And then Darryl Trindle got suspended for tripping or something. He did, something happened. Like, South played Newcastle in a game. He didn't get put on report at the time. And then after the game, he got cited for, something ridiculous. Like I can't remember what it was. Did he end up getting like an 8-week suspension?
Yeah, it sounds like tripping. I think that's probably or maybe a biting or gouging or something like that because they're usually.
It was like, because obviously he was playing incredibly well at the time. So he that was. Yeah, there we go. I found it. He was suspended for 7 weeks for what was a reasonably innocuous high tackle.
Oh, really? 7 weeks for a high tackle? Yeah. Jeez, okay. Because when you said 7 or 8 weeks, usually you'd have to have done a pretty
you would have thought. Although the other reason I remember it so clearly is because it's still a popular conspiracy theory from South fans that that was a directive given from the powers that be to make sure their season tanked, and he. Yeah,
so they wouldn't make finals, and then they couldn't be because the criteria is being made, and they, if they make the finals, then all of a sudden it changes. Okay.
It doesn't really hold up though because
they've already had the criteria.
They won 4 out of 7 without him.
Yeah.
And then they lost their final 7-8 games.
Yeah.
So. Oh, there you go. I was at their last ever win before they got kicked out. That was that Palmaine game. And then they lost their last 7 games after that. So, not great. End up finishing 12th. But yeah, they were in the top 8 for most of the year before falling away in those last few weeks.
Was that Parramatta they beat in that year, 99?
Parramatta beat them Parramatta was their last ever game.
Oh, okay. All right, sorry.
And Parramatta won. But
I was going to say, we peaked Parramatta to lose to a team that, like that, especially when you're playing well and you lose to someone.
It was quite funny because... obviously, South managed to lose to that Western Suburbs Magpies team in '99, which was most people talk about them as the worst team ever. They only won 3 games all year. Yeah. One against Balmain, one against South, one against Penrith. So they were awful, and they still beat South. Although we mentioned the Northern Eagles before. It's my favourite stat is that South only have a 100% win record against one team, and that's the Northern Eagles because they played them once and they beat them.
1 win,
and then they just became Manly again the following year. So.
Yeah, I always like those little funny little stats. I was doing one for for the Rugby League Digest, a little Facebook discussion one, and we were talking about it. And I did one about the teams that have 100% finals records over other teams, and it's funny for all the terrible things that happened to North in finals. Like they won 8 or 9 out of 22 finals games or something like that. So really bad record. They have 3 teams with a 100% win record over, and 2 of them are Brisbane and Manly. So pretty good teams to have 100% win records in finals over, but
exactly.
Obviously they only met them like once or twice each. So it was it was a bit of it was one of those things. They got the results, and most of those were 90s sort of thing. Oh, we've got the celebrity dog in the background too.
Yeah, he's not happy about something.
Fair enough. All right. Well, look. I think that's a pretty good team, and I think if we're going forward from Souths and being, this Sydney Rabbitohs team, obviously they're going to be competitive. Year 2000, the Roosters make the grand final, so it'll be the Sydney Rabbitohs. I don't know if they win that grand final against Brisbane, but how do you think they would have gone early 2000s?
I mean, I think if you merge any 2 squads going against a non-merged squad, they probably do quite well when you get to take the best players from both sides. I think that team would have comfortably been towards the top of the league. I mean, they probably weren't going to beat those peak sort of, everything's working in their favour Broncos with the entire Queensland Origin team. But they would have done all right, I think. They would have probably, not a stretch to say they would have made the top 4, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair enough, and I think that makes perfect sense. And, I mean, what they sort of... what you realise about those is that, the salary cap was basically non-existent for teams that merged because they got that extra grant and they were allowed to stay over salary, and, they got a bit of a grace period to do that as well. So, that's part of the story of St George Illawarra in 99, that they were basically 2 clubs worth of salary cap. So that's why they were, not maybe why they were so successful, but it was definitely a helper, for them to do that. So you imagine, you got a Roosters team that made the grand final in 2000, and you add some extra talent from the Rabbitohs, they're going to be a better team, and they don't have to shed as many players too. So you could have Fittler, and you could have Craig Wing, and you could have the best of both worlds. So yeah, I think they would have done probably would have done really well actually. All right, I think that's everything I needed to do. So I'll have to let you head off and
awesome.
do everything you need to do. All right. Well, thanks very much for joining me, and thanks for jumping in at late notice. And I'm really
worries,
helpful.
Man. Appreciate it.
Really helpful. I'm really appreciate it. And yeah, good luck with the podcasting tonight, and I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, mate. Have a good one. Cheers.
All right. See you, mate. Bye.
We are the mighty Bulldogs. Here comes the Roosters, but there ain't a red machine.
Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Hi guys, welcome back to the Hyper Thetic RL. It's David, and I'm joined by celebrity punts, Sid Punts.
Yeah, celebrity's a strong word, but I think in this case it's pretty accurate.
Well, that's right. I mean, look, I only get the highest quality of guests, so, you know, had to make sure I got you on this one for West. So you're our resident West fan.
I appreciate being asked, but it must have been hard to find some old Western Suburbs Magpies fans, because we're few and far between, I would imagine.
I'm not going to lie, some of the teams in the mergers were a bit tough, and I think West is obviously one of those that's, there's not a lot of fans of just West that are still sticking around. So, it was good. I'm really glad that I found you, and I must thank our friend in common who recommended you. So. I don't know what he goes by, because he goes by different things depending if he's on Facebook or if he's on Twitter. So whatever he's called. All good. Look, maybe the best thing is to just let us know how you became a West fan, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, well, I always grew up in the St. George area. I played junior footy for St. George, but I am definitely not a St. George Dragons fan. I don't really like the club at all. I grew up going for the Magpies because basically my dad went for the Magpies.
Okay, heritage.
Back in those days, you could go out every second week to the home games at Lidcombe Oval, and I'd go out there with my old man. But in the early 80s, when I was growing up, it was tough being a Magpies fan. We weren't very successful in the 80s. Mm-hmm. I'd go to school on mufti days in all my black and white gear, and the kids would bag me. But I've always stuck solid with the mighty Magpies.
Oh, it's good, and I mean that's what we want from rugby league fans, is you stick with your team no matter what. We don't like these ones that just fly in and say, "Hey, I'm a fan of whoever's winning," because that's what's the point of that? You need to go through pain.
I was so bad as a kid. In 1983, the Magpies were getting kicked out along with Newtown. Mm-hmm. I was in year 3 at school, and I would go around and maintain the Magpie stickers, and would send the money to the football club.
Oh, so you're part of the reason they were able to launch that legal battle and stay in then. So you must be pretty proud that you helped them. Yeah. Wow.
They got the injunction and survived, but talking about mergers, my whole life following the Magpies, we were always under threat of getting kicked out.
Yeah, it's one of those ones. I mean, I suppose there was, going through that period, there was probably 3 clubs that they were targeting, and it was you guys, it was Newtown, it was Cronulla, and they got one of them.
Yes.
But they definitely always wanted West out. That's that was a given.
Yeah, Newtown were actually going to move down to Campbelltown. They were going to be called the Newtown Campbelltown Jets.
Mm.
But they couldn't afford to put in an injunction, so the Magpies survived.
Yeah.
And the league basically just gave up in the court cases and just let us play, even though they had every right to kick us out.
I did end up doing an episode about Newtown and if they were able to actually go down to Campbelltown, and it would it kind of ended up a bit strange, because I think it's quite a few weeks ago now, but I think I said eventually when the mergers came around, I think that Newtown and West would have merged and become the Campbelltown Magpies, but that's probably what would have happened.
We moved there in 87, and we're still there now.
Yeah,
to some degree.
Yeah, well, you're still there. I mean, no matter what people say about the West Tigers, it's still one half of Western Suburbs. So so that probably gets us to what happened to West. Obviously, didn't have a very successful record. They probably had one of the worst teams of all time in 1999.
They certainly did.
It's not a very good team. And obviously merged with the Balmain Tigers, and, they finally got another premiership, half a premiership if you call that, in 2005.
It's a full premiership. We'll take the full premiership.
You'll take the full one? All right.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
I never thought I'd be sitting there with my old man at Stadium Australia seeing Wests win a grand final. So it certainly allowed both of us to accept the merger eventually. He was never a fan of the merger. I bought him a season ticket that first year in 2000 just to say it's still your team. But yeah, a lot of old followers weren't happy with merging. No,
and that's what you were saying. It's very hard to find people that were Western Suburbs fans. That, I mean, it feels like that merger is, although it's not dominated by Balmain, it feels like most of the fans of West Tigers are Balmain fans. So it's sort of, I don't run across a lot of Western Suburbs fans in that thing, but I'm sure there's plenty of them. But
we're still out there.
You're still there. All right. Well, well, that's a pretty good idea of what happened to the team. So I think the next thing we do is we'll just go through in criteria order as best we can the possible merger partners for West, because they haven't merged with Balmain. So we're around 98, 99, and we're just going to go through them. So the first team on the list for Western Suburbs is Canterbury. What do you think if they would have merged with Canterbury instead of Balmain?
Well, out of all of them, I think, having seen how the West Tigers merger has happened, the problems that are associated with it, I think the best thing for a merger is that the geography of it. So if all things could have been on a level playing field and we could have merged with a club back in the day, my preference would have been the Bulldogs, because we back on to their territory, and around that time they were looking at moving out to Liverpool. It would have been a super club, but there's a lot of things that went against it back then. The Dogs in the 80s were a champion side. They won 4 comps in the 80s, and leading up to this time when our mergers were being mooted, they won the comp in
95.
95? Yeah. So that was really not an option, but a lot of the media back in the day, and I followed it religiously, they said it's the perfect merger. They back onto each other, and they could be called the Western Bulldogs. I don't know, totally forgetting that there's an AFL team called the Western Bulldogs. So it had its problems as well, but out of everything, that probably would have been my number one.
Okay, well, we'll put them in the short list, and we won't definitely say anything till we go all the way through them, because otherwise we just jump to the end.
No, I've got a lot more to say. It's fine.
Oh, cool. All right. So the next one. So like I said, we're going criteria order. So obviously, like you said, Canterbury were a very strong team.
Yes.
And I suppose the only other thing you've got to consider, and that is Canterbury being so strong, would it have just been a complete takeover? I mean, the Balmain one was a bit of a takeover too, but it would have been a complete takeover. It's probably what you'd be worried about in that one. So let's move on to the next one. The next one on the list is Cronulla.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
No, you share a boundary with each other, but it is a boundary, through Heathcote or whatever that sort of area is, and it's not really a highly densely populated area anyway. So
no, I find it strange that Cronulla, out on that peninsula between St George and Illawarra, have been able to survive. It's a definite no from me back then and even now, merging with them.
Fair enough. Okay. We're probably going to run through some of them quickly. So the next one's Easts, or Sydney City as they were called at the time.
Yeah, no way in the world.
Definitely no way. All right, so the next one is the best club in Sydney, Parramatta.
Well, Parramatta would make some geographical sense.
Yeah, we got a little bit of boundary share, but not a huge amount. But there is some little bit there.
That was around this time. Western Suburbs obviously weren't going to make the cut, so we were going to be kicked out. Balmain were going to make the cut, and Parramatta approached them and still said we should merge, but that would have been a total takeover from Parramatta, and I think that would have been the same case with the Magpies, it just would have been an absolute takeover. So it's a no from me.
Okay, all right. So we'll move on past that one. So the next one on the list is St George. So obviously not popular with you, but what would you think about merging with St George?
Absolutely never.
Okay.
I thought at the time, if the Magpies are going to be kicked out, what team could I go for? And having grown up in the St George area, I thought, could I barrack for St George? And I could not even barrack for them if they merged with my beloved Magpies.
Fair enough. Okay. All right, they're well and truly out. The next one would be interesting, is Illawarra.
Yeah, I guess Illawarra, I know in recent years the Magpies have extended their junior nursery all the way down past Illawarra, down Goulburn, all that way. So there's some kind of geographical sense to it. But at the time, I don't think it was really discussed. I don't know. I feel sorry for Illawarra.
It was never really brought up, but I mean, I don't know what the logistics would have been. But when you kind of think about where Western Suburbs is and where they've gone to, so they're way down, like, you know, they go way past Campbelltown, and a growing area. And then if you think that you're in Campbelltown, you take the Hume Highway down a bit further and you're in the Illawarra. So, you know, they kind of do share a boundary, but not really. Like there's...
I think it would be more of a merger, Western Suburbs and Illawarra, than St George and Illawarra has been.
Probably would have been, and you probably would have been, you know, maybe the Southern Magpies or something, and then you could take the whole south coast and southwest of Sydney. It's not bad.
I don't hate it. I've always liked the Steelers.
All right, well, we'll shortlist them, and then we can discuss it a bit after and just see how we go. But I'm not trying to push you into that one, but that one, for me, I never heard them talk about it, and I just thought I wondered why they never did, because it would, you know, looking at it now, it makes some sense. Maybe at the time, maybe they weren't as far down, and anyway. Okay, the next one we can quickly just say no, but you're not going to merge with Manly.
We're never going to merge with Manly. I can't believe Manly is still in the comp.
Yep, fair enough.
Hello to all the Manly fans.
That's all fine. Don't worry about it.
You can't merge the Fibros and the Silvertons.
I know.
It's never going to happen.
That would be the most hilarious merger of all time.
Ridiculous.
I know. Anyway, we've got just got to go through the process. So next one on the list is Penrith.
Yeah, this is another one that makes geographical sense, and I guess the colours of the team, and there's a lot to like with the merger. But that was never going to happen either, unfortunately. I wish some of these could have been explored a bit better. I wish the criteria back in the day was a more level playing field so that some of these could have been explored.
Yeah.
But, that would have been a takeover from the Panthers, just taking over our territory. We wouldn't have got much out of that. You can't change the Penrith Panthers name. They were going to be called the Penrith Magpies.
Western Panthers is the only thing you could do.
Western Panthers, I don't know. The alliteration of Penrith Panthers, it's going to be hard to change that.
Yeah, true. And I mean, the thing is with the criteria is that this is a hypothetical, so we can tweak the criteria as well. So you can say that West were in a slightly better position. So if you want to merge them and then say you become more of a dominant partner, that's fine as well.
I would have loved to take over the whole of the greater Western Sydney area, but let's be under no illusions. Western Suburbs weren't very good back then. We had a player called Lincoln Rodonicus. Now, some cynics may say that he was only picked because his dad was the coach, and those cynics would be right.
That's very true. I was talking in another podcast, another episode, and I might as well share it again really quickly. I played junior football about under 11s, under 10s, 11s, something like that, with a guy, and we were like second division, and he was the big kid you threw it to, and he ended up playing first grade for West, and it's like he shouldn't have been a first grader. Like, no disrespect, he was a nice guy, but he didn't have the drive, and I couldn't believe it. When I saw his name, I was like, hold on, that's the guy I used to play football with when I was 12. Like
I agree with you. I can't bag anyone that's pulled on the jersey and played first grade, but that's especially the 1999 team of the Magpies. I've actually got at their end of season get together. Everyone who was left, not knowing whether they were going to merge or be kicked out, anyone who was at that party signed the jersey, there's only about 4 signatures on it because they were done and dusted. A lot of them were going out looking for work because they weren't first graders.
Yeah, they were just part-timers, yeah. All right, so we've only got 2 left. The last 2 are North Sydney, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's a no from me.
And the very last one is South Sydney, which also doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, cool. So if I read you right, we only really have Canterbury and probably Illawarra as your shortlist, but I think you're pretty much leaning towards Canterbury. Have I said anything that would change your mind, or you just think Canterbury's still the best merger option?
Yeah, well, all things being equal, because we did merge with Balmain, I'm not unhappy with that.
Okay.
But yeah, to be perfectly honest, if it was a completely different scenario, yeah, I would definitely go with the Bulldogs.
Okay.
I would like it to be a 50-50 partnership like we ended up with.
Yeah.
But I couldn't ever see the Bulldogs agreeing to that back in those days. But
well, the good
as
news
it's
for
panned
you,
out, the West's brand, well, we've basically taken over Balmain now. We're very strong, so the geography would have been great.
Well, it's funny as it turns out now. So the Canterbury fan chose West, and the West fan chose Canterbury. So it seems like it was destined to happen. And I'll let you in another secret too. Some of the other when I get to my next part where I ask about what other mergers, the Canterbury Western Suburbs merger is probably the most popular one. So it seems like everyone thinks that's what should have happened, but it didn't. So
I don't know what they would have been called.
Well, we already had Western Bulldogs from the Canterbury guys, so let's come up with something different. Maybe we need... So you couldn't call them the Canterbury Magpies. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
I don't know. We'll have to,
I don't know.
All right. Well, we'll think about it. Let's move to the next part. And if
Western Suburbs Bulldogs.
Western Suburbs Bulldogs. Yeah, let's just say that. All right. Western Suburbs Bulldogs. All right. Look, it's not that much of a problem. I don't really mind if we call them the astronauts. It doesn't really make any difference. It didn't happen. But all right, the next thing I think we'll do is now we've done that merger. So West is now merged with Canterbury, not Balmain. So obviously that's going to affect what happens with Balmain. And feel free to demerge, remerge, do whatever you want to any of the other teams. So is there any mergers that you think should have happened that didn't happen?
The Roosters and Rabbitohs 100% should have merged.
Okay.
It would have been an absolute civil war, but I would have loved to see that get played out. Geographically, that makes sense.
You just want to be there to see the world burn. That's what you're there for.
I just want to see the world burn.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, what about Balmain? What are you going to do to them?
With hindsight, I think West saved Balmain because in all the other mergers that I can see, Balmain is stuck on their own. And even though they would have met the criteria, they only knew that they were going to last for a short time. I don't know, maybe they should have gone with Parramatta, be the Parramatta Tigers, because that's probably the best I can come up with for them.
That's fine. What about Northern Eagles? Do you want to touch Northern Eagles or leave them how they are?
The Northern Eagles was an abject failure, and I loved every minute of it.
Okay, fair enough. We'll leave that one where it is. And what about St George Illawarra? Do you want to leave them how they are, or do you want to do something different?
I want them to swallow up Cronulla as well.
Okay, all right. So they're the St George, Cronulla, Illawarra Dragons.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. That's cool. Well, we're reducing the teams a lot more now because you've now done, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a 3-way merger. So we're 2 positions better than we were when we actually did. So
and that's what they wanted back in the day. They only wanted about 12 teams.
Well, we'd end up with 13. So what we can do then is we can allow the Western Reds to stay, or the Adelaide Rams, or Crushers, or someone like that. We can have 14 teams, and we don't have someone actually excluded. So that makes...
Well, I'd also merge Parramatta and the Panthers, so there's another spot available.
Oh, okay. So we're going to be the Parramatta, Panther, Tigers, the Parramatta Big Cats.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, wow. Now we've got 12 teams. Oh, jeez. You might as well just have the Sydney everythings, because I think that's all right. We'll have the Western Suburbs Bulldogs and the Sydney everyone else's.
Yeah,
All
pretty
right.
much.
Cool. Oh, that's fine. Look, that's no problem. Look, next up on our list is to just go through a team list. So we've obviously got Western Suburbs and Canterbury. Do you want me just to give you the lowdown of who's in, like who the fullbacks and everything are, or do you have an idea of a 17? Or
I've got the West team here, but I don't have the Bulldogs team.
okay. Well, what we'll do. So I've got Brett Hodgson as their fullback.
Yes.
At Wests. The fullback for Canterbury I've got is Rod Silver. So which one of those did you want to take?
Rod Silver would have been a handy backup for Brett Hodgson.
Okay, so I'll take
all the
Hodgson.
way.
Okay. So wingers I've got Darren Willis and Adam Donovan. I don't know if you have a different winger in mind for Wests. And the wingers for Canterbury I've got Gavin Lester and Daryl Halligan.
Yeah, I'd keep Halligan and Andrew Leeds. I love Andrew Leeds.
Cool. All right.
I'm going to be very biased.
No, that's fine. Doesn't matter. In the centres, yeah. So we had Leeds. We've got Ken McGuinness, and we've got Matthew Ryan and Willie Talau for Canterbury.
I'd keep Talau, McGuinness, and Leeds.
Okay, all right, cool. That's fine. We'll move one on the wing and we'll just work that out. So halves, we've got the Canterbury halves are Craig Polamander and Corey Hughes, and your halves are Kevin McGuinness and Steve Georgalis.
As much as I love Kevy McGuinness and Steve Georgalis, actually I'd probably move Kevy into the centres,
yeah.
But I'd keep the Bulldogs players there.
Okay, all right. So, all right, we'll work that out. So we've got Kevin McGuinness in the centres. And we've got Ken McGuinness as well, and we've got three centres, but that's fine. We'll work that out, and we've got Andrew Leeds as well.
Kenny to the wing.
Okay,
I got to figure this out, but
that's all right. Ken will go to the wing.
Most of them.
Let's go Ken to the wing. Andrew Leeds is one centre, and we'll keep one of Ryan or Talau, and then you can because you've
we'll keep Talau.
Okay, cool. All right, that's fine. So. Up front, we've got John Scandalis. The other prop I've got is Chris Yates, but I'm not sure if that's correct for West. I don't know if you got someone else. And then Canterbury's got Darren Britt and Barry Ward.
Yeah, Scando's got to stay, and I'd take Britt.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice. So Canterbury hookers Jason Hetherington, and you got Cherry Mesher.
We're going Cherry Mesher every day of the week. I love that guy.
Yeah, fair enough, no problem. Okay, so Canterbury's guys, Steve Price, Robert Relf and Travis Norton are your back row.
Jeez, that's a good back row.
It's not bad. Your back row, I've got Damien Kennedy, Darren Ramaker and Paul Langmack. I don't know if there's someone else back row that you've got, but...
I was always a fan of Damien Kennedy, but that's a strong back row from the Dogs, and the Dogs wouldn't want Paul Langmack back there, so we'll just take the Dogs back row.
Cool. All right, well, then what you can do, so obviously then you can put Damien Kennedy on your bench. The remaining kind of players for Wests, I've got Leo Dinova, Darren Fritz, Harvey Howard, there's a couple other guys there. I've got Glenn Hughes, Tony Grimaldi, Simon Gillies, Mitch Newton. I've got Hazman Masri as a backup because he hasn't actually started yet, so that's the kind of Canterbury one.
That's a good bench from Canterbury.
Yeah.
I actually played junior footy with Tony Grimaldi. I like to tell everyone that I taught him everything he knows. He's a keeper.
Yep.
Yeah, the only one. There's a lot of players on that bench for the Magpies that were good club footy players, but Harvey Howard, he left and went and won a comp at Brisbane. I think he was a really good pom. I'd keep him somewhere in the mix, but yeah, that bench from Canterbury was good.
Well, how about we take Kennedy and Howard on as the two West guys, and we can take Grimaldi and I don't know who you want for your last one. You want to chuck Haslam on the bench too?
Yeah, let's take Haslam. He can kick some goals.
You've got Daryl Halligan and because you kept Daryl Halligan, so you got two goal kickers. So you get 4 points every time. You get to kick 2 goals.
Yeah,
you've got 2 goal kickers. Yeah, that's fine. We'll keep him there. Look, he'll turn into a much better player, and he wasn't just a goal kicker. So
that's true.
All right. So the next thing, next question is probably my last question is, what do you think would have happened to this Western Suburbs Bulldogs team in terms of success over the coming years from '99 onwards?
Yeah, it was funny. I'm not sure what the Bulldogs expert that you had on said, but after all their success leading up to all this, when they were moving out to Liverpool, which would have suited my merger perfectly, they got themselves in a bit of a mess, the doggies, with their Oasis development out at Liverpool. So
that's right.
I'm hoping that if Western Suburbs and Canterbury merged, we could have avoided all that, and we would have just continued that 80s and 90s streak right up until today. I reckon it would have been a strong club with great juniors. I think it would have benefited in the long run, both sides.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I think it would have been a really strong club, because obviously Canterbury going and win in 2004, and you know, West Tigers winning in 2005 means there's a lot of West juniors coming through. So that was our talk. Our interesting talk was what happens in around 2004, 2005 when you have Jonathan Thurston and Benji Marshall in the same junior system, which would be very interesting.
Can you imagine?
Well, could you imagine that if they both played? Like, the stupid thing about Canterbury is not stupid thing, they didn't know, but they kept Sherwin and Anasta and let Thurston go. So I don't know.
Well, this is the thing. If the merger had happened, they wouldn't have kept Sherwin and got rid of Thurston. They would have kept Benji and got rid of Thurston, or the other way around. And
could have been.
Everything would have been happy.
Yeah, they would have found what, because I don't think they could have gone with both of them. There would have been too much flamboyance in one team. Would have been a very exciting team to watch.
I feel sorry for Shifty Sherwin, because he'll always be remembered as some kind of dud that they kept and got rid of Thurston. No, I don't think that's fair on him.
No, he was a good player, and he
was.
You know what? At the time, that was the right call. That was 100% the right call, because you don't pick players you don't keep them on potential. If you've got someone who's quality, and it's not like Sherwin was on huge money. Like, it's not like they needed to move him on, and he wasn't getting close to retirement. So, you know, it'd be like, I'm trying to think of something nowadays it'd be like, but you know, like he's a good quality halfback, and you got the next big thing coming through, but you got no guarantees he's going to be anywhere near as good. So
yeah, that's right. So if this merger had happened, the next big thing coming through would have been Benji Marshall, and it would have been smooth sailing.
That's right. And so, you know, I think just like we were talking with the Canterbury fella, with Matt, it would have been a pretty successful team. So the only thing we got different, obviously, is a different team list. So, you know, a little bit of different focus there, but you know, I think it would have been a very similar kind of thing. And like we're saying, once we get to the mid 2000s, or just before that, early to mid 2000s, we've got quite a lot of West juniors coming through. Canterbury still had a good system. You know,
it would have been a golden era.
Would have been very interesting. Would have been a team I would love to hate. So it's all good. But I don't really not like Wests. That's the thing. Although I was at the very last game of Peter Sterling when he got taken out and ended his career, and that was against Wests. But I don't. His career was over anyway. He was one hit away from being gone. So it's not like we were really going to do anything else, but
it sounds like you're still bitter about it.
I'm still bitter. As a kid,
you just gotta let it go.
He was my favourite player, and I was like 11 at the time. So imagine you go to the game and you go and watch your favourite player, and then he gets hit, and he goes down, and that's the end of his career, and you're like, oh, bloody Western Suburbs, it end his career. But
it happened to me. Yeah, it happened to me this week. I was out at Bankwest Stadium watching Benji retire for the second time for the Tigers, and he was taken out by a Parramatta player, so I think we're even.
He was taken out by a Big Willie style, by Mr. Will Smith. But, look, I was actually going to tweet that, and I thought it was a bit insensitive at the time. I was going to say, you took our halfback and we took yours, but, I thought I won't say that. And the good thing is, by the time I've said this and it's recorded for a podcast, it's 4 weeks on from now. So everyone will have forgotten it. It'll be around grand final time, so no one's going to really care what I said about what I'm saying about Benji. Great player, and obviously, if he's in this team with some of those players in that Canterbury pack, then it'd be a pretty devastating team, I'd imagine.
It would have been a Western Suburbs Bulldogs legend.
Exactly. All right. Well, look, I'm all done with my rundown. You know what I didn't do at the start? I didn't get you to plug your podcast.
Okay.
Did you want to plug it now? Because you can.
Well, Full credit to the boys podcast.
Yep.
Is what I'm on. You can follow us on Twitter at FCTTB_podcast. Get us on iTunes, and you can hear more of me talking absolute rubbish about something I'm passionate about, which is rugby league.
That sounds great. And I encourage people to listen along, and I'm really sorry I didn't ask for it at the start, but, it's fine.
That's okay.
Look, everyone's going to listen to the end anyway, because just the quality of this podcast, they have to listen to the end. All right, well, thanks, Sid, and thanks very much for joining me.
Mate, thank you very much for having me on.
No problem. See you later.
We are the boys from Western Side. We are the mighty Bulldogs, here and down the Roosters, but there ain't a bird to see.
Welcome to NRL Irrational Mergers. Hi guys, welcome back to episode 13 of the mini-series, the NRL Irrational Mergers. This one's a bit of a secret one. I've got a very special guest to help me have a look through the 12 teams that these guys have come forward. I've got Steve Mascord. How are you going, Steve?
Good. Hello, everybody, and hello, Hyper Thetic Rugby League listeners.
You can say hello to all about 30 of them, so it's really great. Thanks very much for coming on, Steve. Obviously, everyone in rugby league world knows about who you are, but do you want to just give yourself a quick little plug, just talk about things that are coming up for you?
I'm a washed-up old journo living in England, basically. But
don't sell yourself short, Steve.
At the moment, flogging a book which is called Two Tribes, which won't be out till next year. But I've started to do. I thought I'd play around with some new platforms. So I'm on Substack, and what I'm doing is I'm kind of going back 24 years. And almost doing day by day, reliving the period that you're discussing, and taking us all the way through to the 25th anniversary of the NRL being formed, which is December 19, 2022. So I'll be doing that content every, I'm tipping I'm going to miss a few days, but doing that content constantly between now and then. And the people who sign up get my first book, Touchstones, immediately. And they also get one of the first copies of the book on the 1997 rugby league season, and that's where the focus is of the book. And it's called Two Tribes. So that'll be out around Father's Day next year in Australia, around the same time here in the UK.
Cool. All right. Perfect. That sounds great. Well, I'll have to get the links for everything and put that up. And
it's easy. It's twotribes.substack.com.
Awesome.
Easy.
Okay. Well, now I'm going to have to find some cash and have to. You've
got 27 months. There's no hurry. 27 months.
I'm sure I can. I'm sure it's not going to be that highly priced. I'm not going to be able to get it.
No, it isn't.
Oh, good. All right. Well,
it's less than the cost of 2 books. It's less than the cost of 2 books. I'll tell you that. And you get content every day for 27 months.
That's pretty good.
I think it's pretty reasonable. Yeah.
So, obviously, around the Super League time, you're saying you're a washed-up journo, but you were a journo. You still are one, but you were a prominent journalist through that period and through the period after that as well. So, did you want to have a little bit of a discussion about your thoughts about the end of Super League and the irrational, well, not the irrational, but the rationalisation that occurred?
I kind of have written the chapter where the NRL is formed. The book finishes with the NRL being formed. It takes in a lot of the manoeuvrings beforehand, as far as mergers are concerned. I was a Illawarra Steelers fan, so it certainly affected me enormously. I saw a clip yesterday of the Steelers playing Newcastle in 1998, and my eyes watered up a little bit. So those sort of windy, sunny Sunday afternoons at Wollongong Showground were about a centrepiece of my childhood. And now the club doesn't exist, at that level anymore in that form. So certainly the whole merger thing is very central to my rugby league experience and consumption of the sport. And it altered the way I saw the sport and the way I consumed it profoundly. when the Steelers disappeared as a standalone entity. So, it's a subject that interests me personally as well as professionally. The book isn't the book covers mergers, but only up to that sort of cutoff date. It doesn't go into what happened in 1998 or, I remember the Steelers' very last game and following them around Wollongong to different bars and always being one step behind them. I'd arrive at one pub, they would have just left. End up at the Spanish club at Kembla, which is where I had my 18th birthday. That was one of their last stops before they all went to the Cross. So, basically, the issue is one that I've probably spent as much time thinking about as maybe you and the listeners have.
Yep. All right. Well, I think that's a good way of leading us into what we're going to do. So we're quickly going to go through. By the time this podcast comes out, all the other 12 podcasts have come out. We've had a representative of every single team. We went in the order roughly of the criteria that was set out in 1999. Obviously, St George and Illawarra had already merged by that point, so I just put them in the middle. So they're numbers 5 and 6 or 6 and 7 or something like that. So there's 12 different episodes we've done. What I'm going to do really quickly is I'm just going to have a talk about the merger that they proposed and maybe just have a quick look at their merged team, and we can have a quick discussion about each of them, and then we can think about whether those mergers were good ones. Some of them have, I'm not going to say taken the piss, but some guys have had a bit of fun with it, which I'm fine with. Some guys have been very serious with it, so we'll just see where we've gone. So the first episode I did was with Canterbury because they were the top in the criteria. Matt Sport, who is the person that did that, Matt, he suggested the merger of the Bulldogs and Western Suburbs. What do you think about if Western Suburbs had merged with the Bulldogs?
Well, we're talking about the actual off-field logistics and likelihood of it, or are we just talking about if we pluck the merger out of the air, and what would the team look like? They're two very different.
Probably the off-field logistics. I think I'm more worried. Like I made them make a team list, but it was more about going forward. Would that have been the best merger partner for that particular team? So if Canterbury had to merge,
well, as you're aware, right, there was a big development at Liverpool at that time, which the government was going to put a lot of money into.
Yeah,
and that's why Canterbury were involved in extended discussions with Western Suburbs about merging, because there was this pot of money that would have been on offer, and this facility that would have been able to access, and it never really materialised. Canterbury and Western Suburbs, if the Super League war hadn't happened, and there was still rationalisation, then I think they would have ended up as bedfellows. But because Western Suburbs were on one side of the fence, and after being kicked out of the comp and getting back in, they were suddenly valuable to the ARL in that territory, and they suddenly became important.
Yeah.
The Bulldogs are on the Super League side, and as we know, no Super League teams in Sydney were forced to merge.
That's right. Until I made them do them, Steve. Until I made them do it, and then...
Yeah. So maybe this is like what would have happened if there hadn't been a Super League war.
Fair enough.
No, it would have. It definitely would have made sense. Yeah.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Well, that one's definitely a good one, and I must say that when we had our episodes, I have asked, the different fans about other clubs they thought should merge, and I've got to say the Wests and Bulldogs one came up quite often as well. So it seems like a lot of people were in favour or thinking that was a good idea, and especially for the reasons you just said, the Oasis project and them being really close neighbours as well. Okay, so the second one that's on the list is our Cronulla fan, which is, I can't remember his name now. It's Terry, that's right. Terry, the Cronulla fan, and he was saying that the best merger for Cronulla would have been Illawarra. So what do you think about Cronulla and Illawarra?
The problem is that neither of them had any money. I know, again, Cronulla's only accessed... Cronulla were on their knees and wouldn't be around if it wasn't for Super League. Shane Richardson's pretty sure of that. I don't think it would. I don't think so, because both clubs were broke. I think St George was a club that Illawarra had an historical connection to, and also the thing I think this is going to happen over and over again in this discussion. The big thing about the Super League War is that we underrated the importance of tribalism and IP. And these logos and colours, they mean something to people, and we completely overlooked that during the Super League War, and that was the lesson the Super League War taught us. That so I just don't think that's a goer. And the next one you got as well, Griffins. I mean, it just doesn't. It just alienates people. It doesn't attract anyone. It alienates. It doesn't attract anyone new.
No,
and it doesn't bring anyone along. Whereas with Illawarra, but now been gone longer than they were ever around. So before that, most people in Wollongong, well, a lot of people, not everyone, but a lot of people followed St George. So it was a perfect match.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, when you realise, I suppose, people do realise that St George came out of the 20s. They really had that south coast influence. Cronulla wasn't around for 30 years. They pretty much could take anyone from the group competition down in Illawarra, and even when Cronulla came around, like you said, there's a lot of influence from the south coast. So, yeah, look, I don't know how good that one is. So the next one was our Easts fan. So it was Xander, and he decided that the best person to merge with would be the Balmain Tigers. So you got Sydney Roosters and Balmain Tigers. Pushing him for a name, for a mascot, he had no idea. So we said, look, we'll take a bit of the piss here. We'll say it's a griffin because that's like a lion and an eagle. And I said, well, look, you're a tiger and a rooster. So, and I think once either I or he mentioned the griffin, and as soon as we mentioned griffin, we were like, no, we can't. We have to call it that. No matter what we do, no matter who you merge with, you're going to have to be called that because we were just enjoying the name so much. But yeah, I know what you mean. Identity. Like if the Roosters had merged with the Balmain Tigers, I don't know if the Roosters would want to give up the rooster, and I don't think that the Balmain would give up the tiger. It just wouldn't make any sense. So, we couldn't think of another mascot, so we've just gone with that. But what do you think about Sydney Roosters if they had to merge, if them taking over the Balmain district?
Geographically, it makes sense, and I guess the reason Balmain didn't go with Well, you've got Nick Politis, right? Nick Politis is Super League unto himself, so he's not going to accept any mergers. Particularly South just got kicked out of the comp in the period you're talking, so they won. They didn't need to do a deal with anybody.
That's true.
They won, and also Balmain were courted by Dennis Fitzgerald and Parramatta, and they didn't want to go to a club or with a club that would dominate the merger.
Yep.
So that's why they ended up with Western Suburbs, who had a similar sort of financial position. They are the reasons that Balmain would have been a junior partner in that joint venture, and Balmain showed that they didn't want to be a junior partner in what happened.
Fair enough. Well, look, the next one on the list is probably what happens if Parramatta doesn't court Balmain, but rather decides to court Western Suburbs. So the next one on the list we've got is Western Sydney Eels, which is our Parramatta fan, Paul, and he decided that instead of Parramatta going after Balmain, like everyone thought, that maybe if they went out after Western Suburbs and decided to take that Western Suburbs junior base, and I don't think he wanted to move the club down to Campbelltown. I think he just wanted to take the juniors. But what do you think if Parramatta had decided to target West rather than target Balmain? Do you think that would have worked?
But again, the reason Western Suburbs ended up with Balmain is they were scared of having a big brother. They wouldn't accept. They wouldn't share the bedroom with Big Brother. Sleep on the bottom bunk. They wanted to be with equals. So personalities and politics at the time would preclude that happening.
I was going to say that anyone with
Parramatta was so powerful.
Yeah, with Dennis Fitzgerald around, it didn't. I mean, he was going to shop Parramatta to whoever he could. That's I'm a Parramatta fan, so I remember the time period, and I remember we were talked about with every club you could think of. We were going to move to rugby if we couldn't, we couldn't find a merger partner. We were going to do all kinds of things. So, okay, that's fine. Look, the next one is an Illawarra fan taking the piss. So. The next one is the North's Illawarra Steel Bears. I don't think that makes any sense at all, Illawarra and North Sydney merging, but what do you think about that one?
It makes no sense at all. except for perhaps being if Illawarra had felt the same as Balmain and West, and they didn't want a big brother, then I guess at the time, looking at the clippings at the time, Ray Beattie was, he was the chairman at Norths, and he was quite a powerful figure, and they were determined to move to Gosford, right? They thought that was their future, and they, strangely enough, roped Manly into it, but Manly was a senior part of that partnership, and subsequently Manly kind of ended the Northern Bears and ended the North Sydney Bears, really. By going it alone, but it is a strange one because North Sydney put all their eggs in the basket of Gosford.
That's right.
Well,
we've heard already that part of the reason why there's an article Nick Campton wrote recently, and he's been on the Rugby League Digest talking about that if the weather had just been better, they would have built their stadium and they would have got out to Sydney before, and they wouldn't have had that problem. So there would have been a Central Coast team, there would have been 11 teams in Sydney, and they would have probably been exempt. But it didn't work out that way. Yeah,
but under the, Illawarra was considered a Sydney team, and at the end of 1997, they weren't. Wollongong wasn't considered an expansion area, so you need. The distance-wise, Gosford's the same distance or closer. Yeah. But it's considered an expansion area. These are just kind of random, designations. They don't really make any sense.
Yeah, I never understood that one. I never understood why Illawarra was subject to the same thing that that the Central Coast wouldn't have been subject to. It just didn't make much sense. But I totally agree. Look, I think his logic behind it really underlying was, look, if Illawarra and North Sydney merged and it fell apart, at least we'd at least have Norths or Illawarra, because I think he was a bit of a Norths and an Illawarra fan, so he's like, well, look, at least we don't lose both of them. We get to keep one. So that makes some sense. All right, the next one is our good mate Michael Carboni from Chasing Kangaroos, and he's our St George fan. He decided that the best team for St George to merge would have been the Sydney Roosters. What would you think about that?
Well, that almost happened, didn't it? Jeff Carr lost his job trying to get that to happen. That was very, very close to happening before the Super League war, before Super League year anyway. There was good personal relationships there, and obviously Nick Politis was an important figure at the ARL and New South Wales Rugby League, and Jeff Carr, was a big figure there as well, And he basically got hunted out, save our Saints and all that sort of stuff. And that was the fans led a rebellion against that. So that's the one that almost happened. Of all the ones we're mentioned so far, and I'm just scrolling down, perhaps all the others you've got listed, aside from maybe Western Sydney Bulldogs, that's the one that was closest to happening.
Yeah, no, fair enough. All right, well, look, I think there was... correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was also some Kerry Packer influence in that. I think wasn't he offering some money for them to happen? Yeah. So I mean that one makes a lot of sense. So we'll say that one's probably one of the most logical ones. The next one on the list, we've got a Manly fan, and he's thought that Manly's best chance to merge, if they didn't merge with Norths, would have been with the Roosters as well. So we end up with the Sydney Sea Roosters. So what would you think if Manly and East had merged together? I think Kerry Packer would have liked it because he was a Manly and an East man, so I don't know how that would have worked.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's deserting the North Shore completely if Norths are gone as well, and I mean any merger involving East, it either has to be something Nick Politis would agree to, or it just wouldn't happen.
Yeah, fair enough. Look, I think in all of these, they seem to be quite popular, which I thought was pretty strange. A lot of people wanted to merge with the Roosters. I think it might be recency bias. I think they were thinking, they're so successful now, but they weren't too bad in the late 90s. They were obviously one of the teams in the ARL who did the best out of Super League. That they actually, got better than they were in the early 90s. I think probably them and Parramatta are probably the two teams that improved their station a bit more than the others. But yeah, look, it seemed to be a trend that we got that there was a lot of guys who wanted the Roosters, and I'm not sure what that was. I mean, maybe they just like the way Nick Politis runs a business, and they just thought they wanted to be involved.
Yeah, they had some pretty poor teams in the '90s. They had some lean years, the Roosters. So they weren't the club they are now, and in 10 years' time, they may not be the club they are now either.
I know. Anyway, next one on the list was one that's fairly popular with people is Western Suburbs and Penrith. So that was our Penrith fan thinking that the best merger for Penrith would be Western Suburbs. What would you think if they merged that way?
Yeah, again, what I said earlier, West didn't want a big brother, and obviously even back then the Panthers were very wealthy with the Leagues Club and everything. So,
yeah,
and also Panthers were, Parramatta, in the early part of, after the Super League court judgment in late October 1996, Roger Cowan was ringing Alan Overton, who was the chairman of Parramatta.
Yeah,
they were ringing each other saying, if you're going to get together, it should be us. So that almost happened sort of before Super League. I guess. Another big sliding doors moment was if Optus hadn't have stumped up the more money after the Super League won in court.
Yep.
Then the NRL or the ARL clubs would have been forced into the arms of Super League, and then we would have seen some interesting mergers then. That was a big sliding doors moment, probably isn't widely understood.
Yep. Well, I suppose that one's going to come out in the book, and I'll be interested to read about that, because obviously that's something that not a lot of people know about, and I'm very hazy on the subject. I was only a teenager at the time, so I don't really know much about that, but it's probably interesting. The next one is I'm not going to say it's a piss take. It's Biggest Tiger, so I think you know him, and he decided that the Balmain Tigers, he's a Balmain Tigers fan, that the Balmain Tigers and Cronulla would merge and they would move to Perth. So he decided they would be the Perth Tiger Sharks. He also decided that for some reason the South African rugby players would join this team. So I don't know how that works, but what do you think about moving a team to Perth and having it being a merger moving to Perth?
Well, I actually like that idea. I like Perth Sharks. Obviously, Tigers are taken now, I like the relocation thing. I don't think we've tried it. Can't say it's going to fail without trying.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we did try it with North to Gosford, like we just discussed.
Yeah. Well, they didn't really get there. That's the only problem. They never actually got to play there. But did they, or did they play any games in the Central Coast?
Yeah, I think they played the odd game, but I think they moved a lot of their. At one point, they certainly had an office up there and all that sort of stuff. And then the Northern Eagles, the Northern Eagles played out of Gosford. So
yeah.
They got there in that guise.
Yeah. It's sort of similar to.
I like Perth Sharks.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's sort of similar to what Newtown tried to do in the early '80s by moving to Campbelltown, and that never really worked because they didn't get there quick enough. Same thing with North Sydney, didn't get there quick enough. Yeah, look, if we're gonna have a Perth team and we're not gonna have the Western Reds, it's probably not a bad idea to move them. I did have a suggestion of someone on Facebook about doing another series, and I'm like, I'm not doing another one after this, but like the same thing. But they said, look, why don't you do one and say all the 12 Sydney teams, they've got to move, they've got to relocate and merge with one of the existing interstate teams. And I was like, well, God's sake, how could you do that? But that might have made sense. Maybe if Cronulla had decided that they would merge with the Western Reds and move across there, maybe that would have worked out. It'd still be the Perth Sharks, but maybe you keep some of the Western Reds infrastructure. I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, that's fine. All right. No, just that. We'll take that one as a comment rather than a question. Okay. The next one. The next one was North Sydney, and the North Sydney person decided that was Paul. He decided that we would merge North Sydney and the Balmain Tigers. So the North Sydney Tigers.
Yeah, two weaker clubs, splitting games between two of the most delightful, quaint grounds in Sydney. I do like that idea. If that team was still around, I guess West would be off on their own now.
Yeah.
If that team was still around, it'd be pretty cool. But of course, they are sworn enemies. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
I don't know how fans of either club would take it, but I'd go watch them. Yeah, I like it. I like that one.
I think
as far as the politics behind it, I'm not really sure, but just as an idea, I like it. Yeah,
I think your Balmain North's rivalry is a little older, and maybe some of the fans who would know the rivalry may not be around anymore, or may not sort of be worried that much anymore. Like you talk about like the long-term rivals, obviously two foundation clubs, so there's a lot of rivalries there, but I don't know, I don't see a North Sydney and Balmain rivalry as much as I see Balmain rivalry with Souths, or, you know, obviously Souths and Easts, those sort of bigger rivalries. But yeah, look, I'm sure they ran into each other many times and had many, you know, disagreements, but yeah. They probably have a big rivalry from way back in 1909 when apparently I think some of the North Sydney guys were involved in trying to tell Balmain to not turn up to the grand final in 1909. That's a bit of a story, but you know, there might have been a bit of ill will right from that point. But I think I sort of see them as being almost not bedfellows, but almost kind of, you know, of the same ilk. I think it would make some sense. All right, their last two. So the second last one was another Matt from NRL Boom Rookies, Matt Bungard, and he was saying that he thought that South Sydney should merge with the Sydney Roosters. So the merger that most people wanted, but no one from either side would want, he actually suggested. So what would you think if they did that?
Yeah, it's like over here, they say there should be a big Cumbria team, but the clubs up in Cumbria, you know, hate each other. So they say that followers of all of them would refuse to follow the merger, and I think there'd be some truth in that. And obviously, politically, you know, Souths were on their knees really around the Super League time, and the Roosters were travelling a lot better. So it would have been just a kind of swallowing up an annexation rather than a merger. So for all those off-field reasons, and also just I think we also forget, just like since Russell Crowe's been there, the whole South Sydney ethos has been sort of reanimated, and we think it's always been like that. But, you know, I remember what Souths were like in the sort of mid to late 90s, and no one was, you know, sort of celebrating their IP or their history then. They were just seen as like, you know, deadbeats. So
yeah, they were a bit also-rans, weren't they? I mean, we all remember the tragic Western Suburbs teams of the late 90s, but some of the South teams of the mid sort of 90s weren't much better. And there were many times where they talked about we should kick South out of the comp, and that was well before 99. Like they wanted them gone from the early 90s, basically. They weren't very successful, and, you know, I think they thought, well, we can't have so many teams in Sydney. This team's not doing too well. Let's just kick them out. But, you know, I think it was a bit of a tragedy when they did go out, because there's all that history went with them, and then, you know, everyone basically rallied back around them and we got them back in. But, you know, like you said, before Russell Crowe, they were still a basket case. They needed someone with the money and the direction to get them to be where they are now. So, you know, I understand. Look, I think it would have been a takeover too. The last one on the list is the same as the first one on the list, which is Wests and the Bulldogs. We've already talked about that. So I find it strange that the Bulldogs fan and the Wests fan both decided that they thought their best merger partner was each other. And I mean, I'm not going to go through every single person who also thought that, but out of the other 10, I think there was probably about 7 or 8 of them that all decided that was the best way to go. So
without Super League, it would have happened. You know, you've got to say that joining Super League was a good decision for the Sydney clubs that did so, because with the exception of possibly of they survived on their own, and even the ones I was going to say, you know, they didn't have any money, but, you know, Canterbury obviously had that league club, and Penrith had a lot of money as well. So that's not true. But certainly that money wouldn't have saved them from rationalisation, or Super League saved them from rationalisation.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Well, all right. So look, I think of all of the mergers we've talked about the 12. Obviously, that one, if we didn't have Super League, and then when we did have Super League, you're saying that probably of that list, the St George and Sydney Roosters one would have been the most logical merger. Is that what you're sort of going at?
Yeah, as a tie with West and Canterbury, I think. Yeah, those two could easily have happened. In fact, there were many meetings and many months where those two look like they would happen. So the others are kind of all over the shop.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's okay. That's what happens when you ask a fan of a team 25 years on, or almost 25 years on, to say who should you have merged with. You get some strange answers. But look, it's been a lot of fun, and obviously that's really great that we came up with all these really unique ones. Is there any mergers that we haven't mentioned that you think should have happened or would have been better to happen than what actually happened in the reality?
Maybe all of them. Maybe, I don't know how many of them were actually. If you like, I kind of get where you're coming from. It's like if I was at the start of the process you're just finishing, it would capture my imagination a bit, like, you know. But because I'm at the end and I'm just seeing other people's choices, my head's spinning.
No, that's fine.
But I think the thing that I sort of took away from the book, and which I'm still writing, it's not finished, but is that a lot of these decisions which sort of impact us all these years later happened for quite expedient reasons. I mean, one guy told me that a merger fell over because it got into the press.
Yeah.
You know, just simple, you know, something like that. You know, like the CEO of the club said he was, you know, driving down to Wollongong for a game, and it got a call from a reporter about a merger talks, and he went, "Well, stuff it, talks are off." These sort of kind of random, spur of the moment reasons.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair enough.
They impact us all these years later, and they obviously, you know, matter so much to fans, and they make fans and lose fans, don't they? They're clubs that wouldn't existed clubs that existed sometimes on a little more than an extended whim, either inspire our loyalty or alienate us. So that's what I've really taken out of the process so far, and I'm not by any means finished.
That's fine. Look, it sounds that's a very poetic way of saying everything, and obviously, you know, we can see why you're such a great journalist too, because I could never say it the way you just said it then. But look, that's great, Steve. Look, I think we may leave it there, and I think we're going to say that, you know, well, look, I'm going to give the victory to Michael Carboni because he's the only one that came up with the one merger that we thought was definitely a positive and could have happened. And I'm just going to have to just say that his one's probably the best. But look, I'm just going to thank everyone out there who did come on the podcast, because, you know, I got 12 fantastic chats plus this one I've had with Steve, and it's facilitated me having a good chat with him, and obviously we're all very excited to listen out and see what's going to happen with your book. And, you know, I might just, one quick word at the end, I just wanted to sort of chat about, you mentioned the English Super League and the English League and mergers. Sorry, Steve. If they would have been forced into mergers, what do you think would have actually happened to the English game?
Yeah, that's interesting. At the start of Super League, when all these mergers were announced, I think by now it might be a more healthy game here. Yeah. I think there was a lot of pain at the time, and a lot of hate, a lot of protests and stuff at the time. And certainly there were clubs that being proposed that meant nothing to anybody. But I think if that on balance, if the changes and the mergers, amalgamations had been forced through, it probably would have been good for the game.
Okay, good. All right, well, we might leave it there. Thanks very much for joining me, Steve, and I hope to talk to you next time.
No worries. Congratulations on the show, and it's great that people care enough about the game to give up their time to do stuff like you're doing. So, yeah, well done.
Awesome. Thanks, mate.
No worries.
Yeah.